Getting U.S. PPI year over year and month over month prints both coming to the downside 2 days in a row here. Let's have a look here real quick. 1.1% on the year over year number versus an expected 1.5%. The month over month, negative 0.3 versus negative 0.1 expected there. Even core coming in the right direction as well, 2.8 versus 2.9. The month over month in line with expectations. Again, PPI producer price index. So how much are producers paying to produce the goods and services that you and I spend our hard-earned money on? Welcome to a Wednesday. Welcome to a Fed Day Wednesday. Coming up this afternoon at 2 o'clock, we'll get the latest decision from Fed Chair Powell. Looking like it's going to be a pause. Might be more important what comes at 2:30 with the press conference. Are they going to continue along that train after an unbelievable hiking streak that looks like it's going to finally come to an end, or at least a pause? Today, number of individual names to talk about this morning. More positivity surrounding AMD coming off that sell-off yesterday. They sold the news on the AI event. AWS, possibly the first customer in line to buy that AI chip from AMD. We'll talk about that. Tesla back on watch as well. A little bit of positive momentum here this morning. In the pre-market, it's Wednesday, June 14th. It's Fed Day. TraderTV.live starts now. And oh yeah, there's Plug Power up 10% to start the morning off as well. I just saw taking out $12 already, straight higher. Sharif with a timely buy of Plug Power. He has a giant smile on his face this morning, rightfully slow. Investor Day coming up today. They're going to announce a few things I was reading this morning, including a new deal on the hydrogen side of things. So we'll keep an eye on Plug Power, but huge volume already here.
Yeah, the pitch I'm looking for here, Brendo, is how they do with long-haul trucking and essentially modes of transportation that don't really require confined spaces, because what ends up happening in the electric vehicle context is it takes up way too much space and the interior is really confined. So that's what I'm looking for, that kind of a play.
Yeah, Plug, obviously, if you're new to Plug Power, it's on the hydrogen side of things, not necessarily the EV or battery-related technology, although I was reading they do or are working on a combination of both possible, which could be interesting. Anyway, let's get into what we need to know so far today. Guys, it's going to be a big day, obviously, this afternoon. 90+%, we're going to get a pause from Fed Chair Powell, finally, after just months and months and months of nothing but hikes coming through from the Fed. Today should be the day that we get the break, at least in the way to the upside. There's still a 60+% chance that we get a hike going out to the July meeting. We'll see if that changes coming up this afternoon, but should be all about what happens at 2:30, not 2 o'clock today.
Exactly. Welcome, everybody. It's going to be as expected. It'll be that pause, and you want to, one of the things to look for, I guess, would be like how many members voted for them to still hike. Because if there's enough members that voted for a hike and they pause today, then I guess that would increase the chances that there's a hike and it's a very, very temporary pause. Yeah. So that's one thing maybe to look for. And then, as Brendan said there, man, 2:30. It's all about 2:30. When Powell hits the podium, we're going to get as expected. There'll be some movement at 2 o'clock, but 2:30 is where it's going to be at. On that PPI number, nothing burger. It wasn't, I mean, it's a good number. Obviously, price is going down. That's going to be a good thing overall, but you're just holding the top end of the range from yesterday on the Qs here. Does set up for a little bit of a breakout at least, but yeah, nothing really happening. Didn't even move the needle that much. Obviously, Tesla's going to be on watch today. That broke out, got above 260, gapped above 260, I should say. Wanted that break in the afternoon, didn't get it. And NVIDIA closes above $1 trillion. AMD post-event, they got the Amazon potential deal. That should be big. SoFi's running. That's on watch. And then C3 AI, going to come back to that one after a little mini squeeze on C3 AI yesterday. So much to look at. You definitely want to keep some, just keep some arrows in your quiver for the afternoon when you know there can be some solid volatility. And in my personal favorite, I'm not a huge hockey person, but there is something about the fact that the Conn Smythe winner was taken from Florida in the expansion draft.
Oh, yeah.
It's like
Stone?
I forget the guy's name, but it's like, imagine.
Who it was? I don't even know who won the
I forget the
contest.
guy's name. It's like he has a long name and.
Oh,
March something.
Marchesol or whatever.
Marchesol
or something like that.
He
Yeah, I don't know.
He scored 30 goals for Florida and then gets taken in the expansion draft, and then however many years later wins the cup against them.
Yeah, there's. It was a good. I actually had a parlay of Denver and Vegas.
Nice.
Winning, so it just paid 1-1, but that was good. And yeah, when it was 2-1, it was a good game, and then I put the kids to bed, and then it was the end of the second period, and it was 6-1. And I was like, oh God, this game's over. 9-3. Congratulations, of course.
Is that a record?
9-3.
9 goals in an elimination game.
Oh, an elimination game? Probably.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Probably. Congratulations to the Las Vegas Golden Knights. I mean, 5 years in the league. And
still partying, probably.
Stupid Leafs.
That's what's so painful.
The Leafs have only been in the league for a couple years, so we don't. We can wait a little bit. But before we go back over here, I just want to come over to my screen here because it's so obvious that we are going to be getting a pause right now. Let's take a poll. I put this out last night. It's going to expire very, very soon. So get over there and try to vote. 53 minutes left on open. This expires. Are we going to finish higher or lower on the NASDAQ right now? Oh, the good amount of votes, man. Thanks a lot. 735 votes right now. 62% say higher. So this is obviously the trend is your friend. We don't even know. I guess we know it's going to be a pause, but to me, it's all about what Jerome Powell says, of course, at the press conference. But right there, let's see if we can change that number there. Oh, it's already, 750 votes. It's happening live right here. Some people just bet lower right there. So, all right, let's see if we can get 1,000 votes or so. Go put your vote in. We'll look at this, and we'll look at it again at 4 o'clock and see if we were right or wrong. If you are right, you get nothing. The same thing if you are wrong.
Pride.
You know, it's just, you just get to choose and have fun. This is what it's all about.
Hey, you get to feel good.
Yeah, if you do have a Twitter account, go on there and vote, and let's see where this poll winds up in an hour.
I think that's the most interesting part of today and the way it's setting up here is how is the market going to react if it is a pause? How's the market going to react to what he says then at 2:30? Will he, as we were, we had a conversation with Frank yesterday about this as well, and like, will he lean on the hawkish side, and repeat what we've heard over and over and over again in the sense that, they're not afraid to come back with more and more and more hikes if needed, depending on what the data tells them. But, it's been 2 in a row prints here, both CPI and PPI now to the downside.
Yeah, I heard a sarcastic quip yesterday with respect to what Papa Powell is going to do today. They said he's gonna not gonna hike, he's gonna hold, and then he's gonna talk up a storm and talk up real strong, right? Yeah. We'll see. I don't know. We'll keep an eye out, Brandon.
It'll be interesting. Again, 2:30, guys. Press conference will start. We'll bring it to you live as it happens. Let you know what is important and what you need to know. Meanwhile, here is the current look for July. So 60.6 would be a hike coming up in July. 35.8% right now on the hold. There's actually 3.6% on a 50 basis point hike so far in July. But yeah, 94.2% for today that we get the pause, still about 6%, similar to what we saw yesterday when we were speaking with Frank on that, that it's going to be a quarter point hike. And remember, both Canada and Australia did come out recently and surprised with their very own set of hikes when everyone was expecting a pause in the same sense.
And what we've seen lately, too, is a lot more money flow into speculative assets. We've seen, the S&P and the NDX be lifted by 7 or 8 names. Now, small caps, the Russell, all of a sudden doing a lot better. So the more speculative money starting to find its way back into the market he holds, do we get continuity of that?
Yeah. That is the question. We'll get an answer, hopefully, later this afternoon. You saw me highlight there AMD, one of the big movers so far, showing some positivity after what happened yesterday. A bit of a sell-off on that AI event as it took place in the afternoon yesterday. But we got this note this morning suggesting AWS here, guys, could be the first in line for AMD's new chip.
Smorgasbord of, I guess, clients and partners. I don't know, man. I'm trying words out here, Sharif. Partners on stage with Lisa Su, who, by the way, looked absolutely fantastic in that blue blazer. Just one thing that I took away that blue
Neil,
blazer was
stop
amazing.
stealing all of Sharif's stuff.
What are you talking about? The blue blazer was I was the one talking about the blue blazer.
You were, yeah.
I mean, it was a great blazer. Anyways, it was a good event, but I feel like it was exactly the same move as what Apple's event was. In terms of, to the moment, it was a sell the news off the top. It was selling early on in the day, but it was a sell the news event like right when it started at 1. And then when the big headliner came out, which of course was the MI 300X, which I said 300, it's 300X, the new AI chip, air quotes on it. When that came out, it made a local high and then flushed again. So that's exactly what happened with Apple. You had the VR headset, and then it had a lower high then, and then it flushed. So with lots of great shorting opportunities all afternoon, early into it, and then after that. I'm going to look at the AMD lows in the aft for Fed today. Like if you get a 22 area, that could be one of those interesting wipeout bottoms. I would tend to think if you get there at 230, that could be like a nice little support level that came in there late. 130, my goodness, like that's where. Like this is where the fun was yesterday. Yeah, see, I'm missing. There we go. Yeah, 130. It was where the fun was. It was held all afternoon, so there was multiple short opportunities. I think I had it 5 or 6 times, and then there's the 130 hold. There were good shorts underneath VWAP. I don't know if I love that 128 area today. I think you're looking 30s and then that 22. The cool thing about what Lisa Su gave the numbers, she said, okay, $30 billion AI market, up to 5x it could be in the next 2 years. Well, NVIDIA has 80% of that. So if you think about that for NVIDIA's perspective, NVIDIA could drop from 80 to 50% market share and still triple their AI revenue based on Lisa Su's numbers from AMD. Like that's one of the reasons why you see NVIDIA is so bullish. AMD pulling back a little bit here. Still about that 130 though for me. But wow, what an unbelievable flush that was selling the news. It's interesting because even though everyone says sell the news, when it happens, it was still impressive.
Yeah, so we sold the news yesterday and had what I thought was an impressive takedown there at 126. So selling the news there at 130. This is just a tweet from yesterday that we had out there. 8 comments, 35 likes, 4 retweets. Nice move to the downside. They're selling off 130. That's a level that we're going to look at here today because I do feel like, you know, after yesterday's impressive move to the downside, obviously, that was pretty easy. I actually lost. I was short basically the whole conference, just trying to wait for this flush. It's always a sell the news type of stuff, right? So you buy the rumor, sell the news. That happened perfectly fine yesterday. But then you come back today and everybody that did that is now noticing that, wait a second, AMD down here at 124. Maybe it was a mistake to sell it down here at 125, 126, something like that. Obviously, the NASDAQ is pulling back right now, so we are getting a little bit of a dump down. I'm just looking at this 130 level again here today to say, hey, if people want to buy this name back up and it starts heading to the north side and it gets 129.50, approaching 130, at some point, traders are going to come in here and buy this name through 130 is what I'm thinking. So anything through 130, we want to buy it. It resisted it yesterday. If you're going to be really specific, maybe 130.50 is that top wick right there. You could wait for that to happen. I just want to buy it through 130, see if the momentum carries it higher. If not, then we have yesterday's closing price of 124. So in and around here, I think it's great support. This is all written down on the sticky note. I don't want to like dig into I mean, our notes are there. You can read all about the call or the, I guess, the presentation yesterday, everything that they released. I'm just going to try to trade price action because, you know, if it was a good, you know, release yesterday, then this probably shouldn't have happened. But again, it's sell the news. So everybody that sold AMD down here is going to want to buy it back at some point. And if the market keeps on going to the upside, AMD does take down 130 today. So we're bidding down here around 124, see if it can hold that. If it does, great. I don't know if we drop that far. AMD's been known to make crazy moves off the open, so we'll wait to see if that does come in. Right now, I'm just bidding NIO and SoFi. I got 2 bids on those names, but for right now, AMD, I'm going to put the bid in around 124, see if we somehow get a fill. Probably started around 125.
A really nice bounce so far for not only AMD, but most of the chip groups so far this morning. Meanwhile, speaking of bounces, here's Li Auto leading as far as the Chinese EV makers are concerned. I'll rewind the clock here to yesterday, about the same time. We get the gap to the upside, and then, you know, before 10 o'clock, we were all the way back to prior day closing levels, but a little bit bigger gap here this morning for Lee. It is Lee, all three of them, Lee, XPeng, and NIO higher right now, but it is Li Auto once again leading the way, and it doesn't seem to be on much news.
Yeah, no, XPeng is the one with the positive catalyst lately with its G6 SUV that had 25,000 pre-orders in 3 days. Don't know how many they have now. It's a couple of days old now. Let's go to the chart, though. Let's look at the daily. This is the daily on Lee. The bottom we made here, let's just maximize for a sec. Don't know why I can't see that. November 2022, we made the bottom there around 14. So local top is July 2022, $42. We're at $32, guys. This here, May 10th, was the earnings. Michael Noss, I'm willing to bet you, would say anchor the VWAP here, and then he would have been buying this $28 dip as it moved back in. So this one continues to be a hell of a swing. I'm not buying till the next earnings. I want to see 2 quarters in a row.
Nice look. I was just checking. June 2nd was that day that the regulators in China came out and said they're going to extend that tax credit and then also add more support as far as money and financing is concerned to the auto industry to spur on some buying possibly. So since then, we've had, this is Lee's daily chart, obviously, up to 33 here now, but all of these still looking very, very strong, guys. Another day, another gap.
Lee doesn't have a lot of volume. If on our system, it looks like it has 2 million in volume, but that's a single dark pool print. That's crazy little wick there. That's a bunch of dark pool dumps. So it's not really doing a lot of action. The name that we usually trade, and don't get me wrong, like above that 33 on the daily, you're in breakout territory on a great looking chart. It's just, you know, obviously you can do that, or you can look at something like an NIO, which trades a little bit more volume. It's actually done decent volume pre-market. This is that 885 from yesterday, that previous high on the daily chart. You broke out above that price. It was pretty solid. I'm actually missing a bit of data early on. That's kind of a little frustrating, but so missing a little bit of early data on this chart. But you've been trending above as long as we can hold the line. Yesterday's close 889. Everything between 875 and like 895, like that's a buy zone for me. If you hold that breakout from the daily level, just upward and onward, the trend is your friend. Use any adjective you want. It's only been a few days here of that move since making the bottom, and it's only now just breaking out of the channel. So as long as it holds above the channel, want to look long, at least until $10. You get to $10, all bets are off. You know, things like 99 short start to come into play. But if you get to $10, and the long and NIO's obviously done really well at that particular point. So NIO, again, is going to be the name I look at. I haven't even checked out XPeng. Li Auto looks great from a trend. I know Sharif's looking for it as a swing, but as a day trade, you do want there to be volume behind it that makes it a little bit more tradable. That's why NIO.
Yeah, I was just looking at almost 800 votes now. Thank you for that, guys, everybody out there. Same kind of talk again here. I wrote down the sticky note today. We have NIO, AMD, SoFi, NIO, Uber on the list today, but there's NIO. Now that we're above 9, that's what we're talking about right here. Now above 9, use it as support. 880 is the line in the sand if we're wrong. So we're right there. We're going to watch this. It's been really active, obviously, lately, as Neil's just mentioned it. I'm not going to. I mean, Sharif, great talk about Li Auto and XPeng and stuff like that. As far as a day trade, though, I mean, I was trying to stick with NIO. We had a great trade yesterday. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, on some dip buys here on NIO. So I'm trying to do the same thing again today. But now that we're above 9, we just use that as a top. We talked about that yesterday. Broke through 9. We didn't play that break for sure. But when it came back down in, it did give us, oh yeah, it was yesterday. It did give us some good dip buys in and around here. Able to take advantage of that before eventually, you know, it holding that support down here at 870. So I really feel like we can do that again here. I'm going to try to use this little line in the sand right here of 880 as support because I really want to have some decent shares here when it comes down to 9. And I just don't want to hold it. I mean, you could use 865 maybe, but to take that down, that's just too big of a hit. I'd rather just save that last 15 or 20 cents and then try to regroup and maybe get long again off that bottom. But for right now, we're just going to try to watch out for 880 coming into play there for NIO. So take a bigger position at 9, get rid of it. Unfortunately, if it breaks down through 880 there, and then regroup to see what happens down here. So that's what I'm going to do on NIO today. The plan is already in. My bids are already here, man. I'm bidding 901 and 890. So I'm bidding 9 and 890 against 880. So it's going to take an average 15-cent hit or so if it breaks through. That's the trade that I'm looking for in NIO. Early longs on board. Here's the imbalance locator. all buys again today, right? So you get AI. Ooh, AI is a sell. Okay, that's $43, but that's still 61,000 shares, not huge. ASX, SID, HLGN, no idea about those. And then up here, wow, WeWork is 10 cents, 20 cents, okay.
20 cents.
Palantir still the buy, 16, not bad. Neo, Joby there, and Luminar, L-U-M-N? No, what is the L-U-M-N? It is, Lumen Technologies, right? Okay, so 236. But right now we wait for the NASDAQ to come through, but not too much on the imbalance locator. Let's go back to the desk and see what those guys are up to.
I'm just having a look at, we've been talking over the past couple of days about this relative strength that's come back into small caps in a sense, specifically the Russell 2000 has been relatively strong over the past couple of days. I mentioned this one a couple of times once the market has gotten going the past couple of days. QS, QuantumScape, with a monster run up yesterday. 660 to 760, and then we closed basically top end of the range. Here's another 3% on top of that for QS. We mentioned Plug Power already. QuantumScape, obviously, solid state batteries. It got a little bit of a pop on that Toyota note that came out a couple of days ago. By 2027, Toyota saying they're going to have not one, but a fleet of solid-state EV cars on the road.
Yeah, what do they want? Like 1.5 million vehicles or something ridiculous? I don't know. I didn't quite buy it. But anyway, QuantumScape back in focus here. To me, this rings 2020, 2021. This stock went to $140 plus on the belief that its marble technology would somehow prevent battery degradation, and that was the issue here with the charge and a recharging issue, Brendo. I know they had a big lawsuit from investors after that. I don't know how the technology's fared since.
Yeah, I mean, Elon continues to kind of pound the table on the fact that it's not feasible and it's not sustainable as far as getting solid-state batteries to a point where they can actually function in EV cars. So this company continuing to try. Toyota thinks they have something that will work as well. A few analyst moves for you to kick things off this morning. Upgrades and downgrades coming at AMD, PayPal, SoFi, Meta. Big names on the left side, but correct side of the board. Downgrades, Logitech. There's Block, BTIG again, Applied Materials. I have no idea what that is.
Dine Brands.
Sharif?
Dine Brands.
Dine Brands?
They own restaurants.
Okay.
They own restaurants. I don't know. Dime Brands.
There's good guess.
I know. It's go on a limb on that one. Of course, if they didn't, that would be a little bit ridiculous. There's an IPO tomorrow in the restaurant space. Cava. I don't know how you pronounce it.
Yep.
But that should be tomorrow. I don't know. It's not a gigantic one, but a decent IPO. That should be interesting at least. But that's a tomorrow thing. Interesting to find Square there. Sorry, I was just looking at QuantumScape because I wanted to see if there was a breakout potential. Like, does it have a level for today and maybe just above that $8, like $8.25, $8.30, where it's been rejecting the 50 period back in April? That could be another leg to watch. So like $8.25, $8.30 on QuantumScape. We haven't really looked at Block in a while. It's interesting. And this has been, we always talk about this, okay, breakout, consolidation, can it break again? Well, you just got above the 50. It's consolidating higher. It's on the downgrade side, which kind of sucks if you're looking for positive catalysts. But yeah, this could be an interesting flat top break if it shows any strength. Unfortunately, it's not showing a ton of strength, not a lot of volume. Maybe if we have a big push, like $1 higher from here, like you had one little, I guess not like squeeze, but push above that price. And this was, right at an open, rejecting it. So I think that 66.5 is still pretty valid. Maybe worth setting up an alert if this gets above 66.5. You've got room to run to the upside on something like a Square. Just interesting because I haven't looked at that in a long time. At least a few weeks since I pulled this chart up. And nice to see it's consolidating with potential breakout there.
Yeah, I was looking at PayPal, another name that we haven't really looked at too much. I mean, it's off the bottom of $59. Oh, you can't really see that right here. Oh, you still can't see that. Hold on a second. All right. It's off the bottom of that 59. So what you can do, let me zoom this back out for you. I should know that that's always going to happen. Right there. So 59, double bottomed, like, right? Bottoms on the 25th, 26th, comes back in, tries to break that or come close to it anyways, down on the 30th, and then boom. Huge moves, actually. Little bit on the upside there as... excuse me, as momentum is definitely the trend to the friend to the upside right there. But then yesterday, pretty big pullbacks over the last little bit there. That's not yesterday, but over the last pretty little pullback there, back down. Sort of now the trend over the last couple days. I'm scared to extend this chart too much to show you guys, but it's a huge move up to 65 bucks. Not huge, but 10% up from 59 to 65, and then coming back down now. And now it looks like, I'm actually surprised it caught an upgrade right now. I would have, by looking at the chart, I would have thought maybe a downgrade, just because you're off that $65 mark. But now that it's upgraded, maybe we do have some kind of a bottom here at $63 or so for PayPal. So if this does come back in, this could be an area to test around 63, but it's not super exciting for me at all. But PayPal there, if you take, I mean, I'm more excited for this. If you take the 65.50, especially on an upgrade today, that's what we're going to be looking for right there. 65.50 on some kind of an upgrade there for PayPal today needs to get going. I don't really believe in, I still have shares in this name, but I don't really believe in PayPal too much anymore. I mean, they had that huge run, obviously, in 2020, and it just has never been able to justify that market cap that it got up to. I mean, this was like a $300 name or something, down to $64 right now. So PayPal just continues to try to find its way. I feel like they tried to find it with crypto and some of the wallets and stuff like that and just couldn't really do it. Now, who really uses PayPal? If you do, it's to pay a couple bills here and there, I feel like. Maybe transfer some money. There might be something that's going on your side of it, but like here in Canada, I don't know. For me, it doesn't seem too popular here. When you're going to Best Buy or Amazon or any of that, instead of hitting the PayPal button, you can hit the Apple Pay or the Google Pay or Affirm now and stuff like that. So especially with Apple getting into their own financing, I don't really see a market for PayPal. So for me, it's a great upgrade. I probably should just sell it the next time it gets into here, $74, $75, if I'm going to talk like that about it. So, yeah, I'm a seller of PayPal the next time we get into the daily chart here, and we get somewhere where we can sell this name. We're down on this. It's been a nightmare of a stock. We bought it really super early. Actually, I think it was when we first started the show, it was my pick of the year on the very first time we did that. We sort of stopped doing that, PayPal, and it was great that year, but now it's absolutely disastrous. So I don't see a market for them. I'd say fade that upgrade, but hey, 65.35 is the breakout that you're looking for.
Aurora Cannabis earnings that came through for us as well. It's not doing anything, just hanging out. The initial move was to the upside. I mean, this thing's 57 cents. $64.5 million in revenue, and they said essentially down here Q4, or they expect Q4 or Q1 2024 fiscal revenue to be basically the same as this year. So zero growth expected and a larger loss coming through.
Yeah, that's the thing. They grew their revenue 26.9% year over year, but their net loss grew from 67.2 million to 87. Brendan and I talking off camera, anecdotally, of course, with respect to their margin pressures because they're having to lower prices to force out the black market participants. So it's been a tough go for these wheat stocks as of late.
We've seen these ETFs specifically. There's that MSOS that's on the NYSE ARC exchange. It pops up every time there's any kind of a headline in relation to the banking situation in the U.S. and whether or not they can get something going as far as legalized or support for legalized banking for the cannabis industry in the U.S. That's really the only catalyst left, it seems, as far as this industry is concerned. But here's ACB, guys, down 3.5.
The further it goes to the downside, the bigger percentage gain it will be if it cracks $1 again. That's the positive way to look at these things. Yeah. I think that's what you got to do. I don't really have much to say about ACB here, except like maybe on the off chance it gets dumped and there's some kind of a reversal. When you have that, every now and then you get like, okay, it's bad earnings, but it doesn't break resistance, or it breaks like a 55. Looks like it's breaking yesterday low, then gets right back above and gets bullish because there's a bunch of like short covering or something like that. That could always set up. The beaten up name that I'm looking at today is Nikola. It's what a day, because we're talking about hydrogen multiple times. Like that's never happened. Plug Power, Nikola. So Nikola didn't get to $1 in yesterday's trade. There was a short off 95 into 90. That worked at the end of the day. It did say if it tested $1, I would test $1 as well. I have, you can't see my fill because I have another bid at ones. So I'm already in at twos. I'm going to take ones. Here in the pre-market, I would prefer if we actually opened up testing this level, but in the pre-market, I'll still have something in front of it, give it to 98. If that doesn't work at the open, if it reclaims a buck, I'll probably take a second shot at it. If we do not hold the mid-90s, a dollar rejection typically is a good short. I paid for locates here on Nikola. Up 11%, good churn in terms of running to the upside. I mean, oddly enough, that chart looks a little bit like the ACB chart, except the ACB makes a right-hand turn right about here, side of a dollar, and Nikola actually breaks out from 60 cents to get to that buck. So it's a pure dollar play. If you go to the daily chart, this top here is 105. I think if it clears 105, it's got a lot of room to 130. This is more technical than anything. In the chat, there was a conversation. I was like, yeah, Nikola's above $1. You're gonna take a shot here, and somebody said, oh no, we're buying Nikola. It's like, well, as a trader, not all trades are endorsements of companies, or like you can short Apple at 185 or something like that, or Tesla at 300 or whatever number it ends up getting to, and that doesn't mean you don't like the company. You can go long something because you think it's in an upward trend. It doesn't mean you actually think that you want to own it for the next 5 to 10 years. So Nikola breaks the buck. I'll give it to 98 cents here and then see what happens. I think there is room to the upside, but I want volume to come in at the open before we really dig in.
Yeah, if you only go one way, like downhill, Nikola is the company for you, for sure. You definitely
roll it.
Want to make sure that you have that. Like if you know how your parents always say, like, I walked uphill to school, both ways, both to and from school.
It's true.
So if that's your thing, that you're always going downhill, then you could just sit in that Nikola, have someone push you down. Trevor Milton's a genius, man, that guy.
He's rich.
Yeah, he's rich. I mean, the Nikola, that was perfect. Perfect demonstration that he did that one day. Okay, so right here, look at this. I mean, look at this. Tesla, I just retweeted this. Like, this is their closing price for the last current win streaks. I think it's 14 days or something straight up. 183, 185, 193, 201, 204. Closing price is 208. Like, this is like a savings account that's just getting this interest just put in every single. It's like every day's a dividend day here. 183, 185, 193. Like, you're just checking your account. 214 today. Thank you. 218. Oh, another $3. Another $4. Another $10. Hey, add 9 onto that. Let's add 6 more. Let's add 9 more onto that. And then today, you're at 261 and change. So 259 close, obviously there today, up to 262, and it was already at 265 today. Tesla just continues to work, man. And I just think that you always want to buy this name, try to play some dips. Unfortunately, the chart for yesterday is not going to be that great because we have some crazy wicks on it. But if you look early, nice dip down, made some support here around 1030 at 251, and then it just took off from there. So this is the kind of trade that we're looking for again here today. I'm not even going to pick prices. I'm just going to, because yesterday, if you wanted to get long, you're looking at in the pre-market 253, 254. You're like, that's good. But then when it starts to dip down, now you're wondering about 250. Just let it show you what it wants. So if it wants to bid at certain prices, then you just sit there and take these bids as well. This doesn't have to be rocket science on Tesla. If it breaks down, it breaks down. And I think that you are looking at a 250 breakdown. So you look at that. For right now, if it gets down to 250, then obviously we have, a nice move down. The market probably coincides with that. So whether or not you start to build at 256 today or something like that, you let it base out. Here it bases again in rips. Here it's basing going up. There it is again, boom. There it is there. Bases out a little bit there, goes up. And then you could just use that base as your out. So for me, pretty simple stuff. Let's make sure we're looking at Tesla today, and let's find a support area because we know there's support there. And Bob's your uncle, Brendan.
Tesla top of the watch list. We'll get into everything here in a couple of minutes. We're going to get a check quickly of what is happening with futures. Sharif's going to have a look.
Yeah, guys. All right, so 4,400 was the level to break yesterday. Let's get to the chart. We broke through it and traded above it basically the entire day. Then 44.17 is where we closed out yesterday. So my first level of support that I'm looking to see how it trades at this level is 44.17. If we break that, I'm looking for a possible buying zone to develop between 44.17 and 4,400. To the north side, your guess as good as mine. It's a blue sky setup going back to August highs.
All right, just seeing there was a move down earlier, but more volume now. MVIS, Microvision, which is a LiDAR company, downside once again on an offering this morning. So anybody watching that, a heads up. MVIS with an offering. Yeah, there's a note, minor story, but there's a note on Tesla, as you saw. Slight uptick for Model Y prices in the U.S. once again. I mean, $250 is what it is.
Yeah, he's shown that he's just going to play the margins game, whichever way it goes, whether he needs to cut or increase. It's not really an issue for him. He's doing it at will. He bases it, what he says, on live market data because they have real live orders and real live output, so they're able to base it on those numbers, Brendan.
As we saw, Sean, pretty impressive there for this daily chart.
I should have made it compared to dealers.
It's all good.
Yeah. It was on the watch list, but I should have realized. If we could shut Sharif's mic off, that would be good for right now. 261. So what I basically talked about with Tesla was just what we saw yesterday, right? Pretty simple stuff. Wait for a base to happen. That happened early. I mean, it doesn't happen every day, but that's what you want to do. You want to try to buy, some of these bottoms that are happening right around 10 o'clock. So that's what happened yesterday, and I just feel like the same thing happens today. Yeah, price targets, this and that. It's all, cut $1,000, cut $250, put the $250 back on. It's all is what it is. They're talking right now that France wants him to now build a factory over there in France. So what's up, Brendan? Hope everything's going good with you, man. Brendan always working. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, back over here. 260's coming into play right now. Look at this market. So Tesla's actually coming off more than the market, I feel, right now. Tesla was up over 2%. Now we're cracking lower as the NASDAQ also looking to get lower right now. So if we're going to look for a buy zone for Tesla, I was talking about this yesterday, maybe this 256 is something that comes into play today. So let's watch out for that. That was the base there in the afternoon. We like the name. I just tweeted out everything. If you're just joining now, I'm just going to show it one more time because I think it's kind of funny what's been happening right there. Thank you for the sticky note, love, as well. Whoopsies, what did I just do there? Oh, I made it the screen a little bit too small. But this is the close. Maybe I can make it a little bit bigger right there. This is the close. May 24th all the way to June 13th. It's just been an absolute monster. Everything is up. It's upside for Tesla. And if you fight the trend, then it is not your friend. And it's been upside. Let's just see what the NASDAQ wants to do. I don't blame anybody, Neil, today if you stay away from a name like Tesla. It's so aggressive to the upside. Plus, you have the uncertainty of what's going to happen at 2 p.m.
Yep.
More uncertainty, I guess. Sorry, I should take that back. 2:30.
2:30 is
Once
uncertainty.
Powell starts talking about it.
Too certain.
Pretty sure we're going to get the pause. But Tesla is a risky trade today, I think, just because it's up so much. Wait for it to base out and give yourself an out.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of anticipating where I would like it to base out, ideally, it showed you the channel yesterday. The close was at 59-ish. So you break 60, which when the market's coming back in, if it's 60 breaks, you had this nice channel between 57.5 and 60. I think somewhere in there, that'd be a great spot. You had accumulation there twice in the afternoon yesterday. If we get it on the downside, that'd be fantastic. I do have that Nikola 101, but that's about it. I think you want to be patient. I mean, NVIDIA just took down 406 already. So this market, the NASDAQ just turned red. Watch out for 15,000 below on the NASDAQ. You're getting a bit of a pullback here. And just another EV name. We talked about NIO already, and then there's Tesla. But I try to get it in every single time we talk about the EVs or Tesla. Rivian made a nice move to the upside. Missing a bit of data again there. That's a bit of a pain in the butt. But if you look what happens to Rivian when it gets above 15, this is above 15. 1580 has been resistance. $16 you could call it. We're challenging that here today. Potentially, if this sell-off doesn't bounce, I guess we won't be. But yeah, but above 1550, that's been a pretty good short. Rivian has been bouncing off the 50 period. 14 has nice support down there. But it could challenge those high 15s where it's been a great pullback trade several times. Through 16, that's a pure breakout. This stock gets another $1 on it. That's one of those, if you're short in front, willing to reverse on the daily, a 16 break would be great. Has to get there first on Rivian.
All right, let's go on to AMD. We were mentioning, if you joined us right out of the gate this morning, AWS already in line, apparently, according to Reuters, to buy up this new AI chip from AMD. Again, not confirmed on that deal, but Reuters reporting it this morning anyways, causing this nice gap to the upside. But here we are right back down to essentially pre-market low.
And this is exactly what I was talking about yesterday when I meant tell me about some sort of pre-order that you have, especially from one of these hyperscalers, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, Google, the big names. Probably not Google because they make their own chip, but I'm looking for hyperscaling adoption to really make a dent in the revenue.
I mean, something like this, they obviously have in their back pocket regardless going into the event, probably, but not confirmed yet, guys. But from Reuters today on this AWS.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you probably have some things like that in your back pocket that you know you're going to be able to roll out there and say the day after to create a little extra hype around it. We already talked about the sell the event and the notion that we get to 130 and test that at the open for a pop and maybe fade trade through 130. That looked a heck of a lot better 15 minutes ago or 20 or half an hour ago than it does now because you're at 127. So the next thing that could come into play could be that 125 area that we closed. 122 is our AMD event bottom. So if it gets down there, there was support last week at that price. On Friday, actually, there was support at 122, and that's where the bid came in. So I think you just wait around for the price levels that are key to come in. I think you're a bit diddling in the middle here at 127. I wouldn't want to mess with it at this price. It was the action was great at 130. We'll definitely be looking at that level if we get it. So I don't know, it could be a bit of a nothing burger at the open where you're just patient on AMD. You do not want to be trading it in the prices that it's trading right now.
So thank you to the fantastic OG right now. Neil, he's asking us, if you took a single penny and doubled it every day by day 30, how much would you have?
I don't know that number off the top of my head.
I don't know, but guess.
Oh,
I cheated. I put it into ChatGPT.
Give me a break. If you double that, I know for 64 it's a ridiculous number because I did that in grade 8. So let's just say
any number you say is fine. I would have not known this. So.
17 billion. I don't know.
No, it's only 5.3 million.
5.3 million. Okay.
Million. So 5.3 million. So thanks, fantastic OG. And I just typed it. I literally just cut and paste into ChatGPT this question, and it gave me the answer of. Here it is right here. $5.38 million. So $638 million right there. Okay, so thank you for all of that. And that's a great one. It's a little bit of a fun tidbit there. I'm going to tell that to my kids. I'm going to say, look, just take a penny and just double it every day. You know, and then you'll be rich.
The old ones off the riddle I always heard was if you had a chessboard and then you took a penny and doubled it. And someone didn't. I don't think grade. Yeah, so because there's 64 space on the chessboard.
Oh, so 64
and there was a kid in my grade 3 class that, like, for your question of the day, put on the board, and then they put the answer on the board.
That's in the billions.
And it was just, but they put a number and it was all zeros at the end. And I go, that's wrong. And they go, teacher's like, you can't just say that's wrong. You have to understand why. And I go, but I know it. I was like, I know it's wrong because it can't have all zeros at the end of it.
Right, because it has to be some kind of a number that's doubled.
Exactly. And then I go home to my dad. I'm like, teacher yelled at me because I said it was wrong and I couldn't prove it.
Wow,
and he's like, well, you have to be able to prove it. And so he got out the graph paper and said, prove it. And so I took pencil and paper and I actually did it. I go 1, 2, and I did the actual math, no calculator. 64 times. Spent the entire evening. I figured out the pattern like a third of the way through because I'm not that dumb. But then I finished it anyways just because I was stubborn about it.
That's a lot of writing there.
I'm a stubborn ass.
Really?
Yeah.
Only 16 minutes left right now for the votes. What do you think, Neil? I'm going to say higher. I'm going to go with higher on this one. Higher, lower. No, it's just NASDAQ by the close.
Versus
tomorrow,
versus yesterday's close?
I could change this to say today, but I wrote it yesterday. So this is, just like right now the NASDAQ is,
okay, gotcha.
So right now the NASDAQ is flat. So by the time 4 o'clock shows up, you think we got a plus or a minus in front of that number?
I'll just go minus.
You're gonna go minus? Okay,
I love taking the side that's underdog.
Yeah, this is pretty good though. 60-40?
I always do.
60-40? Right there. Okay, AMD, look, I disagree with everything that Neil said. It's on the sticky note as well today. I'm against this trade right now because exactly what Neil said, it's right in the middle of the trade that I want. I either want a 130 break, which I'm going to take. I'm going to take it with vigor if it does come into there. I really like that trade if it gets going. I just feel like everybody that sold yesterday in this dip down, we had the 130 short. We've already showed that on in the fall. Go on Twitter. I had this short right there all the way down. I was short right here. covered it at 126 and thought we were doing pretty good. Went all the way down to 123. I feel like either this is the base today and we retest it as people are disappointed from yesterday's release and it just sells off, or quite frankly, the NASDAQ is now red on the day and AMD is still up 2.5%. So I'm really thinking that we do get an opportunity today to touch this 130. And you might say, well, why not just fade it off that? Nah, I just think it's strong. I think AI is strong right now. The rage is there. NVIDIA, like, what is NVIDIA? It was 410, obviously, we saw that yesterday. Is it in the 06 now? Yeah, 06. So, you know, a little bit of a move downside there for NVIDIA. So this is causing me a little bit of pause here. I didn't know that NVIDIA had just done this right now. I just said 410 because that's where I was looking at it. Now you're all the way down to 405. Not that this can't get going again, but maybe if all these names are down, then maybe AMD does deserve to go down a little bit today. Intel also red on the day. Let's check out Mr. DRAM over here, Micron, see what they're doing today as well. Down 0.15. And then SMH, the volume's probably not here yet, but let's just go over to the VanEck Semiconductor ETF and see what they're doing. I would assume they're down a little bit as well today because of NVIDIA and Intel. But yeah, there it is, down 0.44. So AMD really bucking the trend here to the north side. Now that I see where NVIDIA is, I do feel a little more confident that maybe we do get a dip buy opportunity. So I'm bidding already 125 flat, and I'm bidding 124 flat. When I say flat, give or take 10 cents or so in there somewhere. So 125.10, 124.10. Let's just see if it holds this bottom of 123. So that's what we're interested in, or a break of 130. AMD's on my mind today. It's the number one stock for me. I'm going to be having it up pretty much all morning. So watch with me with AMD. It's definitely on my mind with SoFi, Uber, and what was the other one on my list there? SoFi,
Neo.
Uber, Neo also.
Good.
So really the only expensive ones are going to be AMD. But Amazon can be watched too.
Google versus the EU, I threw up there, down 0.5%. I mean, it's down 0.5%, not a big deal. There was this note this morning on Alphabet, EU antitrust regulators coming through with an actual lawsuit this time on ad tech practices, and this goes all the way back to 2014. So they're basically saying since 2014, they've favored their own, obviously, AdSense in the EU. There's no real financial details in this outside of what they say that Alphabet has made during that time, but nevertheless, not a good look.
Yeah, they may have to spin it off in some sort of fashion in the EU. Here's the thing: in Google's digital ad sales, there are multiple components. The first one is the ad exchange. It's called AdX, and this AdX is said to have favored Google's ad server, which goes by the name of DFP, thereby giving it an anti-competitive edge not available to other participants who use both of those. So that's the pitch. It's been something that Google has been criticized for years, though, for Brenda.
Yeah, I mean, more to come on this, obviously, nowhere near finalized, but a little bit of relative weakness coming into play here, guys, for Google.
Yeah, there's a couple of things maybe to watch for Google here today. One would be the weak bottom here, 121.5. If things get, like if we roll over and break down that 121.5, bit of a bigger level since it had the massive or the bigger pullback last week, you know, that's going to be one line in the sand. 123 under a lot of circumstances would be setting up for a bit of a breakdown here. We did get through it. Again, in the aftermarket, who cares about those prices? You did get through it in the aftermarket, but 123 is set for a break. You'd have to be pretty bearish off the open to want to just slam Google short. So if we're holding beneath that level, 123 at the open, I think there's shorts to be had in Alphabet. Maybe even a pop into 124.5 or 25, I think would be a bit much, and then you'd fade it. Yeah, but that 121.50, that's a line, and I'm going to have a few of these out there where if you get to 2 o'clock, 2:30. Those are the types of levels that can give you great bounce trades if we had that crazy whipsaw action on the Fed. Doubt we test that this morning, but if we do, you know, I'm looking at that level for Alphabet. You want to be patient in the AM. I do find. So sometimes you have these outlier levels. I'd rather be shorting pops on this stock, given the channel that it's in. But if we quadunk, then $1.50 lower, there's a support level.
Yeah, I'm not worried about any antitrust or anything like that with this name. I mean, like, I think it was Sharif over there, Brendan was just mentioning, this kind of has par for the course for these guys. When you're this big, they come at you, right? I mean, they came at Meta. I mean, everybody gets this. Apple, every single big tech name. Microsoft can't even buy Activision. I mean, they're always coming at these guys. So for me, I just look at this trend, right? I mean, this is just 2 days. So just yesterday, downside. Obviously, people knew the news was coming. And then now today, more downside pressure right there. So it is looking like the trend is going to break this 123. And then yesterday right there after on the news, obviously it dipped down to 123 exactly and then kind of held that 80 level. So now I'm looking at that as a break lower, but I don't really want to break anything lower today. I'm not sure the movement that we're going to get ahead of 2 p.m. So I still think that you want to short it into here, 124, 124.50. So I'm going to put an offer up there on Google. I'm actually going to do it right now. Put an offer up there near 124.25, something like that. There it is. The offer's now in 124.25. That still has a little ways to go, man. I don't think it's going to rip up $1. But if we do get anywhere near 124, we'll have a look. If there's some size or something, we'll probably short that. But for now, that's the high there, 24.25 in the afternoon. We'll take that short and then really just against 125. I mean, if I can hold this 75 cents against me, that's very reasonable on this name. So we'll have to watch out for Google on any pop. So that's the short there today for me. I was talking about Amazon, but I do think that Google is a much better short with the news behind it and just the run up it's had and everything like that. I think you can safely say that 125 seems to be a little bit of resistance right there. So we're at 123 with negative catalyst. I'd say stay short Google.
Tearing through levels right now at $18. This it's 450,000 shares.
It was back yesterday.
On the float.
Yeah.
So this thing reverse split going back to this is a week ago or so. So just be aware. If you want to grab that, maybe WP on an absolute tear right now. 3 point. There we go. Now you can hear me. WETG is what I was talking about. 450,000 share float on this. So just be very, very careful if you're going to jump into that one today. SoFi, guys, back on watch here as well. Back to the upside, 1.8%. BTIG, the latest to come through with a buy rating, initiated with a buy rating for SoFi.
I feel like I have to keep repeating myself every day about SoFi because it's another analyst upgrading it, and I got to explain why. The deal between the Dems and the Republicans with respect to the debt ceiling included termination of sorts for the student loan forgiveness program instituted by the Biden administration, and SoFi, who looks to take advantage of higher interest rate student loan debt, refis it at lower rates, and they're looking to benefit from that. So good news for them on that front, Brendo.
Officially a double off the lows as of yesterday. So here we go, another 1.7, guys. Unreal for SoFi.
So SoFi wants $10 today, but just one comment about that wet G. It just needs to be WETB, so the stock could be the Wet Bandit stock. That's what I want to think. Ever since we talked about Home Alone the other day, I just keep laughing. I picture Joe Pesci in that movie, and I just start laughing. But SoFi, like everyone's sort of been waiting for it to get to 10 because it's felt like it's inevitable. Even when it was very weak yesterday off the open, it still bounced off 9. It still ended up at the top. The trend is unbroken in this name. I look back, you look at where it held. Okay, so it didn't hold the previous day close yesterday, but it did hold the previous breakout price and significant price area just underneath $9. So when I look at a potential dip today, okay, maybe it gets all the way to like $889, maybe. Or you look at this channel here, like 940-ish. So if it breaks down, look for a bounce somewhere at that 940. You just want a trend continuation. And that means if you see it start to go parabolic to the downside, look for signs of a turn. There's a 15-minute chart where it was all red for an hour and then all green for the next 2 hours. So if it does something like that, which it's done in the past, you want to be looking for that turn. Once it turns green, get long, stop at the bottom. The other trade, which could obviously be setting up, is yesterday's high. Just simply look at that 965, and then 965 straight up holds the open, and then all systems go to 10. I'm thinking 10 has some size on the offer. That would lend itself to a 10 break as well. Maybe a 999 short. I'm not as convinced about that because the trend has been so strong here.
Yeah, SoFi's on the sticky note today. You can go find it's the number 2 name. We have AMD, SoFi, Neo, and Uber on there. So I'm just going to play what I see, man. Yesterday's close was 950. I'll take that. I'll take the long 950. SoFi's really been working, but the thing is like, okay, yesterday we did the same play, man. We wrote it down at down here at 920. It came in. We actually were able to wait a little bit for it down here near that $9 mark. But if you had that same sort of thinking yesterday, you opened up at 960 and dropped 90 cents. So you dropped 10% on SoFi right there, right off the open, right? And so if you drop another 10% today off the open, then yeah, it puts you in this 920, 915 area. And then it bounced and kept going up. So it didn't really, it gave you a false belief here in the first half hour that this was going to hold. And we actually, SoFi was a great stock for me yesterday. We actually bought that close. Its closing price, like I said yesterday, about 920. We actually got long at 921 and got it all the way out and got most of it out and out up here at 940. Then we got out when it broke. So that's what we want to do here today. If it comes back into 950, let's take that long and get out if it takes 935. 15 cents worth of risk for me on SoFi. That's it. That's all. We're done. So we're going to watch out for SoFi. We have a decent size there. Pretty good for me anyways. Big size at 950. That's where I'm bidding. We're going to give it to 935. It's SoFi on the march to 10. And Neil's 100% right. Once it gets to $10, we're going to, right now you don't see anything, but you're going to see some big size there at $10 if it can get to that. I personally will try the short. This is not an Apple or an Nvidia type of thing where I really feel like the momentum and everybody wants to buy SoFi, all the ETFs, that's why when Apple and Google and Meta and all this get to key levels, why it just takes it out with so much volume, because there's ETFs and there's indexes that need to buy these names, because when they rip through, that's it. See ya, they got to buy them. Size isn't that relevant on those kind of stocks. But I feel like on SoFi, as it's been a big retail name, if it gets to 10 and there's some big size there, I just feel like traders like us, retail side of things, will probably sell in front of $10 and then get long once we break it. So for me, I'm going to try to sell in front of 10 if we can get there. But you know, we'll let the tape judge that. If it's absolutely just, 91, 92, 93, 94, and it's just going, taking out levels, and 10 isn't that significant, then sure, we'll be there for that. But if 10 is a big size, I feel like the short is right there. Let's watch out for 950. Sharif, go tell us why Plug Power is the best stock.
Timely buy. We'll get to that in a sec. The rundown, guys, brought to you by TradeZero, the award-winning broker-dealer specializing in short selling. TradeZero empowers active traders with fast market access, multiple trading platforms, high-quality customer service, and an extensive inventory of locates and pre-borrows on many hard-to-borrow stocks. TradeZero.co/tradertv.live. Shout out to our friends over at TradeZero. All right, give us your pitch.
All right, here's the deal. The headline today comes as a result of this new agreement with Plug and this European company called STF subsidiary Blue Enerfreeze. So they're going to set them up with a hydrogen ecosystem at 2 sites, but the idea is they want to go to 100. But that's not what interests me. What interests me from this agreement is the fact that it's European-based. Now, let's move to North America, where they had already announced their deal with Aviana Clean Energy, where they're going to basically give them their engine, the electrolyzer system, and Aviana is going to be able to distribute that to California customers. We know that in California, the Toyota Mirai, the awesome Toyota Mirai, and I say that facetiously because it's not awesome.
All right. Full disclosure, Sharif owns Plug Power. Neil, what do we do?
So, I mean, they have an event, and it's like $12 on the daily is a level. So I would have normally said, okay, $12 size, take a breakout, something along those lines. I mean, it sets up that way. But in front of the event, it's already gotten above it once. You have a wick high above 12. Maybe let it build a bid above that price before digging into it. The one I'm in is much more simplistic. I'm not gonna. I will not be making a pitch about why you should own Nikola or any reason. I know it's a hydrogen play too, but I got nothing to tell you except for the fact that it broke $1. So it's above $1 now. And as long as it's above $1, I want to be long. So it broke a consolidation, gave me 2s and 1s, mostly 1s, 101, got back to 4. I took some out because there was a big seller there at 4, and then the pre-market high was at 6. There's nothing more complicated than that. And then I have an 8 offer because, why not 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Nikola. If it gets above and holds above 105 at the open, I think there's room to the quarter to 30 mark, 35 mark on Nikola. My stop's underneath 98, so I want to risk about 3 cents on this, maybe a little bit of slippage, but very, very simplistic strategy here for that plug. It is not that bad of a setup for a 12 break. If you look at the daily chart, I just want to see it open up a little bit here. That wet G we trade that Brennan brought up to us in the chat, well, not in the chat, but just a few moments ago, that busted through 20, got to 22, and has already pulled back. If this can survive the open, maybe you have another one of those insane runners here today. Just be careful. I didn't even check what locates are in this, but my guess is it sits in the bucket of, well, I'll pay for locates if this thing gets to 50 bucks. It feels like it's one of those types of stocks. Say, oh my goodness,
yes.
The countdown is on already,
baby.
so watch out for SoFi. Neo is still at that $9 level. Katrine is on the bell on 4, 3, 2, and 1 on Fed Day.
Yes. It is Fed Day, and we're going to watch out to see what this market wants to do here on said Fed Day. Yeah, so right now SoFi not doing much. Let's go over to AMD as it's moving around a lot. We do have a bid at 125.02, and we are filled, yes, right there. So there we are. Now we are filled on AMD 125.02 on a dip down. So this is going to be a chilled out trade for me, man. We already talked about where we want this name. If it keeps on going down, this is just a starter position. So we've been getting hit early when we take some trades, but right now there's the bid. Let's wait to see what happens. We're not going to hold this one through 123.50. So hopefully that can come in. We do have some more bids coming down here at 124, but for now, don't even really want to look at this. It's it's AMD long right now. If we can get something in the 50s or close to the 50s, we'll take a piece out as it just ripped up there. But yeah, we want to try to hold on to this and see if we're right. Some decent size there, but here it goes. So this is completely fine. So we're down 10 cents now. Let's wait to see what AMD does. Remember where our out is, 123.50-ish break, and we're out of that one. Lots of volume pumping into this name, guys.
Neo waits for nobody, apparently. So
Oh,
it did,
shit.
yeah, it already starts bouncing here.
Same as SoFi.
Yeah, it just got to 9.15. SoFi is exactly the same thing. SoFi already looking like it wants to make a challenge of that $10 level. It just got to 9.90 here. The pre-market is held. That's a 9.65 bottom, so if it does dip, I will look for a long in the 70s off of the pre-market low. Another name to watch, oh my goodness, not Nikola. Nikola's at $1. I'll give it to 98. That's where my stop is going to be. It's NVIDIA. NVIDIA is showing some load. Some signs of strength off 405. It's not exactly the $1 trillion mark, but it's close enough to it that it's almost been a proxy. So one bounce off 05. I think that could be our little line in the sand here. Pre-market with 405. Since we opened 405.50, that sets you up for a good risk to reward trade. My goodness, and I know you might get a chance at that 9 again on Neo. It seems to be coming back here. I do want the dip by there.
All right, so we'll ring the register already right now for a bang. We already took 50 cents on AMD, and here it goes again. Unfortunately, we are at 124.20. Right there, it goes as low as 124.50, but now it's $1 in the money, and trying to go higher here is AMD, well, 75 cents in the money. Now 80 cents. Let's watch out. Let's see what's going on with. And did you talk about Neo? No. Okay, so Neo, we are bidding down here at 902. Of course, it goes to 903, but we're still there. Actually, we're at 901. So let's see if Neo can come down in, fill us up a little bit down there at 901, as the market just is doing its typical thing here today. Opens up to nothing right now. Yesterday we tested the pre-market highs, went back down into the pre-market lows, wound up in the middle. So let's see what happens right now as AMD is still dancing around a little bit. SoFi does get close to $10 there as we're looking at that name as well. 980. 990.
90 is the high.
Yeah, 990 the high right now. So we're going to watch out for that one. See if that wants to break a little bit higher as well through 10. I do have that bid there. And I also have a bid lower in case we get filled at 950. The other one we wanted to look at was Uber. I have a bid down there at 41. That's not doing too much volume, so maybe there's nothing there. And then in the short that we called, or I called that I liked the short today, was Google. And you can see what's happening to that name. It is getting pumped to the downside. I was hoping that we would get a bid there, but that did not come through at all. Now you're looking at support right here for Google and possibly not holding it at all.
Not much.
Down there at I mean, you got to wait to 121.50, but right now that's still $1 away for a nice little move down here for Google.
Yeah, so I did grab SoFi off that pre-market low. So once it established it held the low, I was able to get some at 73. There's the bounce. It got to 69, 65 is that pre-market bottom. ignore these dark pool wicks. Who cares about those? Got up to 985. That's where I took a fill to get out. Doesn't seem like it wants to break 990 just yet. NEO just bounced as well. So that's establishing the pre-market low. That's at my line in the sand from yesterday, 885. Obviously, it had support underneath at 875, but I left the line in there just for a mental note for myself. And then Nikola did an over-under. So NEO, I haven't taken anything out of NEO yet. I want it to get a little stronger. I also want to add. Nikola bounced under $1. My stop was at 98. It got to 99. I added on the way back in, grabbing some 2s. I'm trying to get some more at 1, and then I'm going to rinse and repeat this trade as long as we're able to hold this one. Got to ring the register, because if it gets back underneath $1, like that thing could absolutely flummox itself. So I'm going to take some profit. Wet G, which it's halted at 22, but the tap is at 22. So if you're in this one, congratulations on the long. 22.15 is the indicated open price on this halt stock, WETG. But here comes another test of 990 on SoFi here. There's not a lot of size at 990, but there is. Oh, there we go. We just got a fill there, so we're going to ring the register. Power up SoFi. It wants this $10 level.
Oh, where did you end up going long there?
Yeah,
you got the dip buy. Sick. That's a sweet play.
This break is going to be, if it happens. I can't see the 10 level yet, but we'll let you know if there's big size up there. I see on NASDAQ, I can see NASDAQ's 500,000 shares. That's just one book.
Okay, so yeah, so we'll check
okay,
that
so
out.
it's probably a few million shares on the offer. Oh my goodness, that's one of those. I'm just gonna take. I'm getting more out because it's making me want to short 99 when I see that offer.
Hey man, that's what you want to do. Bang, get those banger trades early. I mean, that's what we're all about here, anyways. So, good little look there for that one. We are absolutely on fire here with AMD again. That is now $1.10 in the money. Yes, let's go AMD right now. Hit the damn sirens. Let's go AMD. Nicely done to the upside right now on that one. We did, okay, SoFi's at $10 as we speak. So that could be something. Alert, alert, alert. If you are on SoFi right now, that's at $10. But NEO also to the downside as we take a long in there. AMD still moving. But yeah, that's that alert that I just gave you guys there about SoFi. Probably go over to Neil's screen right now because I got to still call it up. Oh, there it is. $10. Okay,
you got it?
Yeah, no, you go ahead.
Yeah, we have, there's the level. You can kind of see it. It's actually not that much. It's only the NASDAQ book. I could only see the NASDAQ book for 500,000, but EdgeX, Arca, those are like a couple 100,000 shares each. So it's actually sub 1 million. I was just trying to, where was I? Oh my goodness. You just saw it there.
Yep.
It just went right through, so I got out and reversed into a long. I got 2s as well.
Well, I got 2.5, like 2 and change. So
yeah, I got 2 even there on. So anyways, you saw it on one candle. It went from 97-ish to right through that 10 even. So once again, SoFi is a long. I covered the short.
Go
from
SoFi,
earlier. Let's
you
go,
son of a gun.
There we go. It's starting to go. I did cover my initial long in front of 10 to take the short. Now we're back into the long side because SoFi, it seems to want to go higher. I'm going to go to the daily just very quickly if I can because there was something on the daily at like 10.25. There you go. The last time we were here, this was right there. Oh my goodness, now it's filling in too fast. 10.25 to 10.50 at a couple of wicks higher on SoFi. So just got to 10.10. Want to ring the register on that. If it makes any further bounces off 10 even, I look for some reloads down there. While that's happening, Nikola also got back up to 107, so that's working. NEO, however, the dip buy on NEO is on because that got underneath that $9. Not at 885 yet. That's the big level on NIO.
Yeah, I wanted to look at that. So we went long on NEO at 9. We also got longer at 990 there on NEO as well. So our average price is 95. I got in and then quickly out there. I didn't realize I had a bid at 90, so we'll have to wait for that. But our bid is 95 right now on NIO. That's just an average price. So we take some 9s, we take some 90s, 95, right? Giving us that average price. And then as Neil just mentioned right there, we're going to wait for I said 880, didn't I? Yeah, so 880 right there as our stopping point, but you can really give it down to 75 maybe there on NIO. But I don't really want to be wrong on it, so we'll have to wait on that one right now. NIO, SoFi's doing its dance. Oh yeah, new position alert that you may or may not have seen me take, but we did take a short on Google there through 122, and we already took 50 cents. cents on that one as well. There goes SoFi, man. We are really ringing registers now on SoFi. We just got a 12 fill, I believe. Yeah, we got doubled out at 12s. We got 2 fills up there at 12, so that was a good trade. Some 10s, some 12s. Let's go SoFi. No more getting out of this bad boy. Let's see if it wants to work. Neo trying to work as well. Not Neil. Neil's working right beside me. But Neo is trying to work right now. But we just missed that 98. Oh, actually, we got some at 98 there. Not enough, though. Let's see if Neo wants to continue to work. And by the way, we took $1 there on AMD. Let's see if we can get some more. 126.50. Let's go to the upside. What a good day it is again here today.
Yeah, the market actually is coming to the downside. Watch out for 15,000 on the NASDAQ. I know we're like 50, 60 points away from it, but let's respect that. Bit of a turn here on SoFi for those of you that are watching. Didn't get to that 15 level. Turning back here at 10. Haven't had a reload in it. I don't know if I want a third time on Nikola, but watch out below for Tesla. Tesla is right into the, it's not the, I mean, I guess it's the NVIDIA bottom. 255 was the afternoon low on Tesla. Okay, we're here. It happened a little bit faster than you would have anticipated, but that was resistance in the morning, support in the afternoon, 225. That's the price I like for a dip. It's bouncing off of it now. I want something tighter to 255.50 and then just put my stop underneath. If you're bottom picking, I want to have a decent out there. Brendo, what's up, bud?
Little one moving, guys. WISA, W-I-S-A, WISA Technologies. They make audio equipment for computers. Gap to the upside this morning on a new distribution deal, but already on the way back down. Huge volume, though, on WISA.
All right. We are pumping. You hear everybody behind us. Good job, boys, if these guys have that. It is SoFi going back up to the upside right now, and everybody's getting pretty damn excited about it around here. So there it is. We take some 15s out. That's a good trade there. We actually got Neo out as well. We have, holy shit, what a day this is, man. AMD now $1 in the money. Google, 10 cents. We already took 50 cents. Neo, 10 cents in the money. SoFi, 15 and trying to go higher. So this is a good day, man, for us here. I'm just going to take some out on SoFi as we keep going to the high side right now. But yeah, there it is, man. 15s, 16s aren't my best out right now. 15s. So we should pay attention to this so we don't get too carried away here with SoFi.
Yeah, there's a big seller, not a big seller, but every time it gets up to 16, 17 on SoFi, I did get into Tesla off that low. We're going to give it to that 255. That's the even line in the sand. But SoFi, yeah, you got to ship it because every time it gets up here, they've been selling it to 15. Now it's breaking through. On the daily, there is some room to 1030s.
Shit.
This is still going to the upside. I have an offer. Oh, all my offers are gone. I'm going to put an offer at that quarter mark. I do like that quarter. Just to go back over, lots of things happening. Don't look gift horses in the mouth. Tesla just bounced to 257. So we got some out there at 257. That's a downward trend that is failing a bit. Neo, just to make sure we're covering everything, got back up to 910. Probably worth taking something out in front of the high of the day. 920 is the current high on NIO. So I want to take some out in front of that level. Oh my goodness, of course it did. Of course it did, Google. You know, there's an opportunity cost to everything. My line didn't stay in Google. That trick didn't work. But 121.50 on Alphabet. It held the line at 120. Actually, the low was 121.45. Pretty much dead on. Nice little turn there on Alphabet. The short could come back in at 123, but for now, Alphabet has found a local bottom, as Sharif likes to say.
Yes. You don't normally do Sharif things, though. So
I don't really like stealing things from Sharif.
We've got some out on Neo here on the top side as well. Let's go over to Brendo.
The guys next, NEXT, Next Decade Corporation, oil and gas transportation company, getting a $219 million investment from Total Energies today. So just taking out the highs here for NEXT.
Next, the only thing I know about Next is that song Too Close. Great
song.
Great
song. By that.
You know what's up.
Yeah, those are good songs. You love.
I saw them.
You love those
live,
R&Bs.
I do love R&B.
Okay, so SoFi good outs at 20, man. We talked about that again. Now it's trying to drip down just a little bit. So let's just take some more out. We're almost out of everything anyways, but still a nice move to the upside right now, regardless of what's happening. So good move there. Able to cash out. That's why you want to take those 10s as much as you can. So that was a good trade right there for that. Neo also. We are back into Google right now. This is going to come out if it takes 60s. It's just right there right now, so we're going to watch out for Google trying to take out 122.60. We are short right now, 122.35 on Google, so watching out for this trade as it almost took us out up there at 122.60. So watch out for that trade. Google short as the market just screamed back up to the upside. We are $1.50 in the money on AMD. 126.90 was a target that I had there for AMD, but hey, we're all the way up. Let's just take a piece out right now at 43. There it is right there for $1.50 on AMD, $1.50 in the money. Let's go, Brendo.
Targets, guys. TGT just ripping through yesterday's high there on huge volume. Activist investor note being circulated right now on this one, Target.
Activist, eh?
We don't really get into politics, but I'm actually surprised that it's taking this long for there to be activists there. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. We'll get to that one maybe when there's some time. Just to go back over another name, another defense of $1 on Nikola. I got ones. I'm taking 4, 5, 6, and then we'll get a little bit higher. If it breaks out, I think it's great. It's tested a buck like 3 times now with one break and hold the line. If it breaks the top, I think it's got a lot of room to run. I don't really necessarily love the company, but you can still trade it anyways. SoFi just got back up to that that 15 level. Was able to get some out there, but it's starting to run out of steam. If it pulls back and bounces off 10, I think there can be a reload zone there. NEO as well. That just turned off 9, 10. If it can hold a higher low at 9, I do like that one for a reload somewhere, but I want to be pretty patient with it. Tesla, I've moved my stop up on Tesla a little bit. So it would have been at 255. Was able to get some 57s out. Now I want to give it to 56. If this is a temporary bottom, I think we break VWAP and can get to 60 even on TSLA. There was something else I wanted to get to. Oh my goodness, that's what it was. It was Plug Power. So Plug, Sharif says pump it the second I even say that name. No break of $12, obviously, but it found itself a bottom right at the pre-market 11, it's kind of 20 support. If this gets back up after that Huadunk and retakes 12, that's a big level on the daily worth our respect. For now, all you got to do, though, is hold on to your longs if you got them, because that is a wick bottom central on the NASDAQ. Look at that, wick bottom, and now you have a chance to break back out. Love that setup.
Yeah, love it as well. Great setup there, guys. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for good setups, right? I mean, if they're there, you take them. If they're not there, you do not take them. And I think that's the best thing about what we're trying, not the best thing, but something that we're trying to do here is teach everybody.
Don't break.
Oh no, what's breaking? Oh, SoFi?
SoFi, that sucks.
Yeah, you know what the thing about that is, man, is like, I'm not in too many of them, and I know we sort of got out there on the way up, so you got to be very, very careful with that and make sure that you do watch your trade. I have the same something very similar right now on NEO. I mean, we're able to get long there at 890 there. And again, on the sticky note, look, we're long AMD, SoFi, NEO. The only thing we're not in yet is Uber, and it's right there as well. So we'll have to watch out for Uber coming through at some point. But yeah, for right now, good trades. NEO out 910. We'll look for some more. Google, again, shorted up there against 960. Almost got stopped out twice. Made money again there at 25s. So we're short at 40s. I don't know, man. I mean, I thought Google would be a short today. The market doesn't seem to really want to be short. So if that's going to be the case, then there's not much for us to do except for watch out for some of these longs that we have on board. And one that is definitely working out that I'm sure we can all see right now is AMD, as that just keeps on ripping, man. We talked about it. This is why it's the #1 name on here. We took the 125. That was a great trade, obviously. And there it goes right back up to the upside, $1.80 now in the money on this. So we get stopped on Google. We ain't going to cry over spilled milk. We're just going to watch that trade happen for us. So right there, we are ready to rock and roll here on Google if it takes out 122.65. So we're almost out of Google. But, hey, that was a short that we tried to take, and we did put it on. Just did not work out. Time to get out of a little bit more. Well, here's NEO. All right, we'll take some 4s if we can get them. I do want to be able, there we do, we got it there. I do want to be able to hold this, though, just in case we do see 917, 918 again. So let's go and cheer on NEO for the long right now. That's really the only thing that I'm concerned with, and or this Google short.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned with Tesla because it would be a red to green story or green to red back into green. If it gets above 258.70, it's rejecting 258 here in VWAP. So if it does not hold, I'm just going to get out. I have a trailing stop underneath. Where is it? Oh, wait a minute. I just realized, oh, that's a good thing. I had to cancel the other stop to put in my trailing stop. So anyways, doesn't matter. If we don't hold 257.50 just underneath it, I'm going to get out of this long on Tesla. So far, so good off of that bottom. Don't really have any shorts that are setting up for me. If you're watching Wet G, by the way, We Trade Group, no one ever went broke taking profit. It ran to the upside, halted to the downside, actually resisted a halt, but it's down again, bouncing off 17. Still 100% up on the session. But if you buy the tops of these things, you run a pretty large risk there. So here comes NEO, bouncing off 9 even. Would love to see this get back to the high of the day. We definitely have the long off the bottom here. We like it. Nikola still holding for it, obviously. But it's still basing out. Like, there hasn't been a run of that top side yet. So the rinse and repeat, I probably don't go back to the well another time here. If it bounces off one again, I think it's likely to break. So we're going to tighten things up on Nikola. I still have the position, but I don't think I want to add back in front of $1 one more time. We're going to let Tesla ride. We're definitely going to let NEO ride. SoFi, I did hang on to a piece of it. I stopped out just under that break even. I'd look for something closer to the pre-market high for a dip by like 985. That's where I'm sitting. Otherwise, it's really that 970. Yeah, there goes Tesla. I just got trailed out of Tesla. We'll ring the register on that one off the bottom, but it could not hold VWAP on Tesla, unfortunately. So a bit of a rejection there. Still a chance for the long to work over in Tesla off 55, but we'll let it get back down to that price first.
I don't know why I don't take profit when Google drops down. It's absolutely ridiculous why I don't do that. So we're going to start to do that soon. Oh, NEO.
What
Okay,
the-
NEO just came right back upside a little bit again to
Nvidia.
08. Okay, there you go. We just get out right away immediately right there. Yeah, you guys, Sharif just said to me, like, what a great trade there on AMD. And the thing is like, yeah, I mean, we sat there at 125. Again, it's not, you know, we're not, it's, okay, first of all, shout out to,
Another one.
you know, but the thing is
Another
that
one.
it's not a huge position.
Another
So
one.
because we were waiting for 124s, we were actually at 124.20. The most it went down to was 124.50 flat right there. So disappointing that we don't have more shares, but it is another one. So there it is right there. We did take something out on NEO. It just ripped up to 8 there. That's a 200 period. So we'll take that out. SoFi, really, I thought I had another bid down here somewhere, but I actually do not now that I look at this. So we were looking, sorry, 880, 980 area here for a little bit of a buy zone. That's the pre-market, not yesterday's high. Yesterday's close is all the way down here at 950. So let's put some bids at 970, see if we hold down here. But so far, so good on SoFi. Although it's going to the downside, we've got a nice little winner with us there. So Google's doing absolutely nothing, FYI. So we're about to get punched out of this. I imagine it's just going to go up. It's kind of barcoding right now, but I like the short here just because it's doing this. So let's give it a little bit more room. I'm actually going to change my stop. Let's go, Brendan. I'll give you an update when I get back.
We're mentioning BTIG analysts on SoFi with a buy this morning. Here's another one they initiated, guys, with a buy rating as of today. PayPal just took out 65 there, came back in on a bit of a pullback, but buy for BTIG as well.
Oh, PayPal. Did that make a big move? I don't know. So
PayPal guy got the upgrade, remember? But
yeah, it did. It's at 64.75. So
Oh,
it did.
okay,
It
yeah,
actually broke 65 very, very briefly at the open. So no continuation just yet. The bigger levels are a little bit above there. So it needs to hold above 65 before it gets spicy. Do I really want to reload Tesla down there and get back into it? Why is it still PayPal? There we go. So it does a little bit of a reject. You can still see it's putting in lower highs all the way through. It's got to start to show some higher lows and then maybe jump the trend back to the upside. Let's just go with that was kind of one of those scalp trades, and I want to see a trend before I like the long, and I'm not really seeing it on Tesla just yet. What's ridiculous, remember 420 on NVIDIA? So we were there once, and NVIDIA seems to want it again. There was one little test of 420
Oh,
going
there
back
goes
a couple of
Google.
days after earnings day. Yeah, NEO's back under 9. Got to watch out for that bottom. It's getting a little bit weak in NIO, but that 420 could be incoming here on NVIDIA. It might be a situation of a 99, 90 something short in front of a 20, then a breakout. I probably short it first, if I'm being honest with myself, taking a shot there. But it has not broken the top just yet. And wow, not all things are super strong, but Apple is about to take out the week high. I got a big blue line here at 185. If I see 185, there's no question about it. I'm going 90. I had this yesterday. I'm going to get my order in once it breaks 84. I'm going short right in front of 185 on Apple for sure.
Yeah, Google, unfortunately, we will flush ourselves down the toilet a little bit there because we changed our stop to 70, which we just kept it at 60 right there, but we had the 50 period right there at 70. So again, made some money, took the last little bit short there, out, negative, sucks there on Google. So a little bit of a mistrade there on that one. I'm gonna buy a little bit more SoFi down here at this level. I don't know, maybe it's basing out, maybe it's not. But there, it just keeps on bouncing off 90. So we'll see. Oh shit. I didn't get long there, of course. Damn it. All right, so now we'll have to get some 92s and then wait for some 90s. But now that I see how that's trading there, I'm going to use this as my out, man, 80. So if we break back down below 80, let's just get out of SoFi. It just keeps on bouncing a little bit. So we don't need to, like I said, if it's not going to trade the way we think it is, then let's just get out once it breaks certain levels, right? So there it is, SoFi. Just I'm going to cancel my stop order, put it in right now. If it breaks 980, we're going to get out of SoFi. But there it is. We got the 90 long. So now our average price is 96. Let's see if this can work for SoFi. I wouldn't be surprised if it takes 10 again. So SoFi, reload. Uh-oh. Finally, I can use this. Okay.
I'm reloaded.
So now we're reloaded here on SoFi, appropriately used on that graphic. What's up, Brendo?
Well, it's actually not that small. Mid cap, I should say. Therapeutics company, AXSM. Bit of a technical breakout, it seems. Not seeing much in the way of news on this, but just took out this 76.5 on huge volume, straight through to $80 now, guys, for AXSM.
All right.
Wow, big move there for that. Plug Power, which it was above 1150. It looked like it was about to test toward that high, get to $12 for potential break. It's right back on those lows. So Plug giving it a shot here. I mean, yesterday's close it's underneath at 1090, but that's not a horrible R&R if you get 11 down into something like 1090. Still some weakness. I haven't shorted anything yet. Yet is the figurative word because Coinbase is near the high of the day. So Coinbase got above 53. That was a big level yesterday. It is now back below, so it's a bit of a over-under trade. Like it broke the top, now you're back underneath. If it makes another run at the high and can't get back above, I'd short it to the high of the day. But Coinbase, it's a trending up move, and the market kind of failed the bottom. Do not want to hold it through this break. If it breaks the high, I would be giving it up and then not shorting again until probably like 55 or 57, something along those lines.
Okay. This is going to be the last time we do this. So we were just short Google. We put a bid at 56. It went to 57. Come on, give us the 56 so at least I can, be an honest man here. So we're bidding 56. It just went down to 57. I'm trying it one last time here on the short. It really has refused the short this whole time, but the market is as well. So I feel like if the market does fall, this is a name that we're going to want to take. I'm just going to play it off that last wick higher. We wicked that top at 83. I feel like could have been more traders that were like-minded there that were thinking Google to the downside, but it's really resisting it. So at some point, it's either going to start to leak, down to the downside, or these buyers just aren't going to stop and they're just going to keep buying it up. So one last average in right there, and we're going to get out if it takes that 85 mark. But it looks like Google right there on the only short we've had all day is going to be wrong, I guess. As I like the name short, we talked about the EU and all the antitrust and everything like that. But I also said that Google's just going to brush this off, which is what the stock is doing. So again, should have just traded what we saw there instead of try to overthink this. Google's been strong. It hasn't dipped down. We have that initial flush. Now they're buying it right back up like we said they sort of would on AMD as well, right? So right now, Google looks like it wants to go back up to the upside. Our average price is 70, so we're out of the money 8 cents. But still, if we take down that top wick, which is 85, which is coming down right now, then we're going to get out. So we just spent all that time talking about it, and here it is. It's going to flush to the upside. Another L on that short. I'm not going to go short anymore on Google. That's not the right play. $2 in the money, though, on AMD. That seems to be the right play. Here it goes up to 96, 97 again. There it is, 97. So this time we don't want to miss this. We're at 127.40, but that's a nice move up there for AMD. Maybe we should just get out. It just keeps on bouncing off this like 127 close right now. So let's put one at 127.10 or so, get a piece out on that, and then we can let the rest fly up. So right now, nice move to the upside here on AMD. So let's get it. There it is. Did we get it? Yes, we did. So there it is. Yes, sir. That's a good one, man. If anything, make sure you hit the subscribe because that right there was a good trade. And here comes Google falling back down a little bit as well.
Yeah, I've got one short on. It's all longs and one short day today apparently. But SoFi just got to VWAP. Bit of a bounce here. It got a nice little tight consolidation for a minute. That wick I mean, kind of nonsense. I have a few dark pool wicks that are nasty. 990 is kind of like this local high that it just bounced off of. Still looking for it to hold on to that 980 area, but it has to break VWAP. So reloaded there. I'm in coin. This is the first time I've been short. Let it get back up and test that high. If it breaks the high of the day, I'm out. This one looks very, very strong. NVIDIA, oh my goodness, NVIDIA. It just got to 4. If my chart wicks are correct, I mean, I didn't have a level 2 up. So 415 looks like a double top on NVIDIA. So forget about 420. Looks like 415 is the level. And I have a similar thing going on in Tesla. I'm getting a lot of dark pool wicks here, but this did bounce back off 255 from what I can tell. So if it bounces again, I did miss that reload, re-entry into the Tesla long. I got all out of it and looked to get back in off 255. That's not the only thing moving. Intel's back above 34. You know, it failed that 34 level yesterday after initial breakout. This is it on the daily chart. It's a big breakout on the daily above the 34 level, and you're clawing back above it. Yeah, I just got stopped out of coin, so we'll stop a fail on the one short. It's like the first short is the first hit. I guess that's how it should be in a strong day, though. You know what? That's true. You know, and if you're going to be, you know, you hold on to your longs because that's what's been working today after that dip at the open. But the short's definitely coming into play. But I'm going to get my Intel above that 34 into yesterday's high.
So, I mean, cashed out a little bit of Google there, but there it goes, man. So while we were just talking there, we threw it back over to Neil, but that actually went down into the 60s for Google. So we got out there before it broke the high. So the last trade is kind of a nothing, but wow, I mean, to keep going short, this name does not appear to be right, although we just went to 123 and did that wick top again, making me think that that should probably be a short against that, but why bother with that? You know, here we go.
Another one.
What do we tell you about
Another
SoFi? There goes SoFi
Another
right there.
one.
We bought, whoopsies. Oh, no. Okay, good. We thought we got out a lot of shares there, but we didn't. So we're still in SoFi right there. We almost put out too much. There it is right there on the reload for SoFi. So bust it through 10, get it out, take the reload. Now let's watch out to see what SoFi does do here moving forward. What an out. Like what, AMD? Hello? We only have 20% left of this one as it is absolutely flushing on something right now. AMD good out there at 127.10. What? Crazy one right there as that came out. And then we are sniffing out that NEO has had its day. So watch out there. If we do take this 88, we're out in NEO. So get ready for that one. Google busting through 123. And wow, taking names is Google today. Short? No, they say. But nice move for AMD. Oh, we're in Uber. Shit. Crap. I didn't even realize that. It's 18 cents in the money, and I didn't even realize that for Uber. So let's just punch them out immediately at 25 there. Yes, sir. We actually don't even making money and not even knowing it. There we go. Focus too much there on Google, not enough on Saint Ubers. Okay, let's go back over to Brendan for happening now.
Hey guys, happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. The innovative tools provided by Chart Prime are designed to give traders a significant advantage in the competitive trading landscape. Save 35%. Use a QR code, bottom right corner right now, or visit chartprime.com/TLive, TLive, to get 35% off. Shout out to our friends over at Chart Prime, bringing you happening now at 10 o'clock. Let's go. Green board so far for the most part. The Dow 30 struggling a little bit, 0.28 for the Dow, downside 0.2 for the S&P. The Russell once again showing relative strength. Been that way all week. Small caps getting some interest once again. 0.12 meanwhile, 0.14 for the NASDAQ composite and the 100. If you're with us in the pre-market, we touched on a whole bunch of stuff, including Tesla. Yeah, minor U.S. Model Y price, that should be increase, not cut. $250 increase for a Model Y in the U.S. Reuters reporting this morning that AWS is considering AMD's newly launched AI chip, and SoFi, getting some love from BTIG analysts initiating coverage with a buy. Meanwhile, I saw this initial dip on Lee and then got away from it, but wow. Got through 33, straight to 34 for Lee Auto, up 7%. Still some buyers coming in here for Target as well on that activist note as well, guys.
Yeah, I mean, the Target is... It could do a really nice relief rally given how far it's gone to the downside, but a bit of a turn here at 10:05 on SoFi. Just a quick note, it has been, the breakout at 10 got to 10.23, so that quarter mark, you are putting in a lower high. I'm looking at this trend line. I drew a dirty trend line for you if we can come to my chart for a second, where we've been getting the longs. Wet G, I don't know what Wet G's doing. I should probably check that out in a second. That's telling me to. So we got the dip at the open off the pre-market low, and then the next dip up was at 85, and then we took some in the low 90s. That's what we're holding on to. But it can't seem to break that 10.05. If we cannot hold this trend, I think the trend is almost always going to be your friend. We'd like to see that continue to the upside. Tesla did make another. It didn't quite get down to 255 there, but it looks like it's about to now. So I have one trade on Tesla. Ooh, now it wants to hold 56. Maybe there's a shot long off 56 here. Not that I want to hold that to 55, but if it wants to bounce off the 56 level, maybe I'll take a couple of trades down. Just one and done for me on Tesla so far.
Yeah, I just hit that because we took that trade. So we are long at Tesla right now at 256. So we're long at 256.22. It just went into the 80s or 90s there. We didn't do anything about it. So we're going to put an offer there at 257, see if we can get that. But I'm just going to be saying the same thing Neil did, really, was just that we're going to wait for that bottom there at 255. If that breaks, then we'll be out of this one. But I said we'd want to do this on Tesla, right? We talked about this yesterday, where we made that base yesterday, and it didn't really start to get going until about 11 o'clock, which is kind of late. And that's not what it is now, 10 o'clock. So, wow, we have we have 5 positions. What am I doing? Okay, so right now, NEO, we got a 90 fill there. So it came back down into 90. We took that fill again. We're waiting for a little bit higher, obviously, but there is some size there. We're just long at 90. We could take 2 pennies and ring the register, but let's see if it can go back up to the upside right now. We have this protection, so we're going to get out for 3-cent hit. 887 is where we're going to get out because we do have some upside targets on that. Okay, Tesla. Where are some lines here? Okay, so yeah, so we do have the 21 period right there at 94.95. So let's go. Here it comes. Nice move upside for Tesla. We're long this baby. We're 80 cents in the money. There it is. Yes, sir. Did we get that? Yes, we did. We're offing flats right there. We're spinning it again, baby. If you don't like money, then you don't want any of this love right now because we're getting another one on that trade right there. So good trade so far for us on our friend Tesla. And there we go. I'm stealing another line from Sharif again. But nice move there from Tesla to the upside, and we'll take 80 cents on a third of it. Let's see if it wants to continue to work. NEO does give us that 93 print, which was the 3 cents worth of risk. So we'll sit here and see what happens now with NEO. Hopefully some more upside. My next offer is at 99. I'd probably put one at 95 anyways.
Yeah, you know what's actually really strong? Just went red to green and is testing. Well, I'm not going to say 450 yet, but I'm going to say 450 eventually because that's what you could see on Netflix. Up 2% today. Shout out to everybody in the chat that's been hollering about this all morning. I just took the same essentially Tesla trade, showing you guys bouncing off the higher low. 56 has been pretty good in front of 55. And when it goes 1-to-1 at the dollar, he takes them out and holds for higher. But have a look at Netflix. Shouldn't be ignoring this name, but you can't trade everything. You're in the midst of a big gap, probably looking at 460 if it breaks through the 450 level. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. 450 is ridiculous. I think it could be worth at least a shot for the short side of the trade. NEO's the one that's going to be a bit of a concern here. So I got back in. It bounced off the low. Well, if it holds the low, I'm generally speaking on the green side going to get back up. So it held the bottom. I want to add back into it and then risk to the low of the day. But this is trending to the downside. There's no ignoring the fact that we are trend down on NIO. And here comes NVIDIA 415.
415?
Okay, so you know what's up with NVIDIA? NVIDIA just keeps on running and running and running.
Wow.
415 break is going to be in play. I haven't had a look at the level to see if it's got any size on it, so I couldn't tell you. I'm just going to assume it's a big level because it's a round number on NVIDIA, which means take the break until they start losing. When that happens, you just take I'll have a tight stop on a 415 break if it doesn't work right away, but you want to give it a chance to go because if it breaks and it goes immediately 50 cents, you can put your stop underneath break even. If it doesn't go right away, you can put your stop at like 414.50 or something like that and then try to risk less than $1. If it breaks here and continues to run and the market takes out the high, you could see 420 today.
And what you are seeing right now is Tesla just levitate higher right now. We are now $1.30 in the money on this name. We're 90. So joining the dollar club today is AMD. We've already taken $2 on that one, and it's $1 in the money. But joining the Dollar Bandit Club is Tesla right now as it's making a move up there. What about a 258? All right. What about a 258, Sean? Let's put a bid there, an offer there, sorry, and get something out if we do continue this climb to the high side. That's where VWAP is, so we're going to take a piece out there if it continues to make that move higher, but so far so good here for Tesla. We talked about waiting for it to base out. It gave us that base, and we are all over that. Good outs on, I mean, there's the outs on SoFi. We already talked about where we're getting out on the way down here, a break of 78. So when you're going long SoFi 90s and getting them out here at 05 and stuff like that, that's sort of what you need to do because if we're going to hold it back down here to the 200 period, then you need to make sure that you're capturing some profits when it does do that little dance like that. So we're going to have to watch out for SoFi. I think we'll reload it. Why not? We'll see about a little quick reload here on SoFi around this 80 mark one more time. But it won't be for as many shares because we just come back in quite nicely here against the market. So let's not get too carried away here thinking that there is too much more upside. We've failed now a couple times. Once breaking 10, we got as high as 20. That's on momentum. And then we got back up there to 09, which was our best, or 08, which was our best out. We'll try it one more time against 78. Is that what I said? Yeah. So our out is 78. So come on, we'll take a shot here. We'll take a shot here.
Do you have the bottom? I have the bottom as 76 on my
Yeah.
side.
It's not
the local bottom.
I don't know why I'm using 78, but that's what I'm using. I don't want it to break 80s. So if it does,
yeah, it's a distinction without much of a difference. I suppose
story.
like both will fill. I have my stop underneath here, which is like it's 2 cents difference. I don't know that it'll matter that much. If it breaks one, it probably breaks both. I'm kind of glued to Tesla's still going, but it just got back under 257. But I'm kind of glued to Nvidia at this 415. It is trying to make a charge to the upside here. Definitely SoFi could come out. Looks like I should have reloaded Nikola because it bounced off $1 again. You could have just had ones again. Maybe I should just be on that bid every single time. But I feel like we're going to get, like Nvidia is going to break 415 here pretty soon. Apple might have already broken 184. I'm actually not even certain if Apple made its break. And my goodness, if Apple's broken 184 and was good, it will have been a waste of time staring at Nvidia 415, which refuses to break. That's a bit frustrating. Do I dare? Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I was about to pull over to Apple when this broke.
Did I get those 35s?
That's absolutely hilarious.
Okay.
So I just threw my stop in there. Let's see if it wants to go here. We do have Nvidia. I got 25s, so a little bit of slippage. I don't think that's egregious on Nvidia, but yeah, a little bit of slippage on that 415 break. I will not be checking at what Apple did just now because Nvidia just came in.
Yeah, so we're doing quite well on pretty much everything right now. I mean, Tesla is trying to go again, but it's just trying to go to 50 here. Let's put an offer out. It's just bounced off. There it is. It's come out a couple times there, so Tesla's a good trade, man. It's $1.50 now, and still trying to go higher right now. So let's see if that one wants to continue to work. We have one losing name on the board here today, and of course I'm right back into it. That is Google. Okay, so there we go. We're short at 40 here. My best take was 35. Okay, so now it's trying to come back in. We're just going short off 50, so this is like 10 cents worth of risk. So let's stick something there at 30s. See if we can get a piece out here. But this just does look pretty strong as the market.
No, never mind.
Yeah, the market just keeps on going up. Where is there an iceberg? It's
There's an iceberg at 415 on Nvidia right now. Nvidia just got to 415.50 and rejected that. So I did take some out at the $0.50, but there's now an iceberg at 415. I'm going to tighten my stop up there and be right underneath that 415. If the iceberg buyer breaks, I'm just going to jump out of this one and then look for re-entry at some point. But yeah, they're still supporting it on Nvidia. It looks pretty strong. You know what? It's calmed down. I have a stop underneath. I can go over. Apple did break 184. And it looks like it was pretty good. I mean, it gave you 15, 20 cents, and it's still going to the upside. So I don't want to say one's better than the other, but pretty clean break there on Apple as well. But Tesla's the other one, still in that. It is now above VWAP, so I think you want to let it ride. 260 would set up for next resistance level on Tesla. Now Nvidia is starting to pick up steam a little bit, trying to test back to the highs. I want over 416, and if we get to 420, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Yeah, there was a missed opportunity. Intel bounced off VWAP. I didn't get it. Has not broken the top yet. But, I mean, you can't trade everything. That's just the reality. Every single long right now looks really good. It's SoFi that's challenging these lows. So everything else is looking pretty, I mean, yeah, you can see. They're all pretty solid, with the exception of SoFi. It was so good so early. A little bit of relative weakness here now in SoFi.
I mean, right now, man, Tesla up to 258. Neil just talked about that, but look what else is happening right now. Let's go, finally. In your face, finally, right now, as we go, man. We'll props it up for anybody that took that Google short and had a little bit of faith as we make everything back right now as this name just continues to drop down. We talked about going short 42 against 50. Well, our average price was 40 against 50. So right now we're 4-1. So good trade on that one. Let's put another bid at 11. There it is. We just got out of that as that's starting to go. You want to talk about another one? Look at Neo right here. I think that DJ Call thing is going to get old. We're going to change that. But right there, look at this. Right back up into 9 again. So we take that out right here. Yo, what's up? Top 5 decliners. CNVS, Neil. Humana. Cano.
I almost said Luigi, but that's
Riley Coin.
It's Logitech.
What's up, Riley Coin?
Logitech got its butt kicked. There's more to it than a downgrade, obviously. It has
Yeah.
to be. They got a downgrade. So a couple of things. Oh, we're now on my chart. So 416 just went on Nvidia. I had an offer just out in front of it. So 415 goes to half. It goes to evens. Maybe we get that 420. There hasn't been since the iceberg bounce. After the 16 break, there could still be another retest. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Neo, as Sean just mentioned, it got a bit of a bounce into $9, but it's coming right back down again. So that is kind of trend down. Like it had a bounce, gave 10s, bounced off 890 a couple times, but it's looking a little bit weak as well. Still in Nikola, as long as it's above $1. It just keeps on bouncing off the buck. I didn't take it the last time for a reload, but I'm still holding on to it. Once we break the high of the day, I think you can be all systems go. And wow. Even oh my goodness. No, never mind. Somebody put Palantir in the chat, Splashman, and my first assumption was, well, the market's going up. Palantir must be above 16. That's why you're asking about it. Nope, Palantir fails the 16 level again. Again, like, you know what? It's been a short when it gets underneath 16. That's the reality with Palantir, but the longs are still in charge as far as I'm concerned, with the exception of possibly SoFi here.
Yeah, we're $2 in the money. I know what's up to Max in the back. He's cooking it up as well, as we both are. Neil and myself both long on Tesla right now. And we're $2 in the money. So, you know, out a third there for $1, out a third for $1.50. Hold the last, although we are at 258.50 right now, which is this top. So, you know, some potential there. Wow, okay, now we're really starting to ramp up this trade here for Tesla, as it's starting to go to the north side right now pretty aggressively as well. So there we go. There goes Tesla. Holy shit right now, guys. This is Diamond Hand Man alert right now for anybody that's been holding this one. 259.50 right there. I think you just got out probably.
I just got
out.
out.
So that's a nice teleportation move right there for Tesla. So congratulations, man, anybody that has this one. This is a monster. And if you like Rihanna, then you are friends with the monster on that one. So there it is, a nice little move to the upside. That's a pretty good tune if you've never heard it.
Everybody loves, well, okay, I shouldn't say that. You had the stat. It was
a billion.
No, it was number one hits
yeah.
versus Beyonce, and it was way closer than you would think.
Yes.
Between Beyonce and Rihanna. That's all it was. But I did say the first time we had this 56, and if it broke VWAP, I want to be out in front of 260. So when it levitated like that and showed you the 50 level, I hit offer enter and took the profit on that one. So congratulations if you got it. If you're holding it, the trend is to the upside. We're going to go to Brendan in a quick second, but this is what's happening in the NASDAQ. We are at yesterday's high. So this is yesterday's high in the NASDAQ. One reason to take a little profit if you can, if we have a turn, but this is trend up. Brendan, what's up?
NOD, guys. Inno Data Incorporated, the latest to come through with this headline. Jumping on the bandwagon for this company, generative AI development underway. So INOD getting a 20% bump on that.
You said that. I'm like, Initech from Office Space, the single greatest, they were a software company, I think.
Or no, paper
movie?
Company? Was
No, Dunder Mifflin's
No, I
paper.
know, but I thought they were.
Initech.
Oh yeah, no, they were just trashing the printers.
Oh, I know what it was. They were doing, they were fixing Y2K code in that movie, right? Like all the companies that had the messed up code, that's what they were doing.
You haven't seen Office Space, man? Jennifer Aniston.
That movie is
I'm just
good.
gonna leave it at that. Tesla, holy man, here we go. Let's go. What up to Elon and company as Tesla is El Fuego right now. Is that right? I don't speak Spanish, but it is on fire. Is that right there, Fabian?
That is correct.
If I can say that. There it is. Nice move up there for that name as we continue to pump higher and higher and higher. I actually forgot about Uber, so that's the kind of day that it's been right now. Uber did dip below, so not great. We take out 10%. We only have 20% left when this came back in, so we take out half of what we had there. Now we'll wait for another piece. I want to get it at 5% right now at 10s, and then we'll see if we can get the other 5 on the high side of that trade at some point as well. But wow, there goes Tesla, man.
Oh,
we
sweet.
talked about that.
Thanks so much,
Hello.
Randy. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Randy is back in the building right now. We also did reshort Google right there. I'm going to put a bid at the 37 marker. Take a fill on that one. Cheers, Neil. Hopefully we can. We missed out on the double shot, but that is
again. I almost
again.
That was so close.
Neil. Another one on that one. Another cheers. We're going to figure out something to do for that, man. I want to get something else for that DJ College guy right there. But so far, so good here as we continue to rock and roll. What a great day it's been. Thank you, everybody, for joining us here at Trader TV Live, where we keeps it real and keep trying to make some money, keep trying to make some good trades for everybody here. It's Trader TV Live. You're locked in with the realist.
We're keeping it real does not go wrong. Another great sketch there. That's what it's all about. It's one of these types of days. The market was red and now it's green. Your longs are working. Even NEO wants VWAP here. That's not the, I mean, whatever. NEO's not the strong stock. It's up 1%, but let's be real, it's a downtrend. We just got to 417 on NVIDIA. I think you look for a couple of things here. If we do dip back down, maybe there's a re-entry off that 415 breakout price, but 420 is going to be in play. You got to zoom out a little bit here on the 15, and there you go. Top end channel broke since earnings, 420. All roads lead to Rome. All roads lead to 420 on NEO. Everything else, I mean, everything is to the upside. I was saying if you had taken Apple, there's a chance it was a better break because I was staring at NVIDIA. Apple's still above 184, but it actually wasn't better. So Apple got to 184.25 and pulled back. If we're going to be trend up, then Apple holding that pre-market high around VWAP could be interesting as well. So, you know, it's all longs. I did have one short. It was in Coinbase. It didn't last very long. I broke the high. That's actually still trending up, man. I don't need any part of that one to the south side. We're still in this thing. If it holds $1 again, I probably just. This might be an epic reversal if Nikola. It gives you like 5%, but if it breaks $1 after all of this, it might give 10 to 20%. To the downside, just given the way it's trading off that. Of course, Intel, yeah, so it holds 34, now it breaks back out. You can't have them all, but this one is now through yesterday's high at 34.30 and going higher and higher like the D'Angelo song. On the daily, room to 36.5. I don't think it gets there on a Fed day. No, Prad's like, don't say that because he's long Intel, but I don't think we go $2 more on a Fed day. You know, $1 would be great, Prad. You can be happy with $1, man. It's
What
Intel.
stock are you guys talking
it's
about?
Intel. It's a $34 stock.
I think Prad's talking about Tesla.
No, he's talking about Intel.
He's talking about Intel.
He's talking about Intel.
Well, Tesla's already $5 in the money. So, I mean, let's go. This is bang, 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 over and over and over again. $5 now as Tesla just going crazy here to the upside again. So, yeah, man. We're friends with the monster, and it is Elon Musk right now as he just is like, let's go, and putting some money in many pockets here today is Tesla. So congratulations to anybody that has that. But guess what? Your boy is going to get out. And there it is right there. So we got out once it broke through. So that's the out of that one as we kind of had some diamond hands there, holding it all the way to 261. So let's just take that out for $5. It's join the club. Welcome member to the dollar club right there as Tesla puts 5 on it.
Loonies.
There we go. I mean, we're putting 5 on it, man. That's what we're doing.
That's another joint.
I mean, there's so many joints right now.
That one is the second you hear the intro of that one.
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it's off one right now.
Brennan's like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, Brennan's like, stop saying do all that stuff. Okay, so right now there goes NI to the O. NEO trying to break through 9. Well, it did break through 9. Let's see if it can keep going to the high side on that one. We'll take a piece out there as it just fails. And then S to the O to the F to the I. It's SoFi. Just touches 10 again. And me, because we've been watching Tesla, does not have an out up there at $10. So that is absolutely pathetic because we talked about it bouncing back and forth through $10. So that is bad right there. Yeah, Brad, man, yesterday Intel was the #1 stock, and we love an Intel. I'm long $27 on Intel right now. So that's been a good one right there, Brad. Brad long 3 shares at $24. This is going to be a big one for him. Let's moon this stock as well. But Brad, you're AMD, Intel, Microsoft, Apple, buy the best ones. We just need Google. We just need Palantir to get off to the upside. And then,
SoFi, what more do we need
SoFi just
from
doubled
SoFi?
and we still need it to go up. So that's how bad. That's.
By the way,
I need it to triple from here. So I don't know.
alert to SoFi.
Yeah.
It just got VWAP again and rejected 10 again. So another lower high in SoFi. I got $9.95, but I missed an exit at $10 there. I should have had something at 10. It's got to bounce off 990, sort of 980 again. Yeah, a bit of a frustration one for SoFi because everything else is looking pretty strong here. But you got a series of lower highs. It's still good. Like there's no way. Like you shouldn't be long. You shouldn't be down on SoFi if you've been ringing the register. The long has been working, but it is not trending the way that I would like to see. Nvidia starting to curl back in here.
We've been delaying Brendan.
Let's go for,
so,
my bad.
Yeah, let's go
That's
over.
my bad. We're supposed to go to small cap recap with Brendan. My bad.
There we go. Busy morning, guys, as far as small caps are concerned. Let's jump right into a few of them moving around still. WISA, we were talking about in the pre-market this morning. New multi-channel audio development kit, new product development, and launch today for this one. So WISA up in the pre-market on that. We run all the way up to $2, but a huge, ugly reversal candle coming in. Still 46% though on the day. Not a bad day for WISA. This one, INOD, we were just talking about. A top 5 big tech existing customer teaming up with this one for generative AI development deal for INOD. AUVI was up early this morning on a product development deal as well, but 185 coming into play now. Trying to hold on as support, still 4%. We've all seen what happened there with SoFi, but a little bit of a pullback to say the least here, guys. If I zoom out, 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row now. I mean, trying to hold on to gains here for SoFi, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, it's trying, but I think Tesla's failing a little bit. Someone just put wet G with a couple exclamation marks. You must be short if you're excited about that stock because it's actually still going down. There was another halt to the downside. It opened lower. It's holding lower. 16 looks like it's a bit of a support level for that. I don't think this is the one that you want to be trading today, not in this market. But yeah, to each their own. That's all I got to say. And shout out in the chat. Thank you for pointing out Oracle. Oracle is, or CL, Oracle is at a big level. Come on. Load. There we go. Oracle just got back up to 121. This is it on the 15, which doesn't want to load all the way. But yeah, there you can see. We got all the way up to 122 and then a turn. So Oracle is at that high. It's like an all-time high resistance level. This would be the spot. The market just rejected the high of the day. What just trailed out for me? Something trailed out. Oh, probably NVIDIA. NVIDIA did not hold on to 415, so that trailed out. The break may be failing, but there's now an iceberg. It got me out. Now there's an iceberg again at 415 now that I look at NVIDIA. If that holds, I should probably just jump right back in. I do like Oracle short at 122. It's not quite there yet. Yet being the figurative word.
All right, we'll take one more. I mean, we'll just try to get. We should have just punched out a NEO when it was over $9 there. We got a couple good fills at $9 for NEO, but let's take a 990. We have some. Okay, I just took a 95 there. We did have some size, obviously at 94 there. So now we'll just take out a 95, and now we'll just watch it. The market's coming back in here a little bit, so we want to be careful with some of our longs. We're still in the same position from the open, and that's AMD long right here from that level. But I was going to bring up Oracle as well, but you did, so that's great. Yesterday we were short 120, and it's just ripping right there today. But I'm wondering if this is worth the top right there. We've kind of wicked it higher and higher. By the way, look at that out on Tesla right there. If anybody wants to know what's up with Tesla, I mean, that one right there. I mean, that's sometimes when you get out, like I consider myself, I just made $1 back on Tesla. We should have gone short. We weren't confident in the short, but get that out at that 200 period and right there. Good trade on that one. It could still bounce higher, but just pretty happy with the way that one's moving around. Oh, we did get our Uber. So we did get our Uber there. So Uber's going to be a great stock for us today. Again, off the sticky note, if you're watching today, what we have here off the sticky note is a couple bangers for you right now. Again, 41,000 followers. How many do I have exactly? 955. So we got 45 more and we'll get to 41,000. But here it is right now. AMD long, you know we have that. SoFi long, you know we have that. NEO long, you know we have that. Uber long, we have that. 1 for 1, 2 for 2, 3 for 3, 4 for 4 today on the sticky note. So that's a good day for us right there as we go. So a couple good ideas in play there. And we've been really patient with it. We don't even have that many fills today, man. We have 110 fills, which an hour in, yeah, probably still too many, but it's a lot. But again, we have like 30 fills on NEO, which is just because we're just taking out pieces. I mean, it's stupid how we trade, but I get paid for every one of these fills, so think about that. And then again, SoFi as well. I have 30 fills on SoFi. So, you know, probably it would be cleaner if I just got out, but like I'm not the greatest at telling exactly where stocks are gonna stop, so I take multiple outs. We only have 5 fills on Tesla though. We liked it so much we took 2 down here. Then we got 2, 3, 4, 5, finite on Tesla. My number one stock today is going to be AMD, followed by Tesla. So you don't need to take tons of trades all the time. There goes Uber, one last fill. There, out, and out. So Uber, very positive for us today, but we do lose on that last. Like I said, remember, we got it at 10% there, 5% there. I mean, I was telling you exactly, 5% there, then the last 5% there. So basically, these are washed. Good trade up there on Uber. SoFi, NEO, nothing wants to go up now. It looks like the market might be fading off of 15.12.
The frustrating thing about NEO, and I know it's an EV name, is that Alibaba went...
Oh, Oracle is what I wanted.
Alibaba went ham this morning. And it just got to 90 and wicked at 90. Someone asked me, I know, one of the guys in our football pool was asking me about this Alibaba. And I'm like, man, that it's, as long as it holds on to that 85 level, I mean, it's on the verge of a huge breakout. And this is the 50 and the 200 converging above 89. You're above that 200 period. But it just got to 90, wicked 90, and is putting in a higher low. Man, if this holds VWAP, you could see it retaking that 90. I know it's a Fed day, and sometimes you get an inside day during the afternoon. But when Baba's on one, you don't want to ignore it. Unfortunately for NEO and SoFi, those ones don't look like they're going to be as strong. This is now the 3rd time NEO wants to test this bottom. It's a 10-cent scalp trade. If it starts to bounce again, I guess probably just take it. SoFi is a little bit similar, basically the same thing, except it's got some higher lows at least. So it looks a little bit stronger on SoFi, holding on to 980 after the initial 970 bottom. NVIDIA continues to hold at 415, and we did mention Oracle, not quite at the high, but it is starting to turn. So I'm going to take, this is not at 122, but it is making a curl here, so I'll take a short off the high first. I still like the 122 level a little bit better, but it's showing some signs of a top. And there's so much room into VWAP. I like the R&R. Risk to reward.
That's hilarious. I'm working the short as we speak. So I'm in it right now. We're in it at 36. We just took a little bit of profit there when it did dip down into the 30s, but it does look like it wants to take the high here of 121.60. So I'm going to be out of Oracle in just a couple minutes. When it does take this high, there it is. We're out of it. So we'll flush ourselves down the toilet on that one. As I got aggressive to the upside there, Oracle just kept on going and going and going. Yesterday we made $3 on this name. Today we lose 10 cents or 20 cents. So not bad there. Did we just flush up and then nah? So there it goes. It wants to keep going. So yeah, this name, I'm pretty confident that we could just sit here and leave it alone now as it keeps on going to that upside. We just got a nice, so again, should probably not traded that, but yeah, we got excited about it. There it goes, ripping through. Oops, sorry, we're not even on Oracle right there, my bad. There's Oracle right there. So we tried to go short. We got one fill, then we got out. Now it's trying to go even higher, is Oracle, breaking through 70. Sorry about that, guys. I had it up on my other screen, but we were short into 50. We took one fill there at 28, which was a good one, and then it busted higher, and we got El Stopo, right? That's a pretty good one. I need another graphic there. El Chapo, El Stopo. We could be holding like a stop sign there when I get stopped out. But right there, nice move up to 122. Your boy has stopped. Probably took too many shares. What's up, Brendo?
All right, guys, this segment of the show brought to you by Riley Coin, the utility cryptocurrency used by the international organization, the Royal Court of East Breffni O'Reilly, as their method of exchange. Shout out to our friends over at Riley Coin, bringing you this 30 minutes of the show. Let's talk about crypto while I have you. Some technical analysis going on this morning suggesting that this current consolidation for Bitcoin going to resolve itself to the upside in a big way. 37,000 even being suggested to the upside could come into play as we sit here for 1, 2, 3, 4, now 5 days in a row at 25,900. Not really doing a heck of a lot. Once again today is Bitcoin, but we were actually in positive territory. Just flipped to the red side, but 25,976. There's Ethereum. 1740 was also red at one point this morning, now back to positive territory. But another day, another mixed board here, guys, for crypto land.
You said 37,000. I'm like, okay, let's move from my 15-minute to a 4-hour chart so we can. And then I don't even see it there. I guess like I have to go to daily on Bitcoin, and you still don't even see it. So look, it's a great consolidation. Maybe that's the next leg up, but. Yeah, you always got to put time frames on those things. I'm just like, yeah, you want to give me a number like that? Can you give me like just an estimate? Like you don't have to be exact. Just give me an estimate, man. Like when are we going to cook there? What is SoFi gets to VWAP and it just, I don't know, it starts stalling. And of course, I get on the offer, took another fill there, and now it's probably going to break to the high of the day. That's like SoFi. It feels stronger than NEO. I'll give it that much. But that's about all I want to give you SoFi. You're stronger than NIO. Those are the ones I got left on. If Nikola goes more than like that 4 or 5%, then that'll be great, but it's not doing it just now. Netflix, which was on a tear, it didn't get to 450. That would have been the level I'd be looking for the short, but it just kind of got to 447. I think you want to be patient. If you're holding longs, great. If you're looking for ridiculous high tops to short, one of them is Apple for me. I'm already on the offer. I feel like if it gets to 185, I don't want to miss out being short the 90s. So I'm already on the offer in front of 185 on Apple, and we'll see what happens if it can get there. SoFi back above VWAP. NVIDIA is testing the high of the day again, and I will just go over back to Intel, which did a dip, did not get to VWAP where I wanted it, so I've canceled that bid. And I guess you just work off of yesterday's high, yesterday's tops, because that's where it's finding support, 34.30. So that would give you 10 cents worth of risk at 30 to the 20 level.
All right. All right, what to talk about? All right, so SoFi, same thing, man. We're long at 82s, man. So we just took some out at O's, obviously, there as that continues to rip higher. Not rip, but continue to move higher anyways. It seems like a rip off of some of those levels that we have. I'm back. Okay, I'm going to take some profit here because we got back into Oracle, and we actually have a bigger position, obviously, because we're finally making some sense out of this. It goes all the way to 122, and we just shorted it again.
Yeah, this is the level
right there. But I don't know if this is the level or not, man. But we'll take out.
From yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, 122 even dollar level is great. So we'll continue to take some out. We just got 80s there twice. So although it's only 10 or 11 cents. We're going to watch out because that was 1-to-1 risk to reward, right? We're going to get out at 122 minus some slippage there, which I feel like could be 10 cents or so. So, we needed this to come down a little bit more than where it is right now. So we do have another bid at 70 flat, and then we'll see if it works down to the downside. So it's a new position alert right now for me on Oracle, but it does look like it wants 122. We don't even really need to watch it. If it takes 122, it's coming out.
What was I just looking at?
There it goes. So there goes 122 on Oracle. And what did we get? We got 03s, 04s there. So that's not horrible for a fill for me there. So we're pretty happy with that fill on Oracle, but still an L on that. Now it wants to go down. Are you going to make me do this, Oracle? We'll try one more time as what else is new. We're going to try the short. Oh, we missed it that time. Trying to go short against that 10 now. As there's the pullback. Oh, too bad for me.
What a dirty wick
on that one.
Was.
Yeah, what an out there for anybody that had it there on Oracle. I got duped, obviously, on that. But I don't really. It was a 10-cent hit. We already took 10 cents on it. We're back into the short right now. That high was 122.16. Let's just give it to 122.10 again.
Yeah, I don't know. When I do this, I always give it to the top. I think it's definitely consolidating up here, but the market is at that high of the day. I'll be more mad if this breaks higher that I didn't get into a long on something like an Intel down at VWAP than taking a shot at that short. By the way, NVIDIA is about to take out top. That looks like it's going to be a big go move. Nike signing a deal with Nikola Jokic. That guy's going to get a lot of deals. Coming through. Oh, I forgot to mention Alibaba. So if there's a name, so just bounced off VWAP. So it didn't quite get to 89. I would have liked 89 a little bit better here, but it just bounced off those 20s. I think it's time to look for a place to join this. The market seems to want those highs. It's on a breakout on every time frame that I look at. And we went to the daily chart and showed you guys. You're in you just made that big break from the 85 zone, and now it wants to take out both the 50 and the 200 period, maybe close above on the same day. I just think you're looking longs above those major moving averages, at least until it gets to 94 bucks. So I want to give this one a chance here on Alibaba. I might have missed that dip by. I thought we'd get closer to VWAP there on Baba.
Yeah, Ali oxen free again.
Isn't it Ali oxen free?
I think it is. Yeah, not Ali. I mean, it's Alibaba. That's why.
I know. Yeah, it's a play on words.
Okay, so I don't know, man. I mean, we just mentioned about Oracle here. I mean, we're kind of eating our lunch a little bit, but we'll see if it can come back down in right now for Oracle. Whoopsies. Oh, shit. I just got out there. Did not mean to do that. We need to go short again. Oh, that sucks. We had a great trade there. We had a lot of shares, too, on the short for Oracle, but darn it, we just got taken out there by accident. No, Sean. No. No, Sean Moreno right there. Darn it. We got out. We had
Go Dogs.
We had a big position there on Oracle, and I put too many shares on the bid. Okay, we're back short now anyways, so whatever. But we don't have the same amount of shares, so that kind of sucks. But there it is. Oh, Sean, that sucks. But that's okay. Nice trade. Let's just see if it can work its way to the downside. That's still AMD. I don't know why my screen never switches over to Oracle. But right there, a bunch of shorts on Oracle again right there coming in. So too bad that we missed that. We got out a little bit too many, but maybe that's okay. Good outs there in the 80s. Let's see if Oracle now, Neil, wants to come back down. I think that's going to be a good trade for us. We're still $2 in the money on AMD as that's starting to go back up. That's what I want to talk about. There goes AMD right now, ripping right back up to the highs. We're still long at 125 down here on advanced micro devices. So this is the earliest trade for me today, 9:30, right on the dot, and we're still in it. An hour and a bit later. So that's pretty good for me to still be in that one. So let's just hold it and see where we go from here on Oracle, on AMD.
This is the first time that SoFi is looking like it's going to close above the 50, the VWAP 50 period. VWAP in the last half an hour or so. This would be a strong sign. Then breaking 10, I think it's worth a hold. I didn't take anything out of SoFi, but 3 times the charm. And if it's not a charm, then you want to give up on. To me, you give up on the price level after you take that many shots at it. I didn't scalp anything out of those. To me, it either makes the pullback and gives you that first level, or if it doesn't, it's still churning around here. But I've taken 3 swings at it, and none of them have hit. The long is still working on the NASDAQ. If you look at it, we're still trend up. We're over yesterday's high, and we're continuing to break out. So, I mean, if you can like a short level, but how many times do I want to take it when we're still breaking out in the NASDAQ and you're looking at a tech name? Doesn't mean it can't pull back, but definitely can still be strong. Apple, what's Apple doing? I am in Alibaba now. Apple actually showing some signs of weakness at 184, 84 break. It still hasn't gotten through 184.32. So it's slowly grinding higher. Yeah, maybe that's why things have slowed down in the futures. Microsoft, by the way, I mean, some of the big tech names, they're just doing this. Like, it's just straight up, linear, nothing crazy, but if you pull back, I should have stayed on the daily chart maybe. Okay, there you go. On the daily, have a look at 339 on Microsoft. You're a couple of dollars away from a huge flat top on Softy. Any level that's that big on a big tech name, when it gets to the even dollar, I'm going to have a look-see at that short right in front of it and then go for that. Don't tell me about a firm being crazy, Terper in the chat.
Yeah, I got tricked by looking at some stuff like that.
Oh, no, it's down.
It probably is going crazy.
No, it's down 10%.
Yeah, see?
Oh,
Affirm. What goes up must come down. We got to look at Unity, a couple other names like that. I'm sure probably going just as crazy, maybe. Unity, a nice stock to look at if you are looking for crazy stocks to play off of. Unity would be one of those as well. I'm not obsessed with Oracle or anything like that, but we are long again. We are short again on it, and we've been making money on it. So that's probably why we are a little bit obsessed, because now it's starting to pull back and give us a little bit of those fills off of that 122.20. So you can see we're short at 13. We have a bunch of fills at O's. I don't really want to look at it because the chart doesn't make much sense. Let's just let this drop down, because there's so many trades that I've had up here that let's let it fall down a little bit now. Oracle, I mean, it's at a key level. We've talked about that 122 from yesterday. We had a 120 short yesterday on Oracle, which paid us $3. I don't think we're going to get that here today, but there's 122. Yesterday, sort of pre-market, we did have some highs. Obviously, on that report yesterday was a great one for Oracle, and then it just faded all day. So we'll see if we can get that again happening here on Oracle. But first things first, got to stay underneath, and it doesn't want to do that. So yeah, that is Oracle. SoFi has been good. Obviously,
it's at 10 again.
Yeah, it's at 10 again. So we got some out there. So that was good. AMD, I'm still in the same names, man. It's 10:42. We're really excited again. If you're joining us for the first time, obviously make sure you hit the subscribe button there at the bottom, or on your feed, I guess. But what I'm getting at is we have Max coming up. The guy's a stone cold killer. He's coming up.
Right, yeah.
And then we got Prad coming as well. Prad making, so his debut was yesterday, so the second day is
just the second
just an
day.
appearance. So not an appearance. I mean, Prad is now back on the midday show. So it's the reload. He's reloaded. Yeah. Prad's coming back. They're at 9. No, it's past 9. At I think it's 12:30 or so for Prad, and then Max right away here at 11. So we're excited to be able to do all that, give you guys different hosts, different perspectives on trading as well. So without any further ado, the perspective that means the most is Brendan's, and he's over there at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, positive board to show you here for the S&P 500, but there are notable downside movers so far. Very, very red in the healthcare group right now. HUM, CNC, as we saw on that decliners board, UNH was the culprit. So they came out and warned of higher costs for the remainder of the year for UNH this morning in the pre-market, down 7%. So all of these getting hit on that note this morning. So the equipment makers specifically in the healthcare group under pressure. There are a few still trying to offset the declines. But by far, you can see the size of this box on this board representing how influential the group is on the overall market. Still positive for the S&P, though, as you can see. Pretty much everything else green right now. Industrials basically break even. The capital goods group offsetting gains in transportation. Airlines specifically showing some strength so far today. Oracle jumping off the page there for the tech group in an otherwise pretty quiet day as far as tech is concerned. Some of the semiconductors holding on to 1.2, 1.3 kind of gains on the day so far as well, but not enough to offset the rest of the overall market. Consumer discretionary names, Nike, 3.6% on the upside today. Nice look for Nike. BWA, Ford, there's Tesla, tough to see at the bottom there, but 0.5%. Still holding on to some strength. Utility communications or communication services, I should say, and consumer staples also positive. There's that Target off the highs, but still 3% upside, guys, for Target.
So you one chart up there that's down 7%. Just worthy of note here for a second. That's UNH. When it broke,
how much? Down 7?
So this is a name. I took some out when it got back underneath 500. But if it breaks, so this is 440 on UNH. This gets under that price. I think it's like I'm going to start looking for dollar cost average in to get back into some of what I took out, because usually that's kind of a whole trade. It has been, obviously it was a great run as you got a little bit more conservative, and now the tech is doing its thing. UNH is pulling back with a lot of the healthcare names, but it's about like 440 on this has been pretty strong. 450 you could call it, but there's wicks underneath. So that's a big name worthy of our respect. Oh my goodness. Would it be possible for NEO to just play catch up? So it didn't get to the low. Nice. So this is a good thing. It didn't get to the low again. So put in a higher low. Not good because you missed the re-entry the third time. But if it holds above 9, I think we got some run to go. SoFi's finally holding above. We were talking about holding above VWAP, now holding 10. This could turn to a trend trade where you're buying on VWAP and getting back to the high that day. My next offer is at 13s or 12s, one of those two. I'd have to double check. So Baba, Neo, I still have Nikola because it doesn't want to break $1. That's going to be fine. I keep looking back over to that wet G, and it's going again. It actually did hold that 16 level after all. So I don't know, you have to watch out. If it breaks up, you could halt like multiple times in a row, but it did hold on to 16. So the risk reward, that's a decent trade risk reward because you're risking 50 cents in slippage to the low, maybe $1 at most. And if it breaks up and halts, you should be able to get like 19s, 20s, maybe even 21. So congratulations.
Congratulations!
Anybody that took that 16. There was another name I wanted to get to. Oh, that's right. I didn't actually get into Intel. I had that consolidation bid down there at 34.30. It's just continuing to churn higher on INTC. So we're still pretty much in the same names. I do want a short on Apple, but it doesn't feel like we're going to get a 185. If Apple doesn't make a push soon, it's very unlikely from 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock on a Fed day that you make that kind of a move. 85 will probably have to wait till after 2 o'clock, and then all bets are off. You don't want to automatically short an even dollar level between 2 and 3 o'clock on a Fed day. After things settle down, maybe. But yeah, I might just cancel these orders now. I thought maybe we could have pushed to 85, and I knew I wanted the short up there, but no point sitting there now.
Yeah, we're in the same name. So like I'm still long SoFi, I'm still long Neo. You guys, we're now 10 cents in the money Neo, 25 cents in the money SoFi. But the name that we just got filled on at 85 was Oracle. So Oracle, we just took 40 cents. Sorry, we short 13s, 85s, 15, 30, 28 cents there on Oracle. But still red on the name because we took too many shots. Really, we're just red because of this shot right there. Since this top at 122, it's actually been okay. And part of that is because we held and got that 28 cents. So if now it's fine because it's well in the money. And there it is right now, 26 cents. Now it's at 35 cents. And still going to the downside is Oracle. So let's see. We're now taking down the teal. The market's starting to come down a little bit right now. And we're going to hold Oracle into the, hopefully, back into here 121 or so, kind of where this move really got going. We had a big move up. That's where we sort of shorted it to begin with, and that was a big L right there. So we already talked about that on Oracle. We will be red on that unless it does come back in. So we'll have to wait for Oracle, but there it is. And we'll flush ourselves down the toilet at some point, but for right now, we'll get back on that bear. Forearms bigger than your head. That's a problem. But there we go. Popeye. Hopefully that can get, we're Popeye. We got to get some spinach going on right there. SoFi, again, okay, so we got an out there. We got an out at 02 or 03. I guess it was 03. Now let's see. I was waiting at 09 on that stock for no real reason. Let's check out on Tesla here. So good out for, the out for Tesla still remains solid, man. We still got out right where it is right now, 261. So this one was definitely a hot dog kind of a trade because 256, man, you can just not only have one hot dog, you can have two hot dogs if you got this long there. Congratulations, man. Treat yourself. Nice move, 256 all the way to 261. So that's $5 club. It's brought to you by Tesla, and I still feel like you could take that level out. Unfortunately, the chart doesn't look great there, so let's just zoom back out just a little bit to have another look. So you're still right back into sort of this area of concern of 262 for Tesla. So that's a level right there to come in. So you could short it off that. I don't want to go short anything today, but Tesla right now seems to be running into a little bit of a wall. So again, congratulations to anybody that's holding that. I'd feel like you're a bit foolish not to take something out if you have any of these longs. But remember what's coming. 2 p.m. we have Fed pause, and then we have the talk at 2:30 by the Fed chair himself. So
yes, sir.
Watch out for that. And there goes Oracle, now 50 cents in the money, downside.
Yeah, look, obviously it's going to be tricky for everything to continue to push highs in the next couple of hours. It's not usually how it goes on the Fed day, but one thing that just broke the high of the day is Palantir. So Palantir through 16, through 16.10. It's not yesterday's top. I'll show you the chart here. I don't know that I want to. I think you wanted the long at 16.05 down here. If we can come to my chart, guys. If we can come to the chart. Here we go. Yeah, you wanted the long down here because you have overhead resistance up at like 16.30. So if there's a chance at a dip, you have a nice strong move to the upside. I think you want to join higher lows for a couple of days in a row after Huadunk. You'll hold the afternoon support, and I think you're breaking out. But let's see what happens if it gets back into VWAP. I do like that move. And by the way, C3AI is doing a similar thing. I still got my 44 line in there. I think 44 was great resistance. 45, yes, 44 all afternoon. So those are the two levels to the upside on C3 AI, which is making a very similar move. If it holds a pre-market high and a dip, I think you can go dip buying for this trend trade as well. I think it's 1050. That should mean in my ear, I heard Brendan and money talks.
Yes, sir.
Just be aware, I'm just looking at this as well. Overstock, guys, with a bit of a breakout here today. 8.5%. Huge volume coming in as well. Not seeing anything in the way of headlines yet, but Overstock, OSTK, there's a short percent there as well. Overall, as far as the dollar is concerned, downside ahead of the Fed today. We broke 103, which was a key support area over the past couple of days anyways. Back to the downside. Overall, still on the week. If you go to a weekly chart, just kind of working into this consolidation. What will happen this afternoon? If we pause, which direction will the move be? Everything green, very, very green on this board as a result. 0.5% for the euro, was 0.5% for the Canadian dollar. Now just back to 0.25%, 75.25 for the CAD. British pound as well, about 0.5% all morning, up to 0.65 right now. You can see big gains right across the board with the weakness in the DXY today, guys.
Yeah, dollar a little bit weak, and the NASDAQ looking strong. Okay, so AI, that was a bit of a right turn to the downside. I do like the previous breakout price. That's at like 42, 80, 85, something like that. That's where I'd be looking for a bit of a dip. The initial dip back into previous high. I like when previous resistance turns into support. If it can do that, I just want it to settle down. Like you had not a quadunk because it's had bigger moves. At the open was a much bigger move, but it is a bit of a pullback. You want it to calm down, give a consolidation here. As long as it's above 42.80, go for the long in that range, maybe even on a retrace of 43. Got BABA here, but that's not what's interesting. Guess what could get to 420? We always talk about 420. I had NVIDIA 15s. It did trail me out. Should have just jumped back into it. You get wicked out, just jump right back in, man. That's the name of the game a lot of times. That's not split adjusted. But yeah, it's my 15-minute chart, guys. 420, that is the local high since the earnings. It was a wick top. It's also a very big psychological level. So if it looks big, we'll probably take it. Wow, it just went parabolic through 419. This is getting to 420. It's not, yeah, there's almost no chance that you don't actually touch 420 today, given the move this is doing. This is now $15 from the bottom on NVIDIA. Bottom to top, holds 405, that $1 trillion mark we keep talking about psychologically, and then now you're going to get 420. Once again, this is without the market even moving here. The NASDAQ has not budged from 0.5%. The NVIDIA is doing this pretty much all on its lonesome. Some names are strong. NVIDIA, NVIDIA is just different right now. It's just different.
Yeah, we probably should have picked NVIDIA instead of AMD because AMD is still $1.50 in the money, and it's not doing the NVIDIA type of move. Let's put it that way. So, you're going to see Max in a couple minutes, and I'm going to say personally, congratulations to Max on the day that he's had here today. He'll be all talking about that. You want some breaker 19s. Wait till you hear what this guy's got on board for you coming up in just a matter of minutes right now. Yeah, that's AMD. So AMD can basically do nothing for me here. And we'll just continue to watch it. But we do have Google back in the pocket right now, shorting off 124 there for Google. So a nice 20, well, not only 15 cents in the money, but 25 cents away from that price. So let's put some more bids on the low side here. Give me those 6 9ers right there. Yeah, you can go in the gates of hell as we get some revenge. That's not why we're short, because we lost on the shorts earlier. We're short this name because of where it's at. It came up to 124 again, right into some of those pre-market levels. We let this name just rip. Yeah, right now. Cash Reggie's ringing everywhere right now on this trade. So nice downside move for Google coming in again for us. 21 cents in the money also on Oracle. I know they're not huge wins, but hey, man, I'll celebrate them because I'm pretty happy with that, especially with this Google move to the downside. Let's take a piece at 64 if we can. It's been really strong today. Maybe this is the move that we need back down for Google. So let's hold the rest of this, man. They're okay. I say let's hold the rest, and it goes right to 50, and you guys know what happens when it goes to 50. Give me those 55s. There it is right there. 40 cents right there. Nice trade on that one as we'll go, oh my God, thank you for that, as we get a little bit of revenge on that. The best part about the show is we're over in, okay, let me read this. The best part of the show is we're showing you our trades. We're talking about them. We're going over our ins and our outs. But we are almost done, and we get to throw it over to amazing midday show.
Because we're not done.
That's the thing. Like, me and Neil are almost done, but we're not done.
It's true. It's true.
We're going over to these guys. It's going to be a big show for you, so get ready to go. 2 o'clock, man, is fed. Not expecting too much to happen here, but so many of these names are moving. Like, I'm in AM. Like, I'm not expecting much. In AMD right now, Google, Neo, Oracle, and SoFi. 2 shorts, three longs, and we're ready to rock and roll.
Yes, sir. And look, if you like stock price movement, then a day like today is pretty much exactly what you're looking for. It's just you have volatility. Just about everything I looked at, there weren't a lot of nothing burgers. Quite frankly, you don't see that very often. I'm going to go back to coin. I did short it once off the high of the day, just wicked the top. So I'm going to take that consolidation short, see what happens. If it breaks the high, I want to be out of it. That's, of course, going to be with a stop order. I always trade these. You're willing to make the top wick. If you're not, then sometimes you don't want to go against the grain. I think that's just the way to go. NVIDIA didn't quite get there. So it's, I'd rather miss out on the fill that I want than get the fill that I don't want, getting way too aggressive trying to short the 420 level. So I didn't get the fill at the half on the way back bouncing. It broke 419.50 very briefly, got up to like 68, and I tried to get it on the way back in. I didn't get the fill, and that's the pullback. So you know what? If I miss out on that pullback off 420, to me this is it. If it goes back to the high, it probably breaks the high at this point. So that was your 420 shot in my estimation, and I'm not chasing that move. I'm not chasing it $1.50 to the downside. Randy or Isma, so when official pause is announced, markets go even higher? I don't know that it's that simple because everybody's expected the pause for a while now.
Yeah, so
right?
here's the,
So,
exactly, that's why we put this poll up, and I was trying to figure out what people were thinking. And now that we get the pause, we know that's coming through. It's like 98% or something. We're going to see the poll is now closed. 900 votes, so that's pretty good sample size right there. 60-40. So where will the NASDAQ close today? Now it says tomorrow now, but that was from yesterday. So higher. So if you've bet, I was saying higher earlier today. Neil was going lower. The market today has basically not giving us any clues, as we're basically flat right here on the market. So we'll have to wait to see, man. This market is not going to be at 0.36 at 4 o'clock. I'll tell you that much. So we're going to wait to see where we go from there. But we're excited about what's coming. We're not going to be back on the air early, I don't think. Are we?
Maybe
no,
like
we don't.
five,
I mean, Brad, maybe
or
5 minutes or so, as these guys are well capable to take you right into that. But it's better that we get set up and get everybody ready to go.
You don't want the transition happening when
that's the other part.
But it's going to be as expected.
Yeah, so we'll probably float back at 155. But what a good day. Thank you for everybody for joining us. I'm ending the day at the highest spot I've been at today, so I can't be any happier than I am right now. Oracle's trying to make a move down. AMD's doing its damn thing as well. Neo, everything Oracle. We've had some great trades, and I'm just happy that everyone's enjoyed themselves. And if you haven't hit the subscribe, do it for Kat.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
I'm
always. Just only because someone put this one in the chat. Coin took the high, so we risked about 15 cents, actually a little bit less than that. But someone just mentioned Starbucks in the chat, which gets interesting because there's a lot of breakouts happening. Obviously, we've all seen them. This is $100 on Starbucks, and this is a pretty tight channel. Like, look at how tight this channel is on the daily in the low 90s, and you got a nice little $4 move here. So whoever shouted that one, I didn't quite see it. It was going pretty quickly in the chat. Watch out for this $100 level. Breakouts had been pretty good. The market's on some tops, but look for anything that's setting up on a really good breakout, and I think it's a tradable name. BABA is a relatively new one, but everything else is longs from this morning. BABA's the only new one off of VWAP here. It's not really doing much of anything except holding on to VWAP.
Google.
But it's just so much room above here. If it gets back to 90, I think you want to have something on board. If it breaks 89, you can just get out of it. But I do like this setup. Coin wicked me, and I might just jump right back into it because it's right back underneath.
All right, before we go over to Sharif and company right now, we take a piece out on SoFi at 998 right there as it comes back in. And then right now, holy, it is almost ring the register time as Google is falling down, man. We're 55 cents now in the money on this short, but it's 11:01. Thank you so much to everybody. Thanks to Bears vs. Bulls. Thanks, Fabian, today. Thanks to Alfredo. Thanks, Brendo, as well. Kat for ringing the bell. Thanks to Sharif for what he's done in the morning show. And if you're you're not, if you're waiting, hey, who's this Sharif guy? You're going to find out
You'll
in just
see
a
the
couple
professor.
seconds. So
You'll
let's
see.
throw it over to the professor and the madman himself. It's Max. It's your midday show. Neil and I will see you in a couple hours. Ciao.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif. That is Max. Let's get the two shot. And we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader and use the code TTV for 10% off. Shout out to Search Trader. The mad one. The mad one. All right, dude. There's a feeling afoot around the floor.
What's that?
And it's because somebody's had a big day. Let's take them through it.
Yeah, we're having an okay day today. Some things popped off. Took some breakouts, took some other trades, mostly made up here by Tesla and Nvidia. We got these huge sell-offs in the pre-market today on these large caps, and it kind of scared me off a little bit. But I mean, you can see all these fills down here that obviously it didn't scare me off that much. Initially, I really wanted Tesla coming back through 260. Obviously, after all this, crap, I really didn't want that, so I was looking lower. Looked here like it wanted to hold that 259 kind of 50 or 259 area. I think it wicked down here below 259 and then starts pumping up. I'm like, okay, here it is. That doesn't work. Tried a few times around some other levels that I thought, but like my big level was 256, and that's the one that eventually holds. Tried a bunch of times. The liquidity was really gross this morning on Tesla. There was no volume going off. Now we're at 61 million, but when we were here, there was like 9 million, and usually on the open, you're seeing 20, 30, 40 mil. That doesn't happen on Tesla this morning, so kind of just chops everybody out. Finally, it wicks that 256 one more time. I punch in for 1/4 of the size, sadly, that I had previously, and that's when it explodes. And I think Sean was long at this time as well, around this 256 price. And honestly, this area, I wasn't even paying attention because I was taking NVIDIA at 415. NVIDIA, I thought I had it on here. NVIDIA.
You mean the rocket ship?
The rocket ship. So the initial 415 break was okay. I usually take these kinds of trades with more size because it gives you like that to find out if it does fail. It looked kind of bad, and it did actually wick below 415, but I was willing to hold it to the 50s just because like this name trades like that. It goes like $2. This is 1010.
Yeah, okay.
It goes $2, $2.20. But like on NVIDIA, that's not a good breakout. So I was not really super happy with this. But we come back down, we wick that 415 one more time, and I took half the size. This is where you can take 5 times the size. You have this defined out right at 69 right there. You know exactly where you're getting out. You're getting a better fill on the way in. Sadly, I didn't do that, and I did stop out just now at 418.50. I do have the order in to take the 420 break if that does happen.
I like it. Yeah, I see that resting order there. Hell of a trade. Very similar trades for me on Tesla, obviously not with the same size, but take the break of 258. I like the double bottom that brewed there on Tesla and the curl. You saw higher lows throughout, and the buyers were really stepping up. I said to myself, front run the neckline. The neckline to me was that 258.50. I front ran it at 258, and we rode that to 259.50 for $1. Got a little bit out. It made the pop. And then the retracement. I was looking for the breakout area hold here at the 260 area. That to me was the breakout area. It held 260. I added, and then I got out. I had to, I don't know. I just didn't feel like holding this one. I had more upside. I had about another $1 potential. Ended up getting out for another, 50 penny winner on the ad. So it was a decent trade. All in all, missed the short though. I should have been alive to the neckline break, the neckline to the downside, which was that 269.5. That kind of was the bottom end of the retracement area before the double top. So yeah, it wasn't alive to the short, but that was an okay trade. SoFi, the other trade that I had, took the $10 breakout. A lot of people had this, I think, on the floor. So front ran the size, jumped in at 995-ish area, decided, you know, something I typically do when things are strong, I front run the location, risky. Make a long story short, got up here all the way up to 1016. The top end of the range, I was pleased with that. Then, you know, decided to hold on right back into break even and then got out right through the break of 10. You know, I wish this one would have gone. It's dancing with 10 right now. It's been dancing with 10 all morning. 10 being, you know, a local top. Looks like it's going to take it decisively now as we create a series of higher lows throughout. And, you know, decent higher highs are not by much, talking a penny or two, but the trend on SoFi looks quite good. So those are the only two trades I've had, both positive on the day. Amped about that, Max.
Yeah, that SoFi trade, I did have that one. I only scaled out, you know, 20% of my position on that SoFi breakout. Ended up making a little bit of money, but probably should have been a little more aggressive. I mean, a $10 stock. You know, SoFi doesn't go dollars, and I was thinking, like, what if this is the blast-off spot and we go to 1050? But
assume there might be some shorts sitting around there, a bit of a squeeze, this and that. Didn't materialize.
So I didn't take enough size off. But
no, neither did I, to be honest with you. So
is what it is. And I actually tried the short below, so I might as well just pull up my chart since nothing's really going crazy at the moment.
So the market outlook, we haven't had a quick look at the market outlook. Let's have a quick look here. We'll start with our friend, the ES. All right, where are we at here on our friend, the ES? Okay, so we had a bit of a top end, a range in the pre-market on much less volume, and it was around that 44.25 area with some wicks up there into the 27s. Looks like we're in the top end of that range now. Very tight has been the trading on the ES between that 44.26, essentially, and that 44.30. You're about in a 4-point range going back almost an hour now. So tight ranges, but if I had to look for a trend, I'm definitely seeing higher lows throughout this trading range, with both troughs, you know, being separated by about 3 points. You have a trough here at 23 and another one at 26 so far. So looking good from the ES's perspective, also up a 1/4 point. But I think the NQ looks a bit more bullish. Let's have a look at our friend, the NQ. September contract, yes, definitely up 0.4%. That 15.1 was the level that I was looking at. A lot of action at that 15.1 in the pre-market. In fact, we closed at 15.099, 1 point below that 15.100 mark. So a bit of a signal there from the market. Anyway,
NVIDIA's almost at that 420
right
right now. So, yeah, I mean, this is the stock of interest today. NVIDIA going crazy. Going for that 420 price. That is all-time high. I'm going to take the breakout. If it fails, I'll be out right away. This could absolutely reverse. I mean, also, if we only go like 20 cents and then come back in, I might just take the short back down. But today feels like an up-only kind of day for NVIDIA. I feel like the shorts are getting squeezed out. And, yeah, I think that the breakout idea has more juice to it. But you know, we definitely have room back down to 415 if this breakout does fail.
So how much room are you giving this? What's the tactic here?
Zero room.
Okay.
This either goes or it doesn't. That's,
okay, got it.
Like, I want to be $1 in the money within 10 seconds.
Now, what are you doing with respect to the size? What are you sitting? What's the move? Like, you don't have to tell us where you're sitting because I don't think you really...
I'm crossing 20 cents here.
Yeah, wow, okay, so that's wide margins.
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's, you know, not crazy amount of size because of time of day and the fact that we've already made a $20 move off the bottom. But, yeah, that 405 price, too, I really wanted that 405, but it never got there during live market hours. So
$15, just like that.
Yeah.
It should also be mentioned Netflix is very strong, too.
Oh, yeah, Netflix is going nuts.
444, bad number in some cultures.
Is it?
Those fours, yes.
Bad luck, fours, in like Chinese culture or something?
I think a lot of Asian cultures, 4 is no good. So triple 4s on Netflix, up 2%, 2.17% since the open, meaning it opened red or started the the morning in the negative. All right, let's go back to NVIDIA, man, because I think you should give some play-by-play here as we dance with this pre-420 level.
Yeah.
Here we go again, accumulation at the $0.25 max.
You got to assume that people are getting squeezed out and options are being written above 420, but we'll see what happens here. Worth noting that 420.69 would be a fitting all-time high if this market is a simulation. So, you know, got to get through that price pretty quickly, I guess. If you want to short, that's where I would short at 420.69 and give it 1 penny. But no, I mean, I think yesterday's news on AMD basically cemented NVIDIA's spot as the top dog, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we got some room to go. We got some room to go on this one. Let's see where we get to here. A bit of a short squeeze kind of day, maybe, in front of this FOMC. People expecting a no hike as we get up there.
Oh,
so,
baby.
Printing 84s. Reserves all up there. 87 is the high now. 88, 89 the high. So just waiting for that break. You know, lots of people trying to sell up here. Lots of people trying to get in front of this level. There's not a, oh yeah, there's 1,000 lots, 1,500 lots up there on the size or on the number. So here we go, coming into 420. This is a big breakout. Lots of people are going to be watching this one. This could go very good or very bad. Willing to accept any outcome here. Hopefully, it's not just like mid and you're just sitting there like 20 cents in the money waiting if you should get out or not.
You want that explosive
I want the
explosive. What makes
break.
you want that rather than the stair step? I mean, what? Just the day, the way the stock is trading.
This style of trade, all-time high trade, this should really squeeze people out right away. I don't want people like sitting there making decisions, being able to manipulate the stock. I want it to just straight up, like everybody gets stopped out, and then we explode up. We've seen that on NVIDIA and Meta before. You know, these stocks that have worse liquidity tend to go a lot further on these breakouts. I mean, Tesla as well on key levels can sometimes go like $1 right away.
Yeah.
But that one's more of like a 40 cent right away. I want to see like legit 80 cents as we get into it. Lots of people selling in front of this level. So a little bit of slow tape once we get up there. Lots of selling coming in. But really, we're just holding higher lows on the 1 minute chart here.
See, as soon as orange comes in on my tape, that usually means over the bid, and especially when there's a flurry of it like there was right now, you always see that big jump, and that's why I love the way Pradley's color-coded my tape, that seeing the above the bid and then below the bid, the blue being below the bid, you get to see those moves kind of. I like associating with color. Anyway, I'm on the other side of this chart, this trade as well. I'm sitting on the other side of 420s. I'm deciding not to front run it here. Typically, that's what I do. I did that with SoFi this morning in front of 10. You know, I'm just going to take the, I guess, the safer bet here, which is to wait on the other side. Like Max says, I'm going to really basically copy Max's trade. If I'm not in the money, here we go, Max. Take it over, baby.
Okay, there we go.
I got filled.
It's trading in the 30s. It's got to go, got to go, got to go. Come on, NVIDIA. Come on. 35. The high is 55 at the moment. Just kind of printing red and green.
Back up.
Time to go up. This needs to get through 50 right away, in my opinion. I got filled on 22, which kind of sucks. Come on.
Here we go.
20s.
We're dancing at the quarters.
This is what happened on 415. So yeah, looking for the squeeze action. If this doesn't squeeze, here we go. 40s.
Back up into the 40s.
Got to print 50s now. Got to print 50s. Come on, NVIDIA. Here we go. 44 reserve right now. 43 reserving. So people selling for sure, but it's not going down.
I'm out.
There's 44. Come on, NVIDIA. Let's go. Pump it up. Somebody trying to get filled 40 there. They get filled. So now prints 44 again. We got to get going here. I don't know. I'm not loving what I'm seeing yet. This has to go up $1 pretty quick here.
Yeah, well,
there we go.
Here we go.
There we
now
go.
you're getting
People are getting filled on the offer.
I think now you're going to be good.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, the fill
there we go.
60s.
60s. Come on, NVIDIA. Start printing.
There you go. Look at how much this is moving.
All right. I'm looking for like $2.50
Where'd you get filled?
for profit taking. 22.
Nice.
Which isn't great, but like, yeah, this is slow for sure, but it is the middle of the day. You know, I don't have a crazy amount of size, so I'm not that worried about it. We are looking for this to keep going. It is not, You know, it's
We're
still
strong
higher
right
lows
now,
on the
man.
1-minute chart right now. So looking for that 65 to break and keep moving to the upside. I don't really want to see 20s print again.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, a bit of selling coming in, but those 40s hold, and now we're in the 70s. All right, this is going to go now. This, in my opinion, will go through 421 now. Should be going based on that dip buy.
Back in here.
All right, maybe this is it.
Hold on the
Maybe this is
quarters.
it.
Yeah, it's a lot of dancing at the half
lot of
dollar. You're looking
dancing.
for that teleportation, but you know, a dollar move on Nvidia really is not much to be
That
quite
is
honest with
nothing,
you.
yeah.
Yeah, so you're gonna have a lot of accumulation here, but you're in the direction of the trend. We are at 15,186 near highs on the future. So the future supporting the move. The direction is upside. The squeeze is on, I would think. Here we go, accumulating back into the 60s. We go. There we go through the quarter dollar. Now we're going to start accumulating at the whole dollar. The quarter dollar is trying to stay up. There's a lot of buying. I don't see too much size moving up though on the book, but there it is. Pump it up into the whole dollar. We'll sit there for you know what, a little bit of winner through the whole dollar.
Oh yeah, there we go. Through
And there I am
421.
out
Now we're
again.
starting to explode. Let's go, Nvidia. Come on. Pop.
Sick trades, sick
All
trades. The floor is happy. Your man,
Let's
Katina's
go, let's
punching.
go.
Your man, your boy,
All right.
Max is printing.
Looking
Good
for
trades,
425 on this move. This squeeze is on. Declared on. Oops. What a breakout on Nvidia. Never prints back through that 420 price, so looking good on this one. We want to see some reserves on the bid. We want to see people just not allowing this stock to go down because they are so far offside that this has to go to 425. I think we can get there today. We're only up 2.7% somehow. So I think, you know, we can get to 5% on Nvidia today. I'm going to be in it if we do. Only taking like, I don't even know what percentage that is off. 15% off. So yeah, this is going to be a good trade. This has been a good day. It continues to be a good day.
422 incoming.
422 incoming for sure. Well, not for sure. But yeah, what's the high now? 58. So yeah, I'm going to take profit at 421.99 a little bit, and then we will see what happens from there. Great trade here on Nvidia. Going to throw my stop out at 420, at 419.99, and we'll see where it goes from there. What else is moving?
Yeah, well, Microsoft's just made day high 337.65. What are these weird numbers calling me? Double bottom here, possibly brewing on Amazon, but the strength being shown in Microsoft and Apple. Tesla's kind of taking some time off right now. Meta's, yeah, good, strong movement on Meta. So my trades a lot less, you know, exciting. Took 50 cents on the first one, then took 80 pennies on the second trade here as we broke through that 421, getting some out in the 20s. So nice trades, small in Nvidia, taking it as it moves up, kind of just doing a little bit of scalps, nothing really holding like your man over there. But yeah, I think this is poised to take that quarter area 425. We're only up 2.5%. So if we really get going here, 4 or 5%, you don't know where this could go. The bigger the name gets too, the harder it is to run up more percentage points just because, well,
Yeah.
it takes a lot more money.
Yeah,
So,
the liquidity though is not that great. So if you were stuck short on this with a lot of shares, I mean, I don't know where you're covering. I guess on the even dollar of 422, where the size will be as we come back up to the high here. I am really wanting to take something off, but I'm not doing it because I'm being stubborn and wanting to get that $5 move here. I think we can get that today for sure. This stock has, you know, no resistance anymore on Nvidia as we just hit that high again. So we wick the high one more time. We'll see how many times it takes to get through it. Not actually, you know what? I just took a little bit more out there. Maybe a little bit quick to exit there, but we still have, what is that, 65% of the trade left on. So, you know, waiting for that big move here. Everything is absolutely elevating. Is this what's the high on NASDAQ recently? This is it, right?
I think we're at highs right now.
Yeah.
Are we not? recent highs.
Yeah, we are. That 15.2 would be a new high. So 15.2 incoming on NASDAQ. NVIDIA absolutely levitating. Dipping right now. My stop is on 420 or 419.99. I might just punch out if we get back to my price, but we'll see how this goes. You know, looking for that big move, looking for the trend move. We've got the teal supporting us at 420 now, so that actually looks pretty good. But yeah,
Like
we'll
the
see.
soft
We'll
days
see where
high.
this goes now.
Yeah, NQES all days high right now. So, like, I don't know, man. I just don't. The NVIDIA is really not getting a reason to retrace other than maybe just some profit taking. But the future's really keeping them up here as we're about to hit 15.2 here on the NQ September contract. 15.196 and a quarter high on the NQ, man. We are strong. 4.437 and a quarter. The high on the ES September contract, very strong, well above that 4,400 level we were talking about. Yesterday's close on the ES quickly, 44.16, and we've been above that since basically the open. So really strong. 15.1 was yesterday's close, shy a point, 15.099. We dipped below that on the open. Yes, we did, 15.052, but we quickly reclaimed it and established it as a level of support and continued to print upward and looking like 15.2 incoming. Now, you know, typically on preceding the Fed, on like a Fed day and even the day before, we've had muted market action because of the market anticipating what the Fed is going to do. But like Sean made very clear in the morning show, it's kind of been telegraphed at this point, and the market basically pricing it in and going ahead with it as if, you know, it had already been declared, and everybody's printing to the high side today.
Oh yeah.
As a result of
Oh
that.
yeah. You know, the longs are printing. That was weird, that pre-market dip. I feel like that might have been a little market manipulation or something.
Yeah.
You know, push everything down so nobody's like too frothy, too much buying so that they can buy it up at the lows
Right.
and then send it up. You know, that's a little conspiracy theory thinking, but you know, these are the things that happen in the market. As I'm just staring at this tape, waiting for that 422 breakout. I think 422.50 could be a decision point here because this does move in $2.50
NVIDIA?
points. But you know, the buying comes in as soon as we dip to 421. The buying just comes in and then it stops at 421.40, 50 kind of. I think there's people taking profit up here for sure. I mean, this is a big move. We're just waiting for that that next leg
Here we
up
go
as we hit those
again.
50s again. So somebody definitely selling in
it
the
is
50s.
again.
Just gotta wait for
Yeah.
those 60s to break. Once we see printing in the 60s, I think this goes, and now it goes. So let's see that 75 break, see that 422 break. There's really nothing to do here but just watch the money flow in. You know, just waiting for that. You know, if it's there's no size on 422, so that's not that's nothing to worry about. If this does fail break 422, I think if there was like 1,000 lots there, that would be something to worry about. But there's no size there, so it's not a significant level. We're gonna be waiting for 422.50 and then 425 after that. Nice
Killer,
trade
look at
for me.
continuation.
Yeah.
$quarter. What a move. Here comes the squeeze.
What
The
do you do?
move to
What do you do? You just have to
25 is
wait.
on.
You just have to sit and wait and
What
sit
a
on your
move.
hands. There we go. All right, now we're really squeezing.
Big
Wow.
time squeezing
Wow.
on your friend NVIDIA and on the market in general. There goes 15.2 on the NQ, 15.209.75. Big squeezing going here, Max.
Yeah. I'm just going to take one more piece off on NVIDIA
Holy
at
cow, there you
58
go.
there. That's 10% of what's left. And then, you know, now we ride it for 425. Wow. What a day. You know, I really wanted that 405. This would be a serious day if I got 405 this morning. But, you know, still doing pretty well at the
I
moment.
can't believe NVIDIA is like. So I guess, you know, the
Sean
move
just
on
said he's
NVIDIA.
offering 425. So
Why not? I mean,
424.95, and then you take the break of 425. You just get out and then take the next break, I guess.
Where
you know,
are
this
we
is
going
this is
here?
giving us some squeeze vibes for sure on this NVIDIA tape. People are probably caught offside. I mean, there's probably a bunch of like people buying like naturally FOMOing into this,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Nicole Harris, $5 super chat. Mercedes evaluating a technical implementation of Tesla charging standards from Benzinga. Interesting. We heard about Ford and then GM adopting that, Tesla quickly becoming the standard in EV charging with respect to outlets. So good look on that. We continue to watch the market as it closes in on day's high, 15,209 and 44.39 on the futures, and everything is, except Tesla. Everything's up and to the right except Tesla.
I mean, you look at the run that Tesla's been on, and you needed to catch a breather there. Like, we've had, like, what is someone, I think Brendan was saying it was like 10 days or 12 days in a row that it was,
something
14 days in a row that it was positive. So, yeah, you come from $165 to $265 in a matter of a month. I mean,
a move.
You know, how much further can Tesla squeeze? I'll be there for the 300 break, I'll tell you that.
Oh, baby.
But maybe a couple days of breather on Tesla before it really starts to fly again.
In October, NVIDIA was $90.
Yeah, yeah. NVIDIA 5X from October. It was $90.
In October, NVIDIA was $90. Just, you know, put that into context.
That's
right
insane.
there. Yeah, you know what? The market tends to have these, you know, irrational moments where things are highly undervalued or overvalued all at the same time and all in the same year.
The bottom was
108,
108.
not 90. 108, says Sean. Correction on NVIDIA bottom in October. What was it, October bottom?
Yep.
October bottom? 108.13 in October. October 10th, says the man Katina. I think NVIDIA... That's when we all bought it,
Oh,
says
yeah.
Sean. We're all holding. We're all holding, yeah. We're all bag holding from the bottom.
Imagine.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah,
I'm now
speaking
out of the
of,
money, by the way, on my plug trade here. Plugs had a poor day after being up like 6%, 7%. I am now out of this amazing long that I had last night, which is fine. That's just the way she works, but still holding that support level. Sharif and Max make a great team, says Long This, who sends $10 in Super Chat. Thank you very much, Long This, explaining the breakout made me serious money. Oh, and happy birthday, you know who.
Luke,
Yeah. Yeah, that's a running gag on the show. I don't know if you...
I'm aware. I'm aware
yeah,
of
you
that.
were aware of that. Let's
Yes.
not get that started again.
I
because
recall the
last
day
time
where
went
people
nuts.
donated like $600 for Luca's
Ridiculous,
birthday, and it wasn't
yeah.
even his birthday.
It wasn't even. It started
That
becoming.
was-
That was the second time that happened. It happened previously to that too. A bit of a move down on our friend by the name of NVDA as we take some profits up here, man.
Yeah, people definitely taking profits on this move. We haven't touched the teal in a minute, so got to go touch the teal. Everybody knows that.
There you go.
I took more out, so I got like a little more than a third of this trade still on for that like swing position.
Yep.
But yeah, we got more than half out now. When that 422 broke down, I was like, yeah, I should take some more out probably.
Yeah.
So got a little more out. Looking good still for the breakout. If the same thing happened here on the 415, it went $2.50, then wicks back down 415, and then you're able to get back in. I wonder if that happens on 420. I'm kind of thinking if we get back to 420, that maybe the 420 short back through could be pretty money for like a scalp for $1 or $2. So I'm gonna have to make a trade decision pretty soon here, whether I want to hold this all the way back down or if I want to take that 420 short. But yeah, I mean, right now I won't be stopping out of this until we at least break 426. Are you serious?
What? What happened?
I'm looking at my other platform. 420.70
Yeah. What?
is the consolidation low here.
420.70.
So if you wanted to short NVIDIA, I think 420.69 is the breakdown price.
Hilarious.
I'm not like that.
On your platform? Okay. I mean,
No,
I don't,
right
I don't
here,
see
look,
it here.
right
Okay,
here.
let me look at it.
Right, I'll bring it down.
Oh, go for it.
420.70.
Yeah, there you go.
420.69 is the
It
breakdown
cannot
price.
be argued with. Well,
I
there you
mean,
go.
you can't make this stuff up. The market does this for us.
It does.
So,
like
like-
the algos are planning it. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, we talked about the price, and then that's the price. I don't know, man. Do I take this short?
So
could
we
be
are
an
breaking
absolute
down
banger.
below 421. Is 420 the dip here? Here comes 420.69, and there it goes.
All
or
right,
gets
we'll see
bought
if this
back
gets
up.
rebid.
Yeah. So we're dipping down, and we're also at a concurrent level here on the NQ at 15.2. Are we going to claim 15.2, or are we going to reject 15.2? What are we going to do here? Now, this may take 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes for us to be able to make a decision on this, but I am now eyeing this level. Very, very interested in it now. Obviously, the direction of the trend is up, so your bias obviously is looking. We are going to hold 15.2, but let's wait for confirmation. So I think a lot of maybe NVIDIA has something to do with the fact that, I mean, maybe something NVIDIA has to do with continuation, whether we continue through 15.2 or reject 15.2. Like if we reject 15.2 on the NQ, do you see maybe a continuation on NVIDIA secularly? I don't know. So let's see what we do here on the future.
It looks like that 420.69 was a bamboozlement price for a while, or for now. Sorry, for now. So we'll see what happens with that. I think we give up that low. 420.50 is my new stop, and then I might actually just take that that breakdown of 420 even if that does happen, because I think like realistically you could scalp this back down to 418. 418.50 kind of area, just wait for the selling to stop kind of scenario. So that's my plan now, and could be wrong.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to be though, as I get these orders set up.
We're hanging.
All right. Yeah, we'll see what
damn
happens
right.
here. So yeah, 49 stop right now, and then we'll see if we can keep going up on this move. I don't want to stop out too soon, but I also don't want to miss that opportunity to take the 420 back through short. You could see this as like all-time high liquidity grab, goes $2, gets everybody in, and then they stop out and gives you that exit liquidity on the way down. But we see what happens. We see what happens.
Well,
I'm
continue to
laser
watch.
focused on NVIDIA at the moment.
Likewise, I'm also keeping an eye on what we do here at 15.2 on the NQ. I'm very interested in this level. If it's going to resolve short, sure, let's take it short. But I don't want to I don't want to jump the gun here. I want to really give it time to develop a trade at the level and decide which way it's going to go. I don't really want to guess, because guessing usually gets me in trouble. So, yeah. We're curling down on NVIDIA, coming back into that 420. Do we find support there? I mean, we have such a big move up today from that 405.52 bottom to that 422.76 top. Wow, talk about range. And all that fits within a package of only up 2.5%.
Well, that's the thing. Like, we're not up that much yet. We did have a good move yesterday after that AMD release, which if you caught that 401 bottom on that AMD and then rode it back up to 411, that's a pretty nice trade there. It's not the $15 trade that it gave you today off the lows, but rebidding right now, looking to break back through that 421. See if we can hold the teal here. Currently kind of diddling with it. We shall see if we hold here. I mean, I'd rather that this just go up than take the short back down, but I'd probably make more money on the short back down.
Because there's more room.
Yeah,
right?
there's more room to go. But so we'll see how this goes. And then again, like if we hold it, like if we wick people into the short, then hold that 420. I think there's another opportunity to get long. So. Lots of trades available on this name right now. And I mean, volume's not even that high yet. As I'm about to get stopped out of this. There we go, all right.
Okay.
So I am stopped out, so we will throw the stop in to get short and see where this one goes. That is right above the 50 period, but like VWAP's at 415. I don't think we're going to see VWAP on NVIDIA again.
You know what
do you
I
think
saw?
that Powell just dumps the market, though, when we...
Papa's going to come out, and he's going to be like...
he's going to dump it.
He's going to say, y'all must have forgot who I am. I am trying to be the new generation, what's his name? Paul Volcker. I am the new gen Paul V, because he's been pumping rates up since March 2022, bro. It's June 2023, and he's pumped it every single month since then.
Every meeting.
Every meeting, excuse me, sorry.
Yeah. Not every month.
Every meeting, yeah.
Imagine
Can you
every month.
Every meeting. Your friend NVIDIA, though, really trying to fight and hold above that much maligned 420 level.
Yeah, that maybe I had a bad stop out there. Maybe I got a little bit, you know, I saw that juicy trade back down and I really wanted it. The way that our system works, you can't have a stop order to get short really effectively when you're currently long. So, or at least not in a way that I like to do it. So I wasn't willing to do that. But maybe I should have just done it that way. We'll see what happens on this one. I mean,
it's a fantastic trade. I think some people are just joining us early because they were trying to warn you about this NVIDIA trade. They may not understand initially where you started with this NVIDIA trade. Can you just take us quickly through it one more time? Because they see your entry, they see the price action, they don't really get what happened. Yeah, go ahead.
I was long 415 earlier on. So 415, I was long twice, held it all the way up here, stopped out. Then it gives you that kind of new high of day, as well as the 420, which is the all-time high on NVIDIA. And I did take that 420 breakout, got 65% of the position out there, and I was just holding for that swing position for the other 30. So now we do have the order here to get short if this does go back below 420. And I'd be looking for these bottoms here, 418.50 for the first profit, and then see if we can, you know, crack 417.50. I don't really think that we can, but you know, anything's possible, and that's why we hold trades for the dream and trail stop them.
Absolutely. I'm still watching how we do here below 15.2. Are these dips going to get bought up? Every time we dip below that 15.2 area, are we going to step up to buy? Apple is moving here, and so is Microsoft. They're closing in on days highs, good strength. Microsoft stronger than Apple on the day, 1.3 to the high side for Microsoft as it closes in on 339, while Apple has been knocking on the door of that 184.5, 184.40 level for a while, but it is decidedly off VWAP and decidedly off that 183.30 close yesterday. You know, I'm not seeing anything yet in the market to allow me to decide which way it's going to go, so I'm going to continue to watch. I definitely am interested at these levels, 15.2, very much to my liking. Where is our boy Dan Emmons? Is he in the chat? Dan, if you're there, give me your thoughts. What do you see right now, Max?
Yeah, I was taking a look at that Apple. I think if Powell does somehow manage to pump the market on his speech today, Apple's going to be the main watch for that 185 break. I'll pull it up. 184.99, I think, is the all-time high currently on Apple from a few days ago here. Their announcement day, it got to 184.99. This wick is not real. So that 185 all-time high level, if that breaks on the speech, I think that could be like the banger long that kind of trends for the rest of the day. That's probably my main watch. There's also Tesla's fading. NVIDIA, I don't think is a name that you want to play on a market move given how it's kind of moving by itself today.
It's a great consolidation above 420. If we get a 15.2 hold and a 420 hold on NVIDIA,
whoa.
Yeah, you know, that'd be nice.
It is really
combination would be, look, the dips below, we're below 15.2. But the dips below were not huadunking by any stretch of the imagination. Every time we kind of retrace down, the buyers are right there. So continuing to watch and continuing to make shifting decisions. Also, no question about it, keeping my eye on big tech, see how it's faring, because the NQ very much reliant on the performance of the big. Can we call them 8 now? I don't know. We could even include Netflix and AMD. Let's call it 9. No, I'm just joking, guys, right? But yeah, obviously Microsoft and Apple very much a big part of the weighting of the NASDAQ, and they're both looking upwardly intended at the moment. So yeah, dancing with 15.2
upwardly intended?
Yeah.
I like it.
I like it. I know. Well, that'd be nice.
This is why you're the word guy.
I know, right? Just here to drop hot lines. You can take the trades I'll drop the hot lines, baby. No, we're dancing with 15.2. Here we go again. Not making a decision quite yet, but liking the fact that these dips are getting bought up. You like to see the area of support. It shows you the buyers are still stepping up. Above 15.2 we go. Maybe it pays to show the chart so people can know what I'm talking about. Yeah, 15.2, here we go. This is what I'm talking about here. This is the 5-minute on the NQ September contract. And there we go again. So let's see if we hold above here. Let's not, just like what happened when we dip below, let's see if we're able to stay above, because there is an opportunity of equal chance, to be shorting above 15.2 as there is to be buying below 15.2. So let's see how this resolves, Max.
Yeah, I just got short NVIDIA there. I'm not going to give this much more space for this breakdown. We will see if this can clear below. If this gets into the 20s on the bid, I'll be out. But yeah, looking for this to kind of give up that 420 price and see if we can test a little lower. The market's going up, NVIDIA is kind of going down. So, seeing a little bit of weakness. We obviously do need a pullback here. Not wanting to print through the 90s at the moment. All right, there we go. The selling starts to come in. So I'm going to be looking to take profits in front of 419, and then looking for 418.50 and then 417.50 on this little breakdown here on NVIDIA. There is still some buying, but there's reserves at 420 now. So yeah, the stop's going to be like 420.15 at this point probably. We are just kind of hanging out here, so this is looking a little bit like 415, but not quite like that. So there's some more selling coming in. I think there's definitely interest in taking profit in this move, but obviously, given the fact that I had a 425 target, I can't be too stubborn with this this short if it does indeed want to hold that 420 price. Currently, the low of this move was 419.69, looks like. So yeah, just waiting to take profit on this one.
All right. Yeah. Well, Microsoft continuing to move up and inch closer to 339. Let's have a look at the technical levels here on Microsoft and see if there's anything we can discern. Let's zoom out to the 15. Note that ain't going to cut it. Let's zoom out a little bit more. The hourly is probably a little bit better here. And yeah, we are at these local highs. No question about it. June 5th, top 338 and change. Likewise with May 30th. Let's zoom out to the daily and make sure we are at local highs here. And no question about it, we are at local highs. We're going to have to really zoom out to find previous highs, and we find them at 350. Then we have to go all the way back to those November highs. That's when Papa Powell sunk the market. Speaking of Papa Powell, yeah, so 350, the next really level of resistance on Microsoft. So lots of room. You got to think 340 is going to be a level here. So if you're thinking 339 breaking, you're looking where to take profit. I mean, you got to be looking at least $1, if not way more. Then this one, very strong is Microsoft, now up 1 1/3. We're still below 15.2 on the NQ. We're dancing below it. We haven't rejected it, nor have we claimed it. A lot of indecision happening right now. Which way do we resolve? I'm waiting for a possible move on this one way or another, just looking for it to resolve. What else is moving here? Apple continuing to kind of, be at highs. This is the chart on Apple over here, the 5-minute. Kind of rounding off this 184.50. Is this going to reject? Yeah, I think we may be moving down lower here a little bit on the future and on these big tech names. So is the short in on some of these names? Baby. The short is in, Max. Are you short? He's in. He's short. Let's go, baby. You heard it here first. Short is in.
I just can't lose today, Sharif.
There you go.
Brad just said that in the back. I agree. Yeah. I've now got half out of this short. And looking for that 417.50, as I said, I got a little bit out of it. 419 ahead of it, and then ahead of this 418.50 price. Now I'm looking for 417.50. If we get VWAP, I'll still be in, but I don't think we're getting VWAP today. This move is too insane on NVIDIA, but a nice little breather on the market, timed perfectly with this NVIDIA breakdown. I mean, NVIDIA breaking down probably kind of helped the market go down, obviously. But yeah, looking for that 417.50 price to break or hold, and then, see where we go.
Yeah, I'm short as well on the MNQ, so we'll see if we can get a little decent move here. We missed a little bit of it, so we'll have to, make do with this entry. But We're dancing. We'll see how we do. I think that there's a decent move to be had here. It's just a matter of where we move. But I think I don't know. It depends. Have we really rejected 15.2? I mean, this could be bamboozlement. So we'll continue to watch. Yeah, NVIDIA, lots of potential room to the downside, just as a secular move in and of itself, because it did have a 405.52 bottom and a 422.76 top. So all sorts of room possible to the downside. But don't forget, if you are taking it short, you are going against the trend.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So you have to really be cognizant of that and make allowances for that in your risk assessment.
For sure, for sure. Yeah. So if this breaks 419 right now, back to the upside, and holds above there, I'll be bailing on this one. Not going to bail like on the break. I'm not setting a 419.01 stop. But if it holds above, then I will get out. Also, if we wick 418 again and don't break, then I will get out of that as well. But yeah, looking for lower on NVIDIA for sure. We need a breather, I think, and then maybe we touch 417, 416, and then start to go back up, and then you can find a long back through 420 again in the afternoon. But yeah, I mean, you can't go $15 without pulling back.
No. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right?
That's. Yeah, usually I'm not very good at flipping bias. But,
there we go, baby. And there's just 10 points just like that
Let's
on
go.
the MNQ, baby. There we go.
Let's
take
go.
a little bit there as it flushes down on our friend, the MNQ. Nice. Okay. 4 for 4 on the day. I'm not going to say no, not, great. Down on my damn plug swing, which is irking me. But, yeah.
Imagine you got into Tesla when you were saying you liked it, eh?
Eek.
Oof.
Eek, yeah, I know. We were talking about that a while
You
ago.
can't have every trade.
you
you had
can't,
that
man.
sick meta swing. You can't, you
Have
can't hit
unlimited
everything.
funds, just be punching. Whenever the whim arises. I want to quickly mention a name that we don't talk about often. It's this Pi name. Pi, it's Impinj. The ticker on it is PI. The name of the company is Impinj. It is under my microchip and semiconductor name watch list. It's down almost 10%. And I'm not really sure why. I'm not seeing any catalyst. It's secular in the group. Microchips in general are strong on the day. So if anybody has anything here on this Impinj, would be interesting to know. My blotter not bringing it up, but yeah, 10% down on the day. Only done 433,000 shares, so not really day tradable, but interesting name there nonetheless. This looks like this is my new metaphor. All right, look at this, Max.
Yes.
This is a hockey stick. I'm going to call it, come back to the screen, please. This is hockey sticking. So this is normal hockey sticking, and then it's going to be inverse hockey sticking when it's up and to the right.
So like bull flag, bear flag kind of scenario?
Yeah, but we're going to call it hockey stick.
But yeah.
Because we have to have that Canadian twist. And
I love it. I love
what's
it.
life without wins? Hockey sticking is Pi Max.
I'm looking for a flat bottom breakdown right now.
Go.
Neil's term that on this 418
Bang, I just
on
got
NVIDIA
shot.
just kind of holding right now. It keeps trying to get back above 419, and there's a lot of selling coming in. So, based on what I'm seeing, that it's like slowed down and just kind of cruising back down for me, that I think I could get 416 potentially on a breakdown here. So that's where my new target is going to be. And again, the stop is the same. A hold above 419 would be the stop out here.
Yes, sir.
We are getting a bit of a bid in the market. So,
Yeah, and that's what I'm
maybe this
saying.
is the spot to get out.
That dip below 15.2, I'm saying there could be bamboozlement. The dip below, and there's boom, the immediate buying to kind of squeeze the shorts who thought the retracement was on, and that move back down to 15.1 was in the cards. That's yesterday's close, 15.099 on the MNQ. But I'm saying bamboozlement in this market is very, very possible. Now, the level 15.175 was trouble for us on our initial ascent. It's now acting as a level of support so far. So far, right? We'll see if it holds up. But yeah, former area of resistance, you want to believe. Current area support. Let's see if this is bamboozlement. We're going to move up, or this is the real deal, and the shorts are in, and it's time to print. So the market always keeping you on your toes, sharp. Even when you're having a good day, you can't let your guard off because the market will make you pay super, super quick, Max.
Yeah, yeah. What else are people watching right now?
I don't know.
Tesla's back to 256. Hey, Google 124. Let's take a look at Sean's short. Well, just chilling, 50 cents in the money, as Sean does. Yeah, this Google has been very weak. Oh, wow. That really came up off the bottom, eh? Oh, I got to take care of this NVIDIA. If we hold 419 here, are we going to hold?
Holding. I
I guess close above 419. Obviously not going to let this break 420. As we get back below, kind of dancing with the level.
Dance with the
What
devil.
was the high here? 419.40?
That's all I heard.
Yeah, 419.40. So 419.40, the new stop here. NVIDIA looking like it does indeed want to come off the bottom. So the short was not in.
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
I think we scared Fabian there. He was like, what happened? What happened? It's like, yeah, no, I hit it from over here. Shout out to Fabian, killing it on the ones and twos. Yeah, back there, Alejandro and Fabian killing it this week. They've been on their own. Pradley has not been with them.
Yes.
Sorry, man. Alfredo, my bad. Alfredo.
What did you
Alfredo
call
and
him?
Fabian. I don't know. I know his name is Alfredo. I say good morning to him every morning. We talk. Yeah, Alfredo. They've been alone. Pradley hasn't been with them, so they've been having to do it on their own from the morning to the close. So shout out to them, killing it there, and yeah, the boys killing it in the back there. So show them your love in the chat, Fabian and Alfredo. And Alfredo, by the way, that hot sauce was spectacular. I had it with the wings that I get from Costco. I don't know if anybody knows these prepackaged wings. They come in this rectangular clear tube. They're already seasoned. You got to throw them in. They're fantastic. I threw Alfredo's sauce that he hooked everybody up on the floor with. Beautiful, beautiful, fantastic. Not too hot. And just the right amount of, I believe there's a lot of vinegar in there. No, Alfredo? Vinegar?
Must be.
Is Alfredo there? No, he's not there. Okay. It's just Fabian. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, shout out to the man himself. He always comes around every morning. He gives us dabs and stuff. Yeah, he's a good dude. All right. So, shout out to the man. What you got over there, Mad Max?
I just got stopped out of NVIDIA at the teal, and then it kind of turns around. So maybe should have just stopped it back at my price, given that I already got 2/3 of the trade out. But you know, whatever. I mean, that was a good trade. Just padding the day at this point. I don't think I'm going to be taking many trades until something crazy happens at FOMC.
I take many trades.
If something crazy happens at FOMC, you know, I always trade his speech. I'm always just getting chopped up back and forth, like, oh, this is the breakdown. And
140
then
handles don't get themselves. I mean,
yeah. Well, I usually trade like Tesla or Apple.
Nobody knows what we're talking about unless they're diehard fans of the show and they paid attention to your story last time.
If they hike today, we're going down 200 handles.
I would say that. But Brendo was saying that to me this morning. He's like, what happens if he hikes today? And I said, we're going down.
We are going
down. And he said, but the market has been irrationally strong.
That's
if
true.
we go down, do we get bought up immediately?
Yeah, maybe. But I think on the move, like, you know, people get stopped out of their swings at this point. I think.
Yeah, no question about that.
Yeah.
There's going to be some carnage down there. Yeah. Papa, look, man, don't put it past him.
Don't put it past him. He has
He may
shown
wanna
no
surprise
remorse
you.
for the longs.
Yeah. No way he's hiking, says me now. Yeah, look, I mean, the Fed rate tool, we looked at it this morning. We'll look at it again for transparency's sake. Let's go here. Come to the Fed rate tool, CMS. There we go. Let's see what we got over here. What's the latest deal? 97.7 to stay put, and only a 2.3% hike. We're going to have to look, see if there's been any unusual bets in Vegas because Papa may be making. No, I'm kidding, of course, guys. Tongue in cheek. But here we go. July, there's a 60% chance currently with current data that they may raise another 25 bips. That takes us up to 5.25 to 5.5. And then looking at the September meeting, another 60% chance for them to hold there. But now we're really speculating it's down the road, and there's so many variables. The market is headed south, though. It looks like this is the real deal in terms of the short. There it goes. You get that consolidation sideways on the Qs, and the newer low is in. You're getting it on the ES. You're getting newer lows on NVIDIA. You're getting newer lows on Meta, Google, Tesla, Microsoft. I don't know why I can't say their names, but yeah, they're making lower lows. And it looks like, we've got the short is in for now. You must be happy.
Yeah. No, well, I was stopped out there.
Oh,
So,
you still stopped out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually did just try a 418 hold. It looked like 418 was going to fail break here, as potentially I was indeed right on that. Whatever. Yeah, NVIDIA does end up breaking that 418, so I think we do end up getting these, these 416, 415 bottoms potentially before the move up. Maybe we just hold 418 right now, though, and go. This is looking kind of strong off that 417.65 kind of price that we were talking about before.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, maybe that
Here
long
we
was
go.
good. I don't know. I might have stopped that a little soon.
A little bit of a tidbit here, Max, that we should probably let everybody know. Our friends Target are up 4.05% on the day. It's moving on news that there's a rumor circulating that Activist Insight suggesting, I think Brendo brought this to us, Activist Insight suggests a large investor may be getting involved in the company. Bill Ackman was mentioned in the rumor. It should be noted, a rumor, this coming by way of Benzinga. I don't know who they're quoting. They don't mention it here. So, but look, there's no question. Look at the stock's been absolute rocket since the morning, 128.75. Now, this name has been beat down. We're not going to get into exactly why, but the name has been beat down quite severely in the last little while. 162.5, and now we made a 120. That was the the range before the breakdown, and then we had a 125 touch there. So there is some room to move back.
That looks like a little, if that was a 1 minute chart, I'd be long there at 128 on that.
Right.
On that daily. That's looking like a little liquidity grab reversal long there.
Yeah.
As, definitely can get back into the 145 kind of area.
Yeah. So that's the way it is. Technicals would say, now, if you're looking, are you looking at a resistance point around here, Max? The 140 area, if you're
Wherever the
retracing
close
here.
of those candles is usually where
I like that.
Yeah.
141 essentially.
Yeah, 141
You're
area.
a close man. Yes, Max.
Not always.
Okay. Oh,
I do
well,
whatever
I'll retract
fits
that.
best for me. Like, if you get like a bunch of closing candles,
Yeah.
and like maybe they line up with some wicks, that's like
Okay.
that's
fair.
money.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
money.
yeah.
If
And
you
the
get a
wicks-
bunch of wicks that line up, then
That's
yeah,
what I was going
of
to say to you.
course.
That's what I was going to say.
You just have to take what the chart gives you. I think.
Right. All right. Well, the man by the name of Bradley is afoot, and he's around the area. So I know that usually means you're almost overtime. You got a minute left. Hell of a trade today. I want to congratulate you for real. So we're going to spin the money one more time for the mad one coming on and showing us what the heat looks like. Shout out Max for coming on. We're going to send it up to Brendo at the big desk for happening now.
Hey guys, into the lunch hour we go here as we await Mr. Powell to come at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Yeah, still at last check, just had another look, about 92, 94% all morning on the CME Fed Funds tool that we will get a hold from the Fed coming up this afternoon. But it'll be very, very interesting what this guy has to say at 2:30 as far as the press conference is concerned. Will they overall kind of lean on the hawkish side of things, saying, yes, we're pausing, but nobody get comfortable because we'll come back guns blazing if needed in July. Still about a 60% chance for the July meeting that we do get a quarter-point hike. So make sure you're with us. We'll come back about 5 minutes early for the 2 p.m. stream get you set for that announcement at 2 o'clock again. About 94% still suggesting that we will get a pause from the Fed as of today. 0.3, meanwhile, for the S&P 500, a little bit of selling maybe in front of 2 o'clock coming in right now. 0.29 for the Dow. A little bit of a mixed story. This Russell 2000 was strong early on. Came off pretty quick there, though. It has been relatively strong over the past few days. 0.4 for the Russell 1000, 0.37 there for the 3000. NASDAQ composite in the 100. Trying to lead the way here. 0.4 and about 0.5% for the composite in the 100 overall. I saw this one pop up early on this morning. UiPath right here. You can see that heavy volume came in. There was a note of a possible takeover maybe for UiPath and a buyer that could be interested in this one. So 18 trying to hold here as a key level for UiPath. Rivian, remember, coming up on June 20th is going to come out of the NASDAQ 100. So as of the open on June 20th, which means the 19th, the prior close, we'll get that possible deletion out of the index at the close, and then no more Rivian in the 100. ON Semiconductor going to replace it, if you were wondering. All right, let's go Trader Prad and Sharif. Good to go. Back to you guys.
The man is back. Pradley Beal back in the house. My man killed it. The reviews were off the chain. Didn't you tell me not to do the first
I
button?
know you're gonna get mad at me, but look, that one didn't look good without the button
Oh my
open.
God.
Am I
He came
unmuted?
up to me.
Okay.
I was at the big desk. He looks like he's like, you look like you're in grade school. Unbutton that top button. It was a polo shirt. It wasn't this one. Shout out to Pradley Beal. The man is back. How was the morning, my man?
We're up on the day. We are. Whoa, why is the camera so
I
low?
don't
I'm
know.
not that short, ladies and gentlemen. I'm
Adjust
actually
the camera,
almost 6
guys.
feet. This is making me look like I'm a little
are
person,
6
man.
feet. What do you
I'm
mean?
almost 6 feet. I'm
You're
like
not 6 feet?
5'11" and 3/4. You know, I got a little bit of a. If you're actual 6 feet standing next to me, you know that I'm capping. I'm straight up lying to you about being 6 feet. If I wear like Tim's or like any high sole shoes, then I'm 6 for sure. But you know, the show is over here is all about honesty. We keep it real with you guys, and I'm barely 6 feet. But hey, we are having a good day today. We are green, but not good trading overall. I traded some of my positions very poorly. I could show you an example of it. NVIDIA, man, I had that NVIDIA 415 breakout, exactly like our boys on the show here. Like I think Neil had that too, if I remember correctly. But you saw Max have it. I was calling it out to the boys on the row next to me. I was like, guys, 415, it broke, it came back down. There's an iceberg holding the stock. And then after I saw that iceberg, I moved my stop up on this position, and that stop actually triggers, makes me miss out on that position, on that beautiful long over there. Later on, I'm able to take a long near 420 and then flip into a short, scalp that short, get stopped out on that short, and then I get another short over here near 422. I get out near 421s, basically $1 per share. You saw Max kill this short even better by taking that 420 breakout and just run into the downside. Absolute monster trading by your boy, the demon himself. But hey, here we are right now trying to revenge trade a little bit. I know the word is a very banned word, not supposed to be using that as a day trader, but right now I'm revenge trading a little bit on Oracle. The stock is around one of those levels on my charts, on the long-term charts, on the daily charts, sorry. Where I think we do find some resistance, and you already saw Sean trying to short this level a little bit. I got hurt trying to do this. I gave some money back trying to short Oracle. My worst trade of the day today is Oracle, but right now we're in a decent winner. 28 cents per share in the money. That's the first entry. This is the second entry. I want more size at that level that I have all the way up to 123, and then I want to add also on the break of 121.50 to the downside. Let's see if that's possible. As you guys can see, my positions over there, my only two positions right now, nice. SoFi long and Oracle short.
Yeah, nice build on the SoFi there. I had that one quick, but there goes the market. And a big move down on the NQ. So the short is in, and the 15-2 rejection is the real deal. Who keeps calling me at these times?
Ring, ring.
Random numbers. I like how our carrier here tells me now when it's likely spam. It says likely spam.
My phone actually has this feature where as soon as it says likely spam or anything, it automatically sends it to voicemail.
Oh, that's
so
nice.
There's a funny story here, and my voicemail is one of those troll voicemails. If you call me, it goes, hello.
Yeah,
hey,
yeah, I
hey,
know.
I
yes.
can't hear you. What's
Holy, the
up?
market's
And then it
tanking.
goes, why are you calling me, dummy? You know, text me instead. So this Uber driver
love
yesterday
that
was trying to
one.
pick me up. He calls me and my phone automatically sends him to voicemail. He picks me up and he's like, bro, your voicemail had me dying for 5 minutes straight.
It's hilarious. Yeah, I remember your voicemail for specifically for that reason. But let's go to the chart, please. Here, wow, what a move down as we continue to retrace off that 15-2 rejection. We just made a 15-150 break. Where is the support if there is going to be support? Now, I know I'm talking about the NQ, but the ES is making an equally impressive retracement. 44.39.5. We are now at 44.25. So 14.5 points off the top on the ES. Some critical levels to be aware of on the NQ. We need to be aware of 15.1. That's where we closed. And on the ES, we need to be aware of 44.16. That's where we closed yesterday. That's where I will look for very, like high confidence support areas, proudly at those areas, but not quite there yet. What a move.
I love it, man. Yeah, the market giving you a nice little pullback to maybe look for new long opportunities if you are interested in that. Obviously, the market having a pretty good day today. Right now, as you guys can see on my board, I'm currently long SoFi, waiting to see if SoFi can push back up north for us at some point over here. My original long did start off at 990 once it came back through 10 and tested the opening range 5-minute high. Once it tested that, I punched the long, was able to hold it all the way through the movements. I got stopped out a little bit. I actually took some size out, didn't get stopped out. Got back into the trade, took more size, able to scalp some out, and now we're getting back into the trade. It's trying to push back up north. Only 2 pennies in the money on this position, so nothing really I can't really take profits just yet. I would love for this one to go back above 10, maybe at least back above VWAP and towards 10, where we have seen the stock struggle all day today. And that 1020, if you were watching the stream last night, 1020 was the level that I called out that I wanted to be short on SoFi. But sadly, that was not the level that I actually took the short because everyone on the floor was long SoFi. That gave me a little bit of a scare, like, hey, if everyone's long, maybe I'm the one wrong about the idea over here of shorting at 1020, right?
Yeah.
So I actually said, okay, I'm not going to short 1020. At the same time, I'm also looking for the stock to go back to my long-term portfolio break-even price of $13. So all things considered, I actually walked away from my own 1020 short idea. That was the short level on this stock. Beautiful short trade right back to the downside if anyone had it, especially from the stream that you saw last night that I'm talking about. But hey, SoFi right now still giving you beautiful areas to build into your long. Right there, as you see the 50-period EMA, which is the teal line on my 5-minute chart, and this white line is the 100-period EMA. The VWAP's the red line right here at 990, and we're expecting a move straight to 990 or a little bit higher than 990 would be also perfect for us. Let's see what else you guys are talking about in the chat. People saying Prad bag holding SoFi. Oh, bag holding would be a good term right now because I was way more than bag holding on this position. From $13 to how low did it go? Like $4 or $5 on SoFi? I mean, it was
You don't
scary.
sell now, proudly. I gotta tell you.
Of course
the truth.
not.
Yeah. Like you've got a lot of good upside. I think that this is we're just waking up to a major problem, which are going to be student loans, and their interest rates are high. So think about
weren't they
it,
going to
Bradley.
wipe out the student loans
That's
or something?
the thing. That's why SoFi is running.
But shouldn't SoFi not run? Because if they're going to wipe out the
They're
student
not.
loans, which is what's
They're
not
canceling
gonna,
it. So
okay,
part of the deal for the debt ceiling increase was the eventual cancellation of the student loan program.
Okay.
And that's why SoFi is like, okay, well, come on back, baby.
Yeah,
We're
okay.
waiting for you. We've been waiting. And now they're going to make money on. Now we're talking about even more money they're going to be making on it because interest rates are way, 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 way higher than they were last year. And
Almost 5.2% higher.
there you go. It was basically nothing. And obviously it's going to cost them a lot more elsewhere at the non-discount places like SoFi, because SoFi consolidates your higher interest loans, high interest rate loans into lower interest rate loans, and it kind of takes your credit cards, takes your student loans, and it gives you one loan, consolidates them all at a lower rate, and so you end up saving money, and they steal other people's clients, and that's basically what it is, right?
Okay.
That's the pitch for SoFi. Now I know they got a lot more. I got tacked. No, I didn't get attacked in the chat before about not giving the full picture. I know SoFi is more than that. They are a fintech company. They offer more. I got. But yeah, that's a look, and that's why they've been running, bro. So Humana apparently HUM moving here says super heart. Let's have a look at. I don't see. It's down 14%. Big move down. Why is Humana and Elevance shares moving down? What to know? Shares of several health insurers, including CVS, Humana, Elevance Health, are trading lower Wednesday after United Health Corp highlighted an increase in elevated volumes of non-urgent surgeries, which has increased fears of higher costs for insurers. So the healthcare insurance game taking it on the chin as their margins look to get squeezed here as costs come in for them. And so if you're looking into playing that trade, that's interesting there. A seldomly traded sector, proudly, on the Day Trade the World network is healthcare. We do biotech, not too much healthcare, though.
UNH was actually on our watch list, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
If it wasn't on ours, I think it was on a different one. And, this one was dropping to the downside today, almost down 7%. And I was looking for a trade over here. That dip by near 450 did look good off the open, but right off the open, the amount of selling that the stock was showing made me actually stay away from the 450 area. But looks like when we pop from the 445, go back through 450, that was a dip buy opportunity for you to get in. Right now, we're looking at the NASDAQ right here on the lower part of my screen. Let me just make it bigger for you. As you guys can see, NASDAQ on the 5-minute chart pumping right back to the north side.
Yeah,
maybe
man.
we do see a higher high coming into play because we are seeing a higher low coming in right now, and NASDAQ still above 15,000. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're not that far from all-time highs over on this market. With Papa Powell coming on at 2 o'clock talking about the interest rate changes, and at 2:30, obviously he'll be on the podium talking to the media and probably getting baited by the media with all the trick questions, trying to see how he answers. But he always has like a transcript ready to go about, and they know exactly what to say and what not to say. So I think for most part, we are prepared over here for the probability of no interest rates coming in. But I was reading an article today, Sharif. It was pretty interesting. It's these verbiage, these words that these guys use at the FOMC meetings, right? So the word that they're trying to use is not pause, because pausing interest rates would mean like you're now going to pause and start cutting.
Yeah.
They're talking about just a halt. Halting it instead of pausing it, or maybe I'm misquoting the halt word. It could have been a different word.
Halt, pause instead of halt.
Yeah, so they're trying to do play words over here,
of
basically
course.
indicate that there could be possible rate hikes in the future.
Yes.
But right now they wanna stop it,
Yes.
assess the situation, see how everything plans out, see how the banking sector, which has recently been absolutely getting smacked to the downside. So see how if that sector recuperates, recovers a little bit, and then see where it goes from there. So obviously we are expecting a rate pause to come in, but let's say we do get that surprise rate hike.
Oh, baby.
It's gonna be free fall all week for the rest of the week.
Yeah, easily. And I think we do get a lot of downside there. But yeah, it's a good look. He's going to pause. Canada did that. They took 2 interest rate possibility interest rate hikes off the table.
Oh, the Kirk word is skip. Thank you, chat. Chat helping me out.
Skip.
The Kirk word is skip. They're not using pause.
Oh, goodness. There's a whole algorithm that looks at
the words?
Yeah, the words, and sees what was deleted from the press release that gets released at 2 p.m. with the interest rate decision comes a document, and there is every time there's a comparison between the one that just got released to the one previous, and the words that have been omitted or added are highlighted so you can see the things that, the emphasis. So looks like for the moment we are bouncing on the NQ. 15,150 ended up being the pivot point here, and now we are back up another 30 points back into 15,180. Are we gonna get another test to 15,200? You like this? Yeah, I mean, I like my chances at a 15,200 take this time around. Why? Because you have a series of higher highs and a series of higher lows looking to take that decided level there. And, you know, second time around, I don't want to say is a charm, but what you got here are good technical indicators with higher highs and higher lows. So again, we're going to wait to see how it trades at 15.2, just like we did last time. And maybe we can not paper hand the trade as much this time and actually let it run and make some better moolah. Secret Treasure, Sharif, come on, bro, take a trade. I can take a trade in a buyout if you'd like me to for 10 shares, if that should please you. But no, I'm not going to take a trade for the sake of taking a trade. I will do one is to my liking. So we'll continue to keep an eye on the market. What I do like right now is that we're getting some decent bouncing here on some of these big tech names, especially since I have my eye on a possible bounce on NQ. Look at this nice bounce here off yesterday's close on Meta, 271.5 holding for the moment. Likewise with Amazon, kind of consolidating with higher lows above that yesterday close at 126 2/3. Be interesting there if we resolve above 15.2. You'd like your chances maybe at 127 1/4 on Amazon, Apple. You know, bit of a double top, nice bounce off VWAP there. Tesla's the one that is really kind of giving up the ghost today. It is looking to make lows. Here comes Tesla to the downside. 256 incoming. We have a 255 1/4 low. Tesla taking on the chin today, proudly, after the Model Y price hike of $250.
Elon can't stop, won't stop, ladies and gentlemen. What was it? At the start of the year, $101, and now we're at $260. I mean, that's just the name of the game for him. King Elon himself. You know, you're talking about buyouts. This is what I did today on Nikola today, my boy. Absolute buyout trading level 101 on Nikola. I mean, it was just so easy. The stock popped up of $1. I'm leaning on the size on the dollar. There was about 1,000 lots at 101, 102, 103, 104. So every time we drop down to these prices, I'm just constantly punching in long, and I'm scalping out, you know, some of my size out at the same same price that I got in, and then I'm holding some for a possible move up to the north side. At this 109, 110 area, there was 1,000 lots there. I didn't think Nikola would break that area and run up to the north side to 115. It did manage to do that. So, you know, some of you most likely won't be able to capitalize on this setup over here that Sharif was actually talking about. That's why we don't talk about it as much. It's because over here, at Day Trade the World, with direct market access, we have access to actually collect fees by providing liquidity on the market on certain gateways, so such as BATS, MEMEX, MIAX, all the traditional gateways. They actually provide us liquidity by providing, provide us fees and by providing liquidity. So for every 100 shares or so, I think MEMEX gives you about 13 cents or so, if I remember correctly. That number changes every once in a while. So just by doing that, we're able to not only make gross profits, we're also
$2 per thousand.
$2 per thousand on MEMEX. Thank you, Sean. Sean just gave us the numbers out there. So for about $2 profit is what you would make for moving every 1,000 shares on that gateway, and that's type of the game that we try to look for on stocks that show you these you know, not that Nikola is a buyout, but any stock that has tons of liquidity coming in, moving 73 million shares today, Sharif. Nikola moving 73 million shares, up 14% on the day. So as we are pulling back to those, exactly. So as we are pulling back to that level, look at that size at 101, 102, 103, 104. I'm just gonna lean on that size. If $1 breaks, I just get out for a loss of a 5-penny loss. But if the $1 level holds, you're watching the 105 level right now get cleaned out, get pushed up to the north side, and make us some money. But sadly, we don't have any size left in NKLA right now for ourselves.
Tesla's moving big time.
SoFi right now moving back up to VWAP. SoFi is giving us some profits, only about 5 cents in the money, so whatever, giving us some profits on that side. And Oracle 20 cents, 30 cents back in the profit zone, but I want Oracle to go much, much lower. Let's go check out what Stressla is doing.
Stressla is bouncing off that 256 quite aggressively with like a reverse hammer candle.
No way.
Yeah, and it is moving up. Nice,
Intel?
nice 250. What's up? What's up?
Sorry, I cut you off.
No, go for it.
This
Intel's
is crazy. Intel was my best trade of the day today. I was long Intel right here. I was waiting for that 34 break. As you guys can see, I started building before. I was building before 34, and we do pull back. I add around this 33.80s. I get out near 34s. I have more, then I add back again over here near 34.50s. I'm getting out again.
Yeah.
And then I think, that maybe the game's done for Intel today, but I'm wrong as Intel now clears out the high of day, pushes towards 35. That was my original target. So now that Intel's at 35, is the game done is the question. Maybe not, man. Intel, I'm pretty happy because as you heard Sean talk about in the morning, we both have Intel on our long-term portfolio, so we can't wait for this one to go up. You just said AI, I don't know.
Checking right now my price.
How much percentage are you up, Sean? Let's hear it. But yeah, here we go, man. $35 on Intel. Who would have seen this coming? Not me. 34 was a solid double top on the long-term charts if you guys are watching it. And you guys in the chat are hilarious. People in the chat saying the new Pratt is confident. I think it's AI generated.
I want to tell you guys something that's funny. The boss of this place sent one of us an entire video cast, like a newscast that was done in Kuwait by an AI anchor, and you couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Unless you were told, like you had no idea. So,
I guess he's trying to replace us.
Everybody's
He's trying to replace us now.
Everybody's.
Hey, boss, don't replace us, okay? We love this job. We love working for you.
Yeah, it can't be this witty. Come on. How, imagine it had a wittiness level and that actually worked. That'd be so funny. So it's Prad GPT now. Bro, we got to keep a running tab of the amount of nicknames you have around
I know,
here,
it's
'cause
too many.
It's
too many.
I'm lost. I don't know. There's quite a few.
Ooh, there's actually size on, sorry, Sharif, size on 35 on Intel now. Not too much, only about 100 lots coming in, and they are chasing up. You can see these bids stepping up every penny as the stock is moving higher. Let's see that 35 get cleaned out. There you go, 35 got cleaned out. Now the size pulling up on 35, that's negative. Oh, there you go, size pulling up on 35 now. The stock is stair-stepping to the north side. We are moving still on Intel, ladies and gentlemen. What is NASDAQ doing? NASDAQ is actually not moving as violently as Intel is. So let's go take a look at SOXX because it's always a good idea to take a look at the relative ETF of the market or the stock that you are trading, and that happens to be the semiconductor ETF. Some of you take a look at SMH or SOXL, which is a 3 times leverage ETF. SMH is not the 3 times leverage ETF. It's just managed by Van Eck. So here we go, man. This ETF is a high day, 0.8% up on itself, thanks to NVIDIA, thanks to Intel, and AMD too, even though AMD was moving downside for the most part. If I remember correctly, is AMD still up?
AMD is up 2.1%.
Still up on the day, even with the downside move it was having. So here's Intel up 3.4%, and Sean just checked his portfolio, and he is about to go buy a G5.
There you go, baby. Is it G5 or G6?
There's all of them, G5, G6, they're different ones.
So apparently XPeng released a car called the G6.
Hopefully that doesn't happen to Sean's G5, though. We love Sean.
No, hope not. No, that won't happen. In a Tesla long here, looking for continuation possibly to go green, maybe into 259. Let's try our hand here as we dance with that 258 level. The market holding up. We're still below 15.2. Tesla off bottoms. We got a long way up, though, possibly on our friend Stressla. And we also have a bit of a double bottom that's brewing here. That could be brewing on the 5-minute with the right side of the W being higher than the left. And, you like that if you're bullish because that means buyers stepped up in the level that they were buying. So we'll see if this one materializes. We're long 84s. Let's see if we can get continuity into 59s here. But Stressla looking good. And guys, if you're just joining us, when we say Stressla, we mean Tesla. And yeah, I know I hate to repeat myself for the older viewers, but we got new people joining us all the time. So looking for a 258 take here, but we're not really seeing that vigor on the market that we saw earlier, that desire to reclaim 15.2. It was much more of an aggressive ascent earlier. We bounced off 15.15, and that was kind of the reason I was looking long here on Stressla because of the hammer candle and this bounce here on the NQ September contract. maybe to take 15.2. We may have to have a concurrent trade on the future if this really gets going here, but we shall see, Pradley. Tesla running secular at the moment here, to be honest.
I see in our Google YouTube chat, Neil talking about Unity. Unity is on a monster run to the north side, almost 9-10% to the upside. That made me pull up Unity on the daily chart, and if you pull up Unity on a daily chart, you see an almost perfect triple top if you ignore this triple top right here itself. So it's got 1, 2, 3 triple top, and if you include these 3 tops, then it would be 5 tops basically coming in around this 42.50 area. So I'm looking for a short right now on Unity. Maybe give it that 20-25 cents of risk past 42.50. So past where we are right now, up to 42.50, to see if we're able to capture on a nice move to the downside, right back to VWAP, or even this consolidation areas near $40.50, $41 for a clean swing short to the south side. Looking at back at NASDAQ, that's SOXX, that's not NASDAQ. Oh, look at Unity selling right now already. We love to see that, ladies and gentlemen. We just entered. I am excited.
Yeah, I love it.
We just entered, and we're already watching the selling pressure coming in and the buying pressure stopping. We're now breaking 42 to the downside. Ooh, spoke too soon. 42 now holding once again. But we want the selling pressure to come in. No greens and no yellows, as you guys were hearing Sharif talk about my color code earlier. We want to see those blues and those reds, which are bids and below the bid slaps coming in on the time of sales. And for my own sake, I'm also going to filter the tape over here for 99 shares or higher. That way we don't really see the prints below 99 shares showing up on our time of sales. They're irrelevant to me. They don't carry any weight or any information on what direction the market might move to. They're just little prints that might happen usually in dark pools.
All right. Dancing with this Tesla long as we don't get help from the market right now, moving up on a secular basis, I would say, at the moment, unless we get some good movement from our friend, the NQ here. The NQ pulling back into 15,175-ish area as Tesla now dancing in the high teens with 258.
Dancing with the devil?
Yeah, I know, honestly, right? What was the tag here? I just saw, Sharif watched the daily of UI. Okay. Pradley was on that UI.
UI? No, I'm on
no,
U.
You were on U. So let's look at
UI path?
Yeah, I think there was something with respect to that. UI path. Where are we percentage on the day? No, that's UI boutique. Oops. What's UI path? Is it UI?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, Pat. P-A-T-H.
Oh, that's right. Thanks. Path. There we go. 1.62. Yeah. Not really seeing much on the day for this one, especially what's available at the moment. You have a 1790 close. You're above on the day. You have higher lows. You're looking to break that 18.25 top, it looks like. So if you get good resolution, you know, maybe an 18.5 run, but nothing here for me. I'll continue to watch this Tesla trade as we continue to have trouble staying above 258 as we don't get support from the market, but I do like the candle patterns and the chart pattern that has formed at the moment, and it's provided me with pretty definitive outs. So I'm going to continue to ride this one. In fact, you know, if it really starts running up, I'm looking to add, but the market not poised to continue up at the moment as we're about an hour and a half away from the decision. Unless Tesla's going to run on its own, you know, we'll see. We'll hold this one up nicely on the day. This will provide me a nice cushion to kind of have some more patience with this one to give it a bit more room. But yeah, looking strong. I like the dip buy and the reversal hammer candle that brewed here on the 5-minute. Technically, you know, I'm against the trend because it's down 0.3% on the day, but I don't think increasing prices is a bad thing, especially when you're as nimble as Elon is with the price. He's like a damn gas station changing his prices every 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's about to be 12 o'clock. The prices are about to change like the gas station does. IEP, someone in the chat says, Ernest Aspen is asking, I would love to hear what Pratt thinks about IEP. I know it's the Carl Icahn stock. I don't really know too much exactly about the story about what's going on, the short seller report and so on. And obviously we can't trade it over here on our company platform. So I just don't bother with looking at the chart. If you're asking for my technical perspective, what I think about just by looking at the chart and not actually knowing the overall story of what exactly took place, I think right here, that bottom, and even this bottom right here, might be some levels that I'll be looking into. You know, that's a pretty wide range. It's almost a $10 range, but that range looks pretty interesting to me, and I would like to see what the stock would do in this range. Right now, looks like we're already below that $33 price, and if we do get back above 33, I'm looking over here for select. Look, the camera's over here. No, the camera's over here. If it does get back above 33, maybe it does have a chance to push back to 42 and then back above to 50. But with all the bearish sentiment and negative news that the stock has had recently, you might just be able to see that $33 acting as a barrier. I don't really think, you know, I wouldn't really follow my technical analysis on this because A, I've never traded it. B, I don't know the real news on it. So if there is actual news on a catalyst, the technicals can be sometimes not in play because the catalyst is way more overbearing than the technical itself. So that's why I'd say trade with caution. And I would like to remind you that, you know, none of us over here are actually financial advisors. We're just showing you how we would trade the position by actually taking that trade ourselves. You know, it's never a good idea to follow anyone blindly. Maybe understanding what Neil, Sean, Max, Sharif, or even myself are doing over here, and then trying to incorporate that system into your own system to help you become maybe a better trader in the future. That's the point of this show over here. I think the three things we say is educate, entertain, and inform. Not in that specific order. Hopefully, we are doing that for you guys. A lot of stocks with high short flows being thrown out in the chat by Boris with the rocket symbol right next to it. One of those tickers happens to be Robinhood. So let's go take a look at Robinhood. I mean, wow, even Robinhood is up 3.8% on the day. Pretty insane, if you ask me. I don't know if Aunt Kathy still owns Robinhood, but here we go. Robinhood is pushing right back to that $10 area. I think Robinhood honestly is a short off of this $10 area, and we would have to probably pay for shorts. Oh, we don't have to pay for shorts on Robinhood? Say less. Maybe I want to think about shorting Robinhood over here, giving that, we'll do it. We'll give it that 3 cents risk to the north side. Our price is right now $9.96, so make that 4 cents of risk to the upside. And if it does break that $10, we cry and move on about losing 4 pennies. But if we don't lose that 4 pennies and this stock now moves back to the south side as the S&P 500, I see on my second chart moving back down to VWAP. NASDAQ, as you see right here in the middle, that's SOXX actually. Let me go to NASDAQ, U23CM. NASDAQ, as you see on my chart here, also moving back down to VWAP. Possible trade over here on hood for us to make some extra pesos to the downside. Unity still looking like it wants to go down, absolutely flat on the position for myself. Oracle now 60 cents in the money. Oracle finally looking like it wants to give me some of my money back today that it took from me. I do have another order to take more size short on the break of 121.50 because my target is somewhere near 120. But looks like the way the VWAP is pulling up right now, I might just have to ignore that idea and just take my profits while they're being offered. Should I just do that? I mean, let's see. 121.50 is about to break right now. If it ends up being a weak sauce break of 121.50, then we can just close the whole trade completely. There we go. We just got triggered. Let's pull our order away from 121.83s, which is where I had more size to take. But right now, what we want to focus is on the tape. What kind of volume is coming in on the tape? What direction are the prints printing on? Is it going into the okay, that looks ugly, but is it going into the green side and the yellow side, or is it going into the white side, the red side and the blue side? There we go. A big wall of blues and whites coming in, mid prints and bids, and below the bids being slapped on Oracle. But looks like we do want to hold this 121.50 area. The play might be just done as we are about now only 30 cents in the money. I think it's time to just close this trade and walk away from it. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna close this trade, take a quick 10-cent loss on the last little ad at 121.50, and we're gonna walk away from this position. Thank you for returning some of my net back, but still negative on this stock on the day. Actually, we made half of our net back on the stock that we originally were down on, so I'll take that as a win. And as you guys can see right now on the left-hand side of your screen, Robinhood going straight to the downside. You ain't robbing my hood, Robinhood. Not happening.
All right, I come back. Tesla's out of the money. Now it's back in the money. You know, that's why it's called Stressla. I mean, it doesn't just get that name for no reason, but we're dancing with it at the moment. Let's see what we can materialize long here through 258, especially if we get some support from the future. Earlier on, I had a couple of good trades with this one. Took $1.50, just like that, on our friend Stressla in the morning through that opening range break. We get that take there right through. We actually front ran it there, 258. And got out at 259.50 and then danced with it again here for another dub, but not nearly as big, obviously. So positive on the name. Let's see if we can break through this 259, 258 area. I think, you know, if we can form a bottom around here, especially that this little dip here showed that buyers were really stepping in, but, you know, not guaranteed. And to be honest with you, not really much of a big position anyway as we dance. A lot of volatility at these levels between buyers and sellers. Let's see which way it resolves. Slowly stepping down on the fuge, coming down, you know, into that 15,175 area. Not really, you know, quadunking, but not taking 15.2 either. So we continue to dance with these kind of intermediate levels until Papa gets on the mic. You know, even I think, you know, we're going to have wicking action on the future and on these big cap names when the interest rate decision comes out at 2. Yeah, I think we'll also get more action at 2:30 once he steps on the mic proudly.
Not only do I look like an absolute genius getting out of Oracle because that 121.50 area is holding, we also look like an absolute genius with Unity now flushing straight to the downside. We are in the money, 40 cents in the money on Unity, and even Robin Hood, like I said, you ain't Robin our Hood. This is the Trader TV Hood, baby, and we keep stacking them chips, those Frito-Lays, them Pringles. As the market's pushing down, the shorts are paying 40 cents in the money on Unity, and we would love for Unity to go all the way back to $40 to VWAP to come into play. People in the chat are hilarious, man. I've missed this chat so much. The comedy in the chat is like top notch.
They've improved, eh?
They're saying, you know, Pratt doesn't even breathe. That's his Spidey power. Pratt's got superpower lungs. Pratt's got that Zaza lungs. What's going on in the chat over here? But hey, we love it, baby. I love the energy that the chat's pouring. I'm leeching off of your energy, finding trades and trying to put some trades on. But I just want to say, guys, real quick, you know, it's never a good idea to get into a trade just because, you know, I'm in a trade, because that Robin Hood trade could have easily gone bad because we saw stocks squeezing today, right? We saw Nvidia squoze the shorts, baby, squoze.
Yeah, definitely. So continuing to watch Tesla back into my area, but not doing much. But I like the fact that it's not breaking down when the market's retracing, showing some independent strength to the high. Well, trying to hold on. I mean, it's not showing independent strength. That's an overstatement. But yeah, we'll continue to watch, see what happens. Netflix was very strong this morning. It's given a lot of it back here. NFLX. Look at this. It was up and to the right. Elevator, not escalator. Now escalatoring down.
I love that.
Yeah, 447 top, Bradley. Now we're below 440, 439. Netflix giving up the ghost as the market continues to retrace southward. I'm talking about the NQ and the ES. Netflix participating in that descent. But what is our friend Stressla doing? Stressla breaking out now through 228 and quarter. Stressla's really going here. All right, so we're long this. We're long at 84. We're about 75 pennies in the money here as we break through 50s. There goes Stressla. Now, wow, baby. Almost $1 in the money on Stressla. We're going to let this one go. This one's been accumulating, baby. And it's been accumulating a while, coming back into that break-even area. I'm going to get $1 on this if it touches 80s, anywhere around here. We're hovering. We're hanging out at the $0.75, a little bit below. Maybe I should just pump the brakes here and not want to scalp and let this one run. But Stressla coming in with some heat. Finally, the market may be reversing here. And if that's the case, NVIDIA 420. You know what that level does. You saw the mad one on the first hour of the midday show. Take that proudly. What do you see there on NVIDIA 420?
I'm just wondering what's going on with this new feature over here because it's very distracting me. Like, the hearts are just nonstop coming in from the chat, I guess, over here. Do you see this too?
Yeah, I know. What is that?
What's going on with Google over here, man? YouTube. That's a little. It's a little distracting, don't you think so? Google, you gotta fix that, ladies and gentlemen. But hey, shout out to Google. They are improving on their streaming platform a lot. Here's NVIDIA, 420 breaking again. Looks like it wants to go back towards the high day of 422.76. I originally said to Max that I'm going to short 420.69, but thankfully I did not take that short because I would have gone cleaned out. The stock does not want to stop, ladies and gentlemen. And if this one's moving, there's a good chance that Intel's moving back up north, and it is moving up back north. It's trying to go test that 35 one more time. Let's see if we can get back above 35. And AMD though, yeah, you know, not really doing what NVIDIA is doing, but still monster move on AMD from the start of the year specifically. We've been loving it for the long-term account. I'm going to quickly come back to my Robinhood trade over here. As you guys can see, we're about 5 cents in the money, so we want a little bit more drop to the downside. 985s would be amazing to take some profits. And Unity, we're 60 cents in the money on Unity right now, so let's just take some size out there at that 50-period EMA on that 1-minute chart and see if we can hold the rest of our size for a bigger move to the downside. Maybe 40 actually comes into play. We would love to see that one come in. Let's see what the chart's looking at. Unity banger, I am out, says T Daddy. That's right, baby. I don't have the bang here, but I'll hit it.
There you go. Smash that bang.
Banger for the Unity short coming in. I love to see that people are capitalizing on these trades and you know, putting them to use. When you see a level like that with the risk to reward that it shows up in front of you, you just take advantage of it, right? So congratulations on that short on Unity, and now we're waiting to see if Robinhood can also pay us some extra bucks to the downside.
Market continuing to head down. No question about that. It's not aggressive, but it is consistent and persistent. As we continue to make lower lows and lower highs here on the NQ, now breaking through and decidedly below that 51.75. Still a higher low than the dip here that we made at 15.150. Haven't made it back there, so still no lower low, but you definitely have that lower high and kind of within a range. Tesla coming back off yesterday's close. Tesla closed at 258.75 yesterday. We rejected the 75 level. Now we're back at the 30, 40 level on Tesla, as it's not getting help from the futures quite yet to really break through that 259. So we'll have to be patient on this trade. Yeah, banking on this one bouncing through yesterday's close, but that's obviously going to be a level of resistance. I'm talking about the close on yesterday. The close on Tesla yesterday, 258.75, rejecting off that level. What else we have? We have that rejection off 420 on NVIDIA, but it's accumulating again below there. So is it really a rejection? We'll see AMD at VWAP as well at that 126.5-ish level. So some good areas here. We'll see if we get continuation.
SoFi dropped right back down to that 973 area, which I was talking about earlier, having about 1,000 or 2,000 lots on it. It had that size on the way back down, and all of a sudden, I didn't really see it print 973. The size just disappeared. So my guess is they actually took that size off the table, and they probably moved that order to a different price. We're now seeing it at 68. I don't know if that size on 68 was there previously before that 73. There's also a possibility that 73 actually did print. I'm not able to go back and see if that happened or not right now. If anyone has Bookmap in the chat, maybe you can confirm that for me, that if the level on 73 actually printed or it did not print. So these things like these, you know, tools like those do come into help to find out what happened exactly in the past. But as we see, looks like that 73 area, which previously had size, now not having size, still able to hold on. I was getting ready to take a lot of size on that size, ladies and gentlemen, because I was only about to risk, you know, a penny or two on that break of 73. But because that size disappeared, I got scared. I canceled my order. Thankfully, I did not get filled on that order. But that opportunity is still on the table for anyone interested. You know, you could get long right now and give it the break of 70 or 68, which is actually where the size is right now. Right there, 1,000 lots on 68. Keep in mind, 1,000 lots are actually not a lot of notional value for SoFi, and the stock has already traded 69 million shares on the day today. So 1,000 lots is you know, not much.
Yeah, looks like we're retracing again. Geez. Tesla coming back down into 258. I didn't take any profits there up in the 60s and 70s. But, yeah, I don't know if we're... Where's the support? Let's go, baby. We'll see what this one does. They don't call it stress for no reason. 420 rejection for now on NVIDIA. You don't want to see that lower low. I mean, I don't, especially if you're bullish. You want to see maybe a quick retake of that 420. That kind of changes sentiment. So I'm talking about lower low at 40.20.22 versus that 40.22.76 that we had made earlier. That was the high day on NVIDIA. We shall see. We shall see. Kind of quiet a little bit now, keeping my eye on some of these big cappers. Not much happening in the way of Microsoft and Apple movement at the moment, nor Meta, Amazon. Tesla, we're embroiled in. We're looking for continuation, but Google not doing much either, kind of retracing down into 123.50. So some weakness being shown there on Google. What's up, Bradley? Why are you laughing?
This chat's ridiculous.
Sharif plus Prad equals Chad.
All right.
Okay.
I'll take it.
I like it. Well, you know, Beat Fanatic, OG in the chat, and a good friend of the show. Shout out to Beat. Hope you're having a good day, brother, and you're killing it in this strong market. You got to say the last little bit, man. We have been strong.
It is only an hour and 15 minutes left before Papa Powell comes out with the very important Fed rate decision coming out. A lot of you in the chat are talking about AI moving, and I see some people saying, Prad, pump AI again like yesterday. Look, I wasn't pumping AI. I was just calling it out as I see. So if that's what pumping is, then... I might have to never do it again. But no, AI right now is trying to move back above the very same price yesterday that we saw all the action come in, the $43 price. Let's see if we are able to move back to 44 and then to 45 one more time, at which point we actually got filled short and rode it right back to the downside on AI. Maybe our fills from yesterday show up. They don't. Amazing. So AI over here, ladies and gentlemen, looking to see if we are able to find a trade on this. I honestly don't like when a stock is in the exact same range from yesterday. That's called an inside day. So I'm not interested in AI just yet. I would much rather love to wait for AI to pull up back to 45 area and short that 45, or wait for it to go all the way back down to 38. Was that the low yesterday? Holy smokes. Yeah, that was okay. I would much rather wait for it to go to 40 instead of trying somewhere in these ranges, unless, you know, a big volume spike comes in. You see some news catalyst hitting the table. You see that maybe the government's now using C3 AI instead of Palantir for some reason, right? If some big news catalyst comes in, gives me a reason to trade the stock inside the inside range it's having, then yes, I'm for sure down for it. Otherwise, this is exactly what happens, where you take the 43 breakout, you're expecting 45 to come in, 44 rejects, so it pulls back down, goes back to 42, trades under VWAP for a little bit, where you get scared and most likely close your position. So a lot of I'll use the word gambling. A lot of gambling and a lot of whipsaw action coming in this ranges that I'm not interested in. So I'd much rather just wait patiently like a sniper. Wait patiently like a sniper and take the shot when there is an opportunity showing up.
Yeah, talk about patience, man. Needing that in spades today as we come down into these levels and we work the levels, but the levels holding out for now. So we'll continue to watch that. Some small cappers today. We really haven't been talking about small cappers at all. Some showing up on my chart. I had, you know, they're not really moving much now. I had one called ASST. That, you know, it's not up much now, up 15%. You had MVST up also 8%. What are you doing over there with Apple? Sean is short Apple 184.20. He's short Apple, Amazon, and Google, essentially short the big tech names. Why rally into the numbers? It's a good question. I mean, the market's just been... Yeah, I know. We're expecting a rate cut. I mean, like, really, why
I think historically he is right. Historically, but when the number does come out and the market is up, there is a profit taking that usually comes in. And also, vice versa, when the market's down and the number's about to come out, you also see profit taking coming in, which is a reversal back to VWAP. And you're seeing both of these markets, the S&P 500, right back to VWAP of 4,400. Let me show you right here, 4,428. And the NASDAQ NASDAQ, which you already see on my chart, not really truly back to VWAP, but pretty damn close to it at 15,170 points. So that is the profit taking coming in. You know, a lot of people who are big time in the money on their greens today, why would they gamble with that number coming out? They know that an important Fed rate decision number is coming out. That could completely turn the day sour. That could turn the day positive too. I was actually talking about this level yesterday. Maybe that number doesn't happen exactly like that right now because we ended up having a little bit of a green day today.
Yeah.
But I was talking about right here. In case the Papa Powell does come in, come on, don't screw me with this. So in case Papa Powell does come in with the Fed hike instead of a Fed skip, right?
Yeah.
This drop from yesterday's close all the way back down to one of these levels that I have at 14,700 on the NASDAQ would be about a 2.5, 2.6 drop. So that doesn't seem too far out of the game for me.
No.
Obviously, if you include today's move, which is another 0.5%, maybe we don't go all the way back to 14,700, but I do expect the 15,000 break in case a rate hike does come into play.
Right.
And that is a beautiful 150-point move to the downside for us to capitalize on.
Sure.
And that's what I'm looking out
Yeah, I
for
like that.
in case we move down. I'm looking for the 15K break. In case we move up, we already have that beautiful today's high to take a look at. We can build into today's high. We can build in around VWAP. We can build in around various levels that are being built on the intraday scale, as Sharif calls it, the local time scale. So we love everything that's happening today, and we can't wait for the opportunities coming up. What a time to be a trader.
Yeah, and absolutely, bro. And I love the energy, and you're bringing that live, hot fire energy to the show. Couldn't be happier, proudly to have you back. And yeah, spitting facts there. We're still embroiled in this Tesla trade as we find a bit of support now showing up on the future. Not much. It's a higher low. But there's no higher high. That'll come by way of a 15,187 break. We're still a ways from that. But it would just be aces if we could just blow through here, this 259 top. Essentially, yesterday's close on Tesla, that 258.70-ish area. We need to reclaim it and stay above it, but not so quite yet as we dance with these markets at a time that we're only about an hour and 10 minutes removed from the Fed rate decision, widely expected to come in as a pause of whatever. What was the other one? What was the synonym we want to use? Not pause?
Skip.
Skip. Pause. I don't know, hop, skip, and jump. Whatever you need to do to make yourself feel better there, Papa. But yeah, it's widely expected he's going to come out, talk tough, and not hike.
No.
So we'll see what he ends up doing. He may surprise us all, and we may be eating our words. Who knows? But that's why we play the games, so to speak, to use a sports metaphor, and not just talk about them. Prior to that, letting this one run. We're looking for support here in the market. The NQ up 0.49, the ES up 0.26. It's been an okay day for the futures, but there have been some strong names. You've seen NVIDIA become an absolute monster. Tesla doing well for me now. We're almost back $1 in the money as we pump up back into yesterday's close. Are we going to find resistance here again? We found it last time, this 258.80-ish area, 75-ish area. That's yesterday's close, and it was an obvious area of resistance. We've also traded a lot through that area again on Tesla. So looking for continuation, looking for support from the futures, not really finding it in too much quantities at the moment, as we do, again, find resistance on Tesla at these levels.
All right, people in the chats putting Nicola and rocket ship emojis, which is giving me FOMO because obviously I did not get more share sizes on the downside over here. I'm guessing some of you actually front ran my orders and actually crossed up and took that fill instead of passively waiting like I was. So congratulations for anyone who did, take out the ask and just take the size that you wanted, because you're now in the money multiple pennies and able to ride it right back to the north side. Let's see if the high of day comes back into play. Previously, this 111 area had that size that I was talking about. It doesn't really have that size right now, but here, 115 acting maybe as a little bit of a barrier. I think today's high is actually 115, so it makes sense. Let's see if we can push back to that price without me, but I'm happy that some of you in the chat are able to capitalize on that move. Another stock that the chat is currently mentioning about, I see it also popping up on the scanner that Michael Noss created for me. It's called Good Luck Pratt. I like the scanner name. Michael Noss created this one. The Vera stock popping up. People in chat talking about Vera, relative volume of 10 and short float of 8%. What's the float of it? Float's 26 million flow. The stock was alerted, according to this Momo scanner over here, around $14, and you're already seeing it trade at $14.62 or so. So pretty sick move to the north side coming in. But if I was to show you this chart right here, you see that 1530 consolidation lows on VERA. I think that might act as a barrier on this position. You might not see a bigger move on Vera than 15/1530. So if it does pop up, looks like the high day already coming in exactly around that 15 right now, 1485. You're seeing a sell-off coming in off of that 1485. But if 15 does break, I don't see the stock going higher than 1530.
Tesla going. Gone. Nice trade, Tesla. We're done with that. It continues to go. Didn't have enough sizage there to go into my scalp mode, but here it goes. Taking yesterday's top. We're not getting the vigor here from the future. Tesla, independent, on its own at the moment. I thought you were like signaling or something.
No, I was just brushing my hair straight.
Yeah, there we go. Tesla continuing to go here. Where do we see tops? Well, there's a local top
That's
here.
a nice long, man.
Yeah, that's not bad. It's $1.
Was that the VWAP long, EMA long? What was that?
It was this. Okay, so here was the reason behind the long. This is a reversal candle. It's a hammer candle. So when you see that, buyers overwhelm sellers. I got in right after that.
I'd rename that to the Thor candle, baby. Smash the Thor candle
Thor
straight
candle.
to the north side, because he is the god with the hammer, right?
There you
The lightning
Yes,
god
sir.
himself, Thor. What's his brother's name? Loki?
Yeah,
That's right.
Loki.
He's
he
a
is.
funny guy. That guy's jokes.
Hold on. So is he supposed to be good and bad?
Yes.
He's bad. Sean says he's bad.
Mythologically, Loki is supposed to be the bad guy, but in this movie, they kind of, turn the bad guy into a good guy, and then back into a bad guy, and back into a good guy. They just play games with it. But apparently, Hemsworth is getting bored of playing Thor, so maybe we see him canceling that role.
Well, because it takes a long time to get ready
He
for
said
it
he's just
physically.
getting bored of it.
Really?
It's the same repetitive
Yeah,
stuff.
true.
I had to introduce that comedy element into the new movie, which made it a little bit fun, but it just got repetitive and boring for him. At least that's what it's saying. Anyways, you guys are not here for the entertainment news. This is not E+, E drama plus whatever.
Oh, by
This
the
is
way,
Trader TV,
I want to
baby.
mention
What's
something.
up?
Now that you brought this whole E-news thing, Arsenal apparently are trying to get Kai Havertz. Anybody in the soccer I know, to you, it's like,
Pogba?
no, not Pogba. Kai Havertz, a Chelsea striker, has not done well at Chelsea. Chelsea hasn't done well, but he hasn't flourished. They put him with Timo Werner. They put him with the American dude. What's that guy? Christian Pulisic. It hasn't been good for Havertz at Arsenal. At Chelsea. Apparently now Arsenal interested at 75 million pound price tag apparently on his head. I say that's way, way too much for a guy who hasn't proven himself in the Prem. He did well in the Bundesliga. Great, go play in the Bundesliga then. He hasn't done well in the Prem. I don't think he's worth the price tag. We made this stake with Pepe when we paid 72 or 78 million pounds for Pepe out of the French league in Ligue 1, and he did nothing in the Prem. Don't overpay.
Oh my God.
Sharif for Arsenal's GM, ladies and gentlemen. Put your votes in, make it count. And if it's not for Arsenal, maybe we can get Sharif a soccer team over here in Canada to run, and we'll see if what are you looking at?
I don't know. I'm just reading what people are saying.
But right now, Unity is dropping back to the downside without me. I closed my Unity position thinking that the stock's going back up north. That was a wrong decision. I paper-handed this trade. Unity getting ready to maybe now actually push towards that VWAP $40 area. This is a big problem for me, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm trying to fix it. If you guys remember from back in the day, from watching me on the show over here, and also, Sean has heard me complain about this a million times. How do I exit better? When you have a trade so good, your stop is like, barely even 20 cents over here to the north side. You can just stick to your stop. I could have, put the stop at break even. I could have trailed my stop to the downside on the break of 41.80. Instead of doing any of that, what do? I just take my money and run away from it. And here comes the bigger move to the downside without me. So if anyone is actually still involved in Unity, congratulations. I think that move towards 40 might just come into play. Maybe not truly all the way down to 40 bucks, but somewhere down there. The stock is though very important right now for the whole AI metaverse, not AI, sorry, for the whole metaverse augmented reality aspect business. You saw how Apple came out and talked about how Unity is involved, and so is Disney involved in their AR VR headset side of the business. Unity also very involved in making video or helping a lot of companies make video games, their software. I'm trying to think of one of the bigger games. I believe Escape from Tarkov is on Unreal Engine, if I remember correctly. Tesla just apparently dropped to the downside. We are now watching Tesla. You want to cover it?
I'm just going to look real quick here to see if there's a market move. The market, moving down, but Tesla really coming down hard. I think some of these big tech positions curling here. Not seeing anything though, Bradley, to justify the move yet. It could be, just regular market noise. Not really sure. I don't want to alert anybody falsely here, but big moves down on your French Tesla, rejecting 259, coming now down into 257.80, $1.20 in a few seconds here, as it really moves down, looking to take down local lows. It does, looks like for the moment, reject yesterday's close at 258.70s. Again, for the moment, but not putting in a lower low quite yet. Look for that 257.40-ish break for that lower local low. Nothing showing up on my blotter so far, Bradley. So won't make any comment about that. But yeah, to be expected that we see some decent action here going into the Fed meeting. Papa will be releasing two variables here. Not Papa, the Federal Open Market Committee, FOMC. They are going to be releasing, a pre-written statement concurrently with the interest rate decision that comes out. And I was telling you about earlier is that there is always comparators of the previous written statement versus the one currently released, and look for words that have been omitted and added. So that's the variable, the first variable. The second variable is what he comes out and says during his speech. Less of a variable there. The bigger variable, though, what he says during questioning when he's pressed by reporters. Usually you get a lot of action in around there as he gives an indication as to what they see in the future. But it should be noted that these meetings have become less important as of late. But I don't know. I think they're focusing in importance again. I don't know what you've been hearing. Do you keep your eye on Brampton real estate? Like, is that something that you follow? You know what I mean? Because here we go again. That's all I can say.
I have family in real estate, and they usually, whenever they talk about it at family events or so on, I do pick up off the conversations. But for the most part, no. I don't actually actively go out there and look for how are the prices doing? How's the market doing? But I have an overall idea. Right? I have an overall idea.
Yeah, and the thing is, during the pandemic, we saw this tactic by agents that they've been doing a lot, which is to kind of underprice a property, elicit 50 offers, have an offer day saying, okay, we're accepting offers on June 15th at 10 o'clock, okay? So everybody and their mother's cousin sends their offer, and they choose the best of the bunch, usually the one with no conditions and the one with no financing requirement, et cetera, et cetera. And then it's essentially a seller's market at that point because you have your pick of the lot. And that kind of went away last year as we started to pump up interest rates and speculation started to decrease. But now, even with the Bank of Canada putting up another 25 bips last time, speculation definitely starting to increase again as I keep my ear very closely to the Toronto real estate market. So, yeah, usually if there's speculation here, there's speculation elsewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
People in the chat talking about how SoFi is absolutely giving up the ghost, as Sharif says it. It is dropping straight back to the downside. That 1020 short, which I was talking about on my stream last night, if you were watching, you know how confident I was about this level. But sadly, that confidence was thrown out the window today off the open. Anyways, you're asking for what's the next level where we YOLO into this trade. I think I'll just wait for the next week or sometime in the next few days if this $9 level comes into play to YOLO for a long on the day trade side, but I'm just waiting right now. I already missed my short opportunity. There is a possible second short opportunity at this 982 areas. If we do pop back to 982, maybe I can look for shorting that area, giving that risk of 10, but I am not looking to YOLO for the long side on SoFi right now. Just not worth it. I want to quickly look at the study that I was looking at yesterday and point it out to you guys why I found it interesting. Because someone in my DM, Sharif, a couple of days ago.
Someone slid in your DM.
No, not like that. Someone in my DMs yesterday, you know, they were asking a pretty interesting question. They're like, do people even on the floor make money? Do people on the show make money? Do you make money? Is trading even profitable? What's going on? And I told them, look, I can't.
Actual paper?
It's an actual paper. Wow. So I was like, look, I can't talk about other people. I can talk about myself. You know, trading for me was profitable. Then I got into a little bit of a trouble in the middle, and then now I'm kind of getting back into my getting back to the basics and so on, cutting down size, going back to where how I started trading and so on. Yes, so this paper, you know, kind of hits on all those things. And what the main point of this paper is finding a setup or finding a strategy that works for you, back testing said strategy, and then applying said strategy.
Right.
As you guys have probably heard yesterday, the opening range breakout strategy, a strategy that I talk about a lot of the time, and I try to implement into my trading. My own discipline kind of ruins that for me. So this guy over here, you know, tests this opening range breakout strategy, and he compares it to buying and holding on the QQQ. Okay. And this is the results over here.
Hold. Okay.
Yeah, buying and holding QQQ versus opening range breakout QQQ. This is the net return from January 2016 to January 2024. If you do the same thing on buying and holding TQQs or QQQs, these are the type of returns you're getting. The overall point I'm getting back to.
Can you send me this?
For sure.
The
point I'm trying to get to over is, you know, guys, create a strategy, create a game plan. It's when you don't have a game plan, when you don't have a system, that you're going into the market and absolutely gambling. You're throwing those dice against the wall and you're saying, hey, let's see what number lands. And if it's my number, if my number is higher than the other number, whatever game that is you're playing, you know, that's gambling right there. But when you create a system and you have a plan, you know exactly where you're entering, you know exactly where your stop loss is, because not knowing a stop loss is, again, a gamble. So knowing exactly where you're going to get stopped out and then taking the risk accordingly to your entry and your stop, and managing your risk at the end of the day throughout the day for your trades, that's the trading right there, right, Matt? And if you find a setup that's what, let's say even 50%, 60% profitable, and you're able to find trades that are 3:1, 2:1, 5:1, 10:1, like, that's amazing. On that very same study that I was just showing you, some of the trades over here, Sharif, there are no partial exits. There are no partial exits on the study. You get in and then you get out at the end of the day, or for a 10R win.
Ooh. That's part of the strategy.
That's part of the strategy. 10R or end of day or bust.
Wow. But mathematically, it's profitable over a 6-year period.
He had to do this obviously on the TQQs, because some days, you know, some stocks might not have the liquidity for you to build into that leverage that you're looking for. You're supposed to be risking your whole account. You start off with a $25,000 account, and your stop is about 1% of whatever your bank is, and that's how the test is being done.
Did you send this to me?
Yeah, I'll send it to you. I just don't have your contact right now on the this computer, but when I go back, I'll
see how
send it to
excited
you.
I am for
These are the type of studies that I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Find a strategy, back test it, see the proof behind that strategy, and then when you have that proof, when you
Look
have
who's
the
in the
game
chat.
plan, you smack it. Who's in the chat? My mama?
Look.
Who's there?
No,
What?
look,
What am I
keep
looking at?
looking. Do you see something? Do you notice
Oh,
somebody there?
okay, I
Do you
see. Khalid.
Shout
DJ
out
Khalid's
to
in the
Cal. Missed that guy. Woo woo. Pratty Daddy back on the stream. Shout out to Cal. We miss you, buddy. And hope you're doing well there in MTL. I sent him something the other day there where like I don't want to call
I'm the
them
worst
mob
trader
wars,
ever.
but there were restaurant wars out in
Whoa.
Montreal. There was something
Okay.
getting burned. And my man's got the inside scoop. Miss you too, bro. My man's got the inside scoop, so I was reaching out to him to find out what was going on out there. MTL,
He probably started it,
the
eh?
Wild West of Canada.
Yeah.
Montreal, love Montreal. Here we go. What are we doing here, Bradley?
What
kind of
I'm
in
doing
a-
is watching Robin
Here's
Hood
what
go
I'm
to the
gonna do.
downside without me.
Super chats. We got super chats to take care of here. Well, at least I do. So let's go to this. Alaric Barbara, member for 2 months, SPXL holding till Fed. Have a look at that in a second. Thank you for that, and thank you for being a member. Then we have Cubis Mo 85, 20 Norwegian kroners, Fed a sell-off no matter considering recent gains. You know what? Let's not. Maybe it's a sell the news event. I guess that's kind of what you're trying to say, kind of like in the anticipation to AMD's GPU release yesterday. Been buying up NVIDIA all across, and then we sell the news. I mean, I see what you're saying there. Anything's possible. We'll wait. We'll see what Papa says on the mic, because I think that may have something to do with it. Let's see. SPXL. That is the daily S&P Bull 3 times, and that's on ARCA. So it is an ETF. So this is the SPY 3 times.
Which one, sorry?
SPXL is a SPY 3
yeah,
times.
I think so.
So usually just trade the SPY. This is like the TQQs. Let's have a look here. Obviously, it's much the same as the ES, right? Which is what I base my levels on. This is the ES over here. You can see the shapes between these two patterns. Very, very, very similar as they're going to trade usually in conjunction. Now, sometimes they get to their closing prints a little bit differently. Like the closing print for the ES is at 44.16, and on the SPXL it's 86. So they may reach there at separate times, but the patterns and the price action often much the same. So I'll base my assessment on the ES here. The ES looking like a head and shoulders if I've ever seen one, and the Huadunk coming in fast and furious on our friend, the ES September contract. Like I said here, 44.16 bottom. We're at 44.21s now. We've broken whatever definition of a neckline you have through this head and shoulders here that kind of brewed. There it is. You get the bottom break through 44.26. Where are we going to find support? I posit 44.16. That's my level, but there was some pre-market action hanging around here where we're at right now at between 44.20 and 44.25. So we'll see. Bradley, you have your hands on your head, and that's not usually a good thing. What's up, my man?
The worst trader ever, that's why.
I hate when you say that.
Why can't I ever hold my trades, man? It's such a frustrating thing. It's so frustrating. I mean, look at Robinhood right now, straight to the downside, pushing way further than where we got out. And these were the targets, right, ladies and gentlemen? These were the targets, the original targets. When we are so confident about our original entry, why are we so paper-handed with the exits? Something that I ask myself questions. So, I'm just talking out loud. But hey, we're not upset. Look, we made money. There's nothing to be upset about. We made money over here. Profits were made. Profits were captured. But I just want to, I want to be the very best that no one ever was. Da-da-da-da. All right, I'll stop. But, you know, Unity, man, is another example. Another one. Someone spam the another one for me, please. Another one over here. Example for you. Robinhood was just one more. Unity going to the downside without me. So just showing you examples of how to get the perfect entry, but not the perfect exits. But hey, if you're in it, congratulations to you, because this stock is getting ready to go much, much lower. I could actually get back in right now if I think about it. You know, give it 10 cents of risk for it to go back through this area. That's not a bad trade if I'm thinking out loud. I get in, oh, bless you, brother. I get in over here, give it that 10 cents of risk, and then we ride it to the downside one more time. I'm convincing myself right now, but ladies and gentlemen, there's not much time left for 2 o'clock, and I want to save all my mental capacity and my energy for that 2 o'clock move.
Yeah, yesterday.
That 2 o'clock move will be where some fun will be, and more importantly, 2:30 move.
Yeah, exactly. Well said. Yeah, yesterday I really overtraded and really expended mental capital.
Yeah, we were tired after too.
Dumb trades. The end of the day green, but you know, you don't feel like you're at green at the end of the day because of the overtrading and the exhaustion. And so today I feel like it's been a completely different day, and I'm very happy with that.
And the chat's going off. Gotta catch them all. I love it.
What's that?
The chat's.
What's Target doing? We were talking about Target earlier. Is it continuing to trend up? No. Bit of a double top on Target at this 134-ish area. Look at this, guys, kind of coinciding with the market move on the way down. This is Target. This is the chart for Target. Coming in on 133. We had a bit of a 133 top there earlier between 10:30, 10:45. Do we find support here? I posit we'll probably have to find support in the market first before Target will stop its descent. But 132.25, that's where VWAP is. Hell of a day for Target as they benefit from the activist investor news. Up almost 3.5% was up more actually. 134.15 top, double top, 134 incoming. Keep that in mind. Anyway, let's see what else the chat is up to here. Let's see what some of the comments are on Powell. Stacks and bonds. Stacks and bonds. I like that. That's a funny name. Instead of stocks and bonds, stacks and bonds.
Okay.
Powell is a very good talker and doesn't let the media manipulate him. Only problem is he's been spitting the same BS for a year. Yeah, that's pretty much, give or take a little bit here and there. It's an accurate statement. He's been saying he's been data dependent and they are committed, this and that. With a few variations here and there per meeting, and you see the variations reflected in the speech he releases earlier. Again, that's what I was talking about, the omissions and the additions. But yeah, we're going to continue to see what he does. What I want to see, though, is what we get in a couple of weeks, which is about what their projections were for the forward year and what they see the terminal rate as. They give these kind of predictions that they don't release today. They release them, I think, in a couple of weeks from now. But it's always like lagging, right?
Okay.
They release it way after all these new data points that have come out from now until the time they release it. So it's always based on different data. Anyway, Meta going red now. Amazon curling down, breaking through 126. So some weakness starting to show up here on the big tech names. Apple really selling off here, breaking through that 183.5 for the moment. No, actually didn't. It held 183.5. That's a lie. And 183.5 was the bottom end of this trough here on the last retracement. So do we find support here on Apple at this level? It's an interesting level that we're at. Tops created here through 184. What else we got? We got Stresla rejecting off yesterday's close as well, that 258.70-ish area, and Google triple top. Is that triple top? Anyway, rejecting as well. Microsoft all curling to the downside. Even NVIDIA, the rocket chip known as NVIDIA, curling back down now, but still above VWAP though. VWAP on my chart on NVIDIA is 416. So continue to watch and see what's going on. See what else the chat is up to here. DIS dumping. Dixie found a bottom. DXY talking about the US dollar index. QB's Mo saying selling my shorts. Celeso's asking anyone their thoughts about C3 AI. We've talked about that ad nauseum over the weeks. who knows what the market would react when Powell talks? So I guess you have to wait and see. So hang out, stay tuned for the closing show. Brendo and the crew, Sean and Neil, will take you through the closing show. I think they may be even 5 minutes early. Who knows? We'll let you know about that one soon. But yeah, we'll be here for the release, Bradley.
They are going a little bit early,
okay.
just so you guys will be up to date and ready to go. Let's get ready to rumble in the jungle, obviously. And we're here to party, ladies and gentlemen. The market's going to be very fun. I think, I've been talking to a couple of the traders on the floor. Very mixed opinions. Some people saying, it's going to be a nothing burger. Some people saying it's going to be a surprise and a good surprise. So we'll just have to wait and see. And that's the beauty of the market, right? Everyone having their own idea of what's happening with the current market events, with the whole economic events, and then putting their ideas and their capital to work based off their idea. And then the ideas clashing against each other. Hence, the market moves the way it does. Some days it doesn't make sense to you. Some days it makes sense to you. And that's where everything comes from. I really want to go quickly to the economic calendar.
I want to say something.
Yeah, go for it.
Kodiak Grizz. Funny. Powell is a very good talker. Question mark, question mark, question mark. LOL. If he was a pitcher, he would be nailing the backstop. Shout out to the baseball metaphor there. Shots fired. Look, he is a good. Look, it depends on really what you define as a good talker. He's a lawyer by profession. He's not an economist. This is a second adaptation for him. It's not what he was trained for. So, I think sometimes he's pressed a little bit by some of the media corps who are actually trained economists because they see things from, a more formulistic perspective. If this happens and this happens and this has got to happen, and they have their own ratios and formulas. He's apprised of them, I'm sure, but he doesn't live and breathe by them as much as they do. So I always feel there's a bit of a tension there between him and some of the press corps who come at things from more of an economics perspective. But yeah, you're entitled to your opinion, man. I mean, if he keeps saying the same nonsense over and over and that displeases you, he's not an effective communicator to you then, and I totally appreciate that. But some other people, they just like that he's carrying the company line, so there can be predictability in the markets, and predictability in the markets is what they aspire for. So, yeah. Anyway, Superheart asking, why not trade the VIX right before these FOMC meetings? We always get a pop and drop. Question about trading VIX. Have you ever traded
We actually can't trade the VIX on our platform over here. What we do have is the UVIXy, and the UVIXy, if I remember, I'm actually changing my layout over here. For some reason, it did not save, so I'm moving it back to the original layout. Well, so if you see me staring right into my screen and not at the camera while I'm talking to you, that's probably why. So as you guys see right here, UVIXy, if I remember correctly, we can't trade UVIXy anymore for some reason. Also, at least that's what Brankos, our assistant floor manager, the Dwight Schrute of the floor, has told
what?
me. Dwight Schrute.
Well, who's Dwight Schrute?
From The Office?
Oh, I've never watched.
You never watched The Office?
No,
Okay. Yeah, the Dwight Schrute of the floor basically pointing out that UVXY cannot be traded anymore, but that was the instrument we used to trade, and you're right, during FOMC times, during CPI days, for anyone who felt like trading the futures directly, the NASDAQ futures, the S&P 500 futures directly was too scary because they could not manage their risk appropriately. The trainees on the floor here, ladies and gentlemen, they can't lose more than $50. So imagine having to make X amount of dollars to graduate in the month without being able to lose $50 a day. That's really hard. So for anyone who's trading futures with a $50 shutdown, that's
You're 5 points, you're out.
Good luck.
5 points, you're
Good
out.
luck.
You're shut down.
You can't scale properly. You can't trade it properly. So people like that do go to, QQQs, those 3 times leverage ETFs that you were talking about, like SOXL, TQQQs, and even UVXY, right? UVXY. I don't have a $50 shutdown, so obviously I can take that trade. But for the people who do have a $50 shutdown, it makes sense why you might want to go do that on the VIXy side. And even if you don't have have a shutdown and you're someone who trades from home, then UVixy or VIX in general might be something that you are more comfortable with because you're able to take a lot more size, it moves slower or it moves faster. Whatever your reasoning is to go trade that instrument, you go do that. Some people like to go trade gold. Some people like to go trade bonds. Some people, I love gold, right? So yeah, whatever your instrument or whatever your battleground is, strap on your armor, go pull out your sword and your shield, and make sure you win the battle.
Renata Haddad saying Sharif doesn't like Jerome Powell.
Renata Haddad says she would like to sit here next to you.
Really? She said that?
Yes.
Shout out Renata. She says that I don't like Jerome Powell. I like Lisa Su. And
Lisa Su, who's that again? Oh, from yesterday, AMD girl. Oh, the blue jacket one.
AMD girl.
Okay, the blue
CEO
jacket one.
of AMD, man.
I don't need to know her
She's
name
a
as long as she
rock
makes me
star.
money.
Lisa Su is a rock star. Yeah, no. That's what we were looking for. Let's get back to the AMD move yesterday because it was an interesting move. We were talking about AMD being a possible, competitor to NVIDIA with respect to the GPU game. GPUs are something you're familiar with because you are a gamer and you're also in crypto, so you're very familiar with that world. Proudly, NVIDIA owns 80% of the GPU market. AMD can make some inroads, no?
Yeah. I mean, AMD can come and disrupt the scene over here. I just want to point out, look at the short on Unity right now. If you are still short from 42, you're about $1 per share in the money, and we're still going downside. Looks like that VWAP touch might just come into play. And let's quickly go look at Robinhood. Robinhood also a banger short. You're welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for these shorts. But now, circling back to that conversation that Sharif just initiated about how AMD could disrupt the space for NVIDIA 100%. AMD has been, back in the day, known for its overheating issues. They've been always sucky with their CPUs, and they always overheated compared to Intel. Those issues are not really as prominent as they used to be before. And when I saw those changes happening right around COVID time, I was telling Gus, if you remember Gus, the trader on the floor, I was like, Gus, AMD might be $6 right now, but this stock will go way, way higher. No, this was actually way before COVID, sorry. This was like maybe when I first started trading here. I was like, Gus, AMD might be like, way under Intel right now, but AMD will take over Intel's price one day and it will take over Intel's chip business too, and watch that. And we were watching that happen in front of us, right? And now talking about GPUs, that is very much possible. Granted, NVIDIA's AI capabilities are out of this world. Their AR capabilities, the VR capabilities are out of this world. I don't think AMD is anywhere close to them just yet because they've been in the game for so much longer. They've been providing this technology and software for so much longer. But AMD now coming in, it's not that big of a barrier to entry for them, and they could for sure take a piece of the pie.
Yeah, you figure they're going to take a piece of the pie, but like the comparison you were just making between Intel chips and the AMD chips earlier, and I remember the Radeon was poop.
Yeah.
Right? The AMD Radeon, I have that in one of my laptops, never performed like an Intel chip. The Intel chips were far superior. So like you're saying, does NVIDIA continue to be what Intel used to be as compared to AMD, and AMD continue to be number 2 in the game? Because you know why the GPU is so special? It's because of the parallel processing capabilities. It's
also a lot of marketing with these gamers. They got these gamers trapped in with these fancy words such as G-Sync capabilities with your monitor and so on. Basically what that means is your monitor doesn't screen tear when you're gaming. The frame rates are smoother and they're cleaner when you're gaming and so on. So AMD has this thing called FreeSync, which is absolutely dog water. It works horribly. But then this G-Sync from NVIDIA, it actually works pretty clean. So this whole this marketing scam that they got these gamers into, that's why gamers don't really go for any other graphics cards. I guess the biggest one is NVIDIA, and they go for that NVIDIA graphics card.
GTX something or another.
I'm still waiting for homie over here to go check home and come back about this graphics cards, but you never do. If it's a 1080 Ti, I'll buy it. I'm rocking a 1080, brother.
Oh, look at this. Pitch Bull. I miss my Pentium 100. Shout out to you. My first computer was as follows. Pentium 75, 8 megabytes of RAM, 1 gig hard drive, 1 megabyte of video RAM, and
what?
a 14.4K modem. Bang on that. My cousin even had a worse
How do you
computer.
remember all these stats of this computer?
Oh yeah, because I played around. I built a computer when I was young. I did it, but like it was a lot easier to do. Sean's asking, am I going to short Google or not?
Yes. Yes.
Or am I short? No. Bradley, are you short?
No, I mean, it's already down. Maybe
Short
not.
Google, breaking VWAP, breaking 123, down 0.75% on the day, triple topped at 124. Could this one be any weaker as compared to some of its relatives? I posit, maybe not. You have a good goal here. Let's go to the chart, guys, because we have an interesting profit target, we could say. 121.80 is the bottom end, the closing end of that trough, and then you have all the way to 121.41. That's the bottom end of those wicks. Sorry, I know I get a little...
No, I'm just wondering how many coffees you drinking today, brother?
It's my talking juice. Yeah, sorry about that.
People were thinking I smashed Red Bulls and coffees with my energy yesterday. No, I'm actually caffeine clean.
Caffeine-free,
I
baby.
don't do caffeine at all. But alcohol, on the other hand, we go a little overdose on that side.
Zero Saskatchewan. I remember my first PC too, but I don't want to date myself like that. Let me guess. Does it have anything to do with a 486 or a 386? Or let me date you even more. Is it a Commodore 64?
Oh.
I had a Commodore 64 and a 128.
Is that the
one that I didn't even know how to
white
load it.
box or whatever?
Bradley, let me show you. I know the commands to load the programs, and I haven't touched this. It was load like this. It was called load, and then you would put whatever the file name was, whatever, and (8), (1). I can Google that right now. It was exactly like that every time. The load command on the Commodore. Good times. Now we're really dating myself, but everybody already knows how old I am, so it's all good. DOS, yeah, DOS came later, man. DOS 486s, yeah, 386s. DOS was there. What an actual DOS stand for? Something. I remember what DOS stood for, but I forgot. Anyway, I used to know a lot of this stuff. I was a real big computer nerd back in the day. Anyway, what's the market look like? Bradley. Okay, ES coming into a critical level, 4416.
Disk operating system.
Disk operating system.
Yo, check that.
The tweet, put it in the chat. It did? Okay, the Katina tweet. There we go. Yeah, the other chat. All right, let's look at our friend. Let's look at our friend Sean's trade here on Google. All right, we do the good fight. We take the profits here, but this is where the real good stuff comes in. That 124 top. Short, short, short. Out, 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 out. Short, short. We're rejecting 124 over and over. It's the dance with no pants. Google ends up with no pants on this one. Sean wins. Good trade, homie. Love to see it. Where are we here on the future? 44.16 yesterday close. We dipped down proudly into that 44.17.5, finding support now. Do we hold break even on the ES?
I mean, do we hold break even on the ES? I would expect it to do so going into the number over here that we have in the next 30, 28 minutes or so. Keep in mind that we are going over to the close show a little bit early today, 5 minutes early. You get to see the big kahunas at 1:55, getting you guys all prepped and ready while they prep themselves for the FOMC trade at 2 o'clock and at 2:30. Let's see what's the stocks, what chat is looking at. Chat's looking at Disney. I have no clue where I'm typing. Where is my mouse? Okay, there we go. Disney, chat's looking at Disney. Currently at $93, holding up at $6 million. Wow, what? What happened to Disney today, ladies and gentlemen? It's absolutely quadrupled over here. You're breaking the low a day, turning upside down over here. I'm guessing at one point it was actually positive, but monster move right back down after 12:30 or so. Delayed the production of a whole bunch of movies. Oh, man. Avatar, Marvel, Star Wars delayed the production of a bunch of movies over here for Disney, and obviously that catalyst not looking good. Disney does a bunch of stuff, but their most important stuff is entertainment, and if they're not able to entertain, then, you know, we can't ask you that question, are you entertained, obviously, right? So Disney over here pushing straight back to the downside off that delayed news coming in. Just recently, we saw Disney pop up thanks to Apple, and now Disney looks like it wants to give back all of that gain. Let's go take a look at the economic calendar for not only today, but also tomorrow. The only thing left on board for today in 25 minutes, obviously, is the interest rate projections coming in, the FOMC statements, and the conference that comes out at 2:30. But tomorrow, we have the export-import numbers and the initial jobless claims, which are also pretty important for the Fed to take a look at. The retail numbers coming out, HD, Walmart, and all those companies could move off of that number over there. No other really too big of an important number coming out that I see, but a bunch of numbers coming out at 8:30 all tomorrow. So that's going to be fun to look to see if the market can take whatever the catalyst is from today and run it up into tomorrow, more into the north side or the south side, whatever it is based on these numbers. People in the chat also talking about SoFi and how they want me to bring in the energy for SoFi. Ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to like what I have to say. I think the game on SoFi is now done. The 1020 area was a clear level for a short. The 1020 area acted that way, and we are now pushing down. The stock has not been able to take out the $10 area ever since we got above 10 originally through the day. And ever since then, we've just been rejecting 10. So now that we create a new low intraday, almost below, or not almost, we are actually below the pre-market lows here. Not sure why the chart won't zoom out more, so maybe I'll just go like that. So there we go. We're actually bouncing around the pre-market lows over here on SoFi and moving back up north, but I think this 980, 982 area is going to be a rejection. That's going to be where I'm going to be. I would be looking to short the stock somewhere from here up to VWAP. I'll be looking to short the stock most likely, but like I said, I'm not interested in taking any new positions right now going into 2 o'clock, and especially not interested in taking a trade on SoFi until I see 1020 coming back into play or $9 coming back into play. This trade is now done for me.
Yeah, looks like the ES holding out above yesterday's close for now. How long does that hold on for? You know, it's an interesting area to watch trade at, much in the same way that we
What?
What happened?
Nicola is at 112 now. Their size is back on 112, 111 area.
Go to history.
This stock is absolutely nuts. Hopefully Branko's, Dwight Schrute off the floor, as I was talking about earlier, is still holding his trade from the low of the day and absolutely killing it. This stock is monster. Yeah.
What an animal.
This stock is monster today, just holding one and never really breaking one. Hope, congratulations to all the longs on NKLA, baby.
Yeah, and I just want to remind everybody, come to my screen, that we are brought to you by Surge Trader, where you can get an account funding
Now
of
8%?
up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits and enjoy a relaxed trading rules with 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Use TTV as the code for 10% off. Shout out to the folks at Surge Trader. Thanks for that, guys. All right, where are we at here? We're going to continue to hold these levels, it looks like. So, are the longs, like, again, Sean, you made a good reason. I mean, like, why would we start getting long here, right? Are we going to be in a consolidating area? I tend to agree with that. I mean, I don't know if I want to punch long here, even if the setup looks good. It's off a key level, but do we see the momentum off that key level? That's the question. Is the market going to stagnate in anticipation of Papa and his boys, the Federal Open Market Committee?
Papa and the boys.
Yeah, the Federal Open Market Committee, baby. The FOMC, big-time players. You know, bit different the way that the central bank is run in Canada than the way it is in the States, where they have like local branches, voting members, non-voting members. Canada, a bit of a different setup. Shout out to Tiff Macklem and his boys. He was the one telling people, yeah, you'll remember him, that interest rates weren't going to go up, and people loaded up. And I was giving, I'm not going to say who it was, but I have a friend who...
You have friends?
I know, ironically enough, I do. I have a friend who bought in the 2021 spike, the highs, based on what Tiff was saying, was load up the boat. Rate's going to be low, don't worry. And rates are at 4 3/4 in this country. That's the cheapest you can get. And so his disposable income per month decreased by about $1,200 to $1,500 because that was the increase per month on his mortgage. So, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Stocks and bonds. Sharif, get me an interview. With who? Who do you want to interview with?
With you.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not good at interviewer. Suck.
He wants
So
an
look here,
interview with
Bradley.
you.
What do you expect from Papa? You're going to say much of the same, I'm data dependent, yada, yada, yada?
I'm more interested in on the number, right? I think the number, if it's a surprise, then we're going to have a lot of fun. Yeah. With what Powell has to say, most likely will be a lot of back and forth. You know, who's going to be bullish 1 second and then dovish the next second. Yeah. Hawkish the next second, dovish the next second. Yeah. He's going to keep on going back and forth as he always does. Just game the media so he doesn't get gamed himself.
There you go. You heard it here first.
So I thought he was talking to me. But overall, you know, I'm not really sure exactly what's going to happen at 2:30. I have a game plan ready for the 2 o'clock move, but I don't have a game plan for 2:30. The 2:30 is going to be very ears to Brendan's conversation. Oh, yeah. And then trading off of that move. I'm most likely going to be sitting here for that 2 o'clock trade because it doesn't make sense to get up and go there and try to log in. And that time, the trade might already be done. So if you hear me screaming through Sean and Neil's mic a little bit louder than you already hear me, it's because I'm sitting very close to them right now. Pratt and Sharif, Jerome drinking his whiskey from the hot mess. Not sure what that means, but look, as long as Jerome is doing whatever that he needs to do before he goes live, get it done. Get it done and give us what we want to see. Give us a surprise rate cut. Why not?
Ooh, yeah, what does Proudly
I want to see a surprise rate cut.
You want to see the world burn.
Yeah.
Don't lie.
Dude,
you want rates
I have
to go
a
to
long-term
10%.
account right now. Why would I want to see that? If I didn't have a long-term account, I want to see the world burn so I can start a long-term account. But I already have one now. I don't want to see nothing burned.
Yeah, you dollar cost
Bro,
average.
I had to hold like half my stocks down 50%. I'm not trying to see that again. That was stressful. That was stressful, okay? Let me see some money in my accounts. We're watching some money pour in. We want some all-time high breaks. Let's see some surprise rate cuts. But I also wouldn't be upset with the surprise rate hike.
Yeah.
Right? I wouldn't be upset with the surprise rate hike because that could give me beautiful opportunities to short the market on the futures for the intraday
and
side.
to dollar cost average into these big tech names
100%.
that we look, guys. I think a lot of the fact that, you know, the big tech names have been leading the way for the market this year, the fact that we're up where we are as a result of 7 or 8 names has a lot to do with AI. And this is just my opinion and speculation and anecdotal, make of it what you will. But a lot of these companies, the ones who are moving right now, are the ones who stand to benefit the most from cost-cutting measures that AI is going to allow them to make. Imagine if these companies started laying off 10, 15% of their workforce per year. What kind of margin difference would
I'm banned.
Kind of margin difference they would have? And so you have people speculating about that potential margin creation and buying in, trying to get a sick dollar cost average. I mean, the knowledge worker looks like he's going to be replaced in some sort of fashion, much like the laborer was replaced with machines. It's cycle. It's a world thing. You know, let's just see. AI is a joke, says it's me. All right. I mean, look, you're entitled to your opinion, and I pride you. You know, I'm happy that you're able to kind of express.
You're entitled to it.
But, you know, I see it a little differently.
Yeah, you're entitled to your opinion. On YouTube? Yeah, good luck. I tried. It's impossible. YouTube it's a joke how YouTube manages their software. Like if I was their lead developer, I would be managing it way better. I'm joking, YouTube, please. Don't get mad at me.
U.S. military is always hiring, said restart this. You don't know.
But so what happened, Sean, was one day, remember when our ban button wasn't working? So one day on the show, the ban button wasn't working and people in the chat were going crazy. So Fahad and I were testing the ban button. What do? We banned my account, my actual account that I use every single day.
How do you unban it?
It's so hard to unban accounts on YouTube. You have to go to the settings system and then you have to look for the usernames and it only shows you like a set of usernames. I'm looking for Trader Pratt in there. He's not in there. So it's like almost impossible for me to unban myself off of this show. So I'm perma-brand now. I need to make a new account or something on YouTube just to be in this. And funny enough, Fahad's account is also banned because we were why don't we just do this on a dummy account? Why don't we ban dummy accounts instead of banning real accounts?
And Chunky V or Chunky 5, whatever. Chucky. Sorry, I called you Chunky. Chucky. So lay everyone off and profits are up. And I know you say that facetiously, and I know you're saying that in that way, but sadly, I mean, that's really what it's going to come down to. The savings are going to be in labor as a result of AI. You're going to get productivity in terms of, oh, it's able to do this so much faster and so much more efficient and better. But the end of the matter is, the fact of the matter is, I think the end point is the end of the matter. I'm making up my own stuff as I go along here.
That's the name of the game.
Yeah, that's what it's going to come down to. Layoffs equal more profits.
People in the chat still. Sorry, go ahead.
Tough things to say. Tough thing to admit. Tough thing to say.
People in the chat still talking about SoFi. Guys, I think the SoFi game is done. Honestly, this 982, like I was telling you, that's the barrier now. I have that line on my chart. I already showed you earlier. I'll show it to you again. I don't mind doing that. But you know, if you're interested in the longs, I would just wait patiently for a possible retest of 1020 to come into play. And then if 1020 breaks, maybe tomorrow, then we could look for that run up above 1020 to 1105. But I'm not interested right now on SoFi. The game is done for the little time period. 982 barrier might just come into play. Oh my, just when I say that, we're popping above 982 and we are pushing up. But the barriers are still here on SoFi. The game is done. I'm not interested on building longs again. I had the long at 978 because there was size at 973. Earlier on when the stock was going down, that 973 size disappeared. So I didn't want to build long at all. And that's why you saw the stock push much further, because that size disappeared. If that size was there, I'll promise you, we would have bounced most likely off of that area. But yeah, for me, man, this game is done. It's no more trades possible on this position. I mean, we only have, what, 14 minutes left before FOMC here. So I don't even want to be in a new position. I don't even want to be in a new trade. I am net flat on all my positions. I am green on the day. Woo! And I would love to add to those profits from the FOMC move. How would I make that, or what would I trade? I'm looking to trade the futures. I'm looking to trade the TQQs, which is what Sean always looks to trade on these type of moves, if I remember correctly. The TQQs, and I also would probably look into gold. Gold sometimes moves around. GBTC moves around sometimes with these numbers. So lots of markets, lots of tools for you to go pick from and pick what side of pick what game you want to play.
All right, moving down though. We're continuing to move down here. ES coming back down into that 416 and 417. No, I was right. 416 area. That is the level we closed out yesterday, and it's a support level.
Your mic. Are you muted?
Mine?
No, I'm fine.
Was that my mic?
Oh, apparently it was.
Oh, hello. Whoa. Okay. So apparently something's going on with the mic. I hope everything's okay. Rest in peace, my ears. Someone says. Oh,
I think
sorry,
you turned it on and the static probably went through somehow, and that probably ruined people's ears. Guys, we apologize.
Working
so
now,
obviously, you know what happens is technology messes up sometimes.
I love
Sean
the
was
chat. Like nothing moves the chat and gets the chat responding and
then
active, and then mic issues. They go to town and it becomes hard to read. Short the mic, says Flying Orange. I like that. Short the mic.
No, it's static happens when you turn it on and it's muted or not muted
Hold on,
over
are we
there.
still having mic
So we
issues?
apologize. No, we should be good now. Everything's good now.
We're
It wasn't
good.
Sharif's mic, guys. It was Sean's mic. Sean was just turning on his mic and the static went through. We apologize. Hopefully everyone's eardrums are fine and no one's bleeding out their ears at the moment. If you are, then please do not send the invoice for us.
Nav Atwall wants headphones. I owe him headphones. You know what? Maybe Maybe we'll give you a banger long, or banger short, or banger trade.
And a 4-5 after.
And then you could get as many as you want. But look here, let's go to the ES, guys. Let's go to the chart. We're at that 44.20. We're kind of finding a bit of a bottom. These wicks descending into yesterday's close are being bought up quite aggressively. But we are too close for comfort at the moment. So I won't be taking any longs here. But typically, when you're looking for a level to get defended, this is kind of how you want to see it, right? Where the dips are immediately bought up, and then you want to see higher highs and eventually higher lows, and then you get it on the back end, as Neil likes to say. But I don't think it applies much in the same way this time, simply because of what we have upcoming. But this could change all of a sudden. Whatever the notes say in the release at 2 o'clock could really get this market going if there are major omissions or additions that are interpreted to be bullish by the digesting algos. Anyway, we'll see what we have to bring. I don't think we have to wait that long. 10 minutes from that. Look who says hi.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Today, not tomorrow. Like and subscribe, guys. In case you are a new viewer, we just hit 400,000 subs on Friday. We did get to celebrate it with the Katina Man on Monday. We were drinking some champagne on the close. If you'd missed that, go back to Monday's show and watch the closing show there. We had a whole bunch of champagne. Bradley got involved on that. And yeah, I heard there was lots of action as a result. So 400K. Now we're staring at 500K in the face. That $500,000 is going to come fast and furious, baby, and we can't do it without you guys. So please like, subscribe, and share with your friends and family.
Looks like the mic might have done it again. Not sure what happened there, but we'll see what happens. All right. Okay. All right, next, what are you guys looking at? Tank City, dump it. I mean, look, market's just hanging out right now. It's absolutely flat for the S&P 500. The NASDAQ still up 0.25% on the day. These charts are on the lower end of my screen, so you probably can't see them properly. But here you go, up flat 0.1% on the S&P 500, 0.25% on the NASDAQ over here, and UVXY down 0.25%. Usually, if UVXY is down, the markets are up, and if UVXY is up, markets are down, inverse. That's the VIX ETF that we have on our platform. Not available to trade anymore, I think, but that's what we use to track the VIX volatility overall. Here's SoFi pushing back down from those 980, 985 areas, as I was saying. I don't think the stock has much more move today. This game is done for SoFi most likely. Honestly though, I was saying that the game is done for a long time, all the way till 850 when it was on its ascent to 850 and the double top was showing up on 850 for SoFi. I thought we would see the first rejection there. I was pretty happy seeing SoFi getting above that 850 area, you know, being the long-term investor I am at $13.52. I'm looking for any reasons for me to hold on to the stock a little bit longer on my long term, and those reasons were, you know, an obvious break of 850 and now pushing that 1020. If we were popping above 1020 today, I would have lost it, absolutely lost it, and been so happy because I was long on this position. But the fact that 10 was acting as a barrier, and now we're watching the stock use VWAP as a barrier, the game might just be over on this one. Let's quickly also go over to Unity, see how Unity is moving. Unity is still pushing down, but we haven't seen $40 coming back into play. And Nikola, just for a quick little recap of NKLA, looks like the size on $1.12, not allowing the stock to go back to the high day at the moment. And I also want to go take a look at Oracle. Wow, Oracle coming right back to the north side on a new high day incoming right now. The 100-period EMA on the 1-minute chart acting as a support, as you saw right here. We closed our short as 121.50 was not going much lower than 121.50. You saw me read the tape for you live on stream and how I wasn't liking the action on the downside move over here. So we closed that trade and we walked out for a decent winner. And imagine we didn't walk away from it. We would have been watching the stock push all the way back to our average price. And now we're seeing that 122.50 area coming back in as a resistance. If this number from FOMC ends up being negative by any chance, I think Oracle is my go-to for sure. But if that number ends up being positive, then just go long anything, right? Go long Tesla, go long AMD, go long NVIDIA. NVIDIA might just end up at 450 if the number is good.
It's unreal. NVIDIA, I mean, I don't put anything past it proudly. 422.76 top today. We're right below 420 right now. I mean, we're just below. We've been like creeping closer and closer to it, ascending with higher lows throughout the day. This is the 5-minute on your friend NVIDIA. Let's put in the quote so I don't get any hate from the chair there, from the chat. The chair. Let's go. Here, NVIDIA, 420 accumulating rejected there at 1240. The top haven't broken through 420 at that time. You had the initial pop up to 22.76, but you know, 25, 30. Your guess is as good as mine. The fact is, we're kind of finding a bit of a bottom on the futures contracts at the moment. Look at how the ES is starting to form a bit of a bottom at this 20, and a range between 20 and 22, and the wicks below 20 have all been bought up. So we shall see how this one works out. We have a bottom here of 16s. Guys, we are now going to send you over to an early version of the close, as we have the FOMC rate decision coming up in less than 5 minutes. So, same bat time, same bat channel. Brando's at the big desk.
Paka paka.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. 5 minutes to go here before we get this, I mean, the latest rate decision, but it's pretty much a foregone conclusion. It's going to be a pause, it would appear anyways, 94